will be resigned to the fact that this will continue. Not at this scale, I don't think. I think this was trying to push a point. Look at us. Aren't we tough? We can hit playgrounds. Woohoo! Oh, aren't you impressive? Brilliant. Well done, potato heads. But I think the Ukrainians will just look at this as another sign to get even more righteously fucking furious, and take it out on Russian soldiers at the front, and just keep pushing forward. But people will scream and shout and say, why can't they have FAD? Why can't they have Patriots? Why can't they have this? Why can't they have that? You would have to flood the Ukrainian side with these assets in order to stop every single missile. And I'm afraid it's just not possible. But rest assured, they're getting a lot of help behind the scenes, a lot of help. There's a lot of stuff, a lot of information, a lot of raid warning that they're getting. And frankly, if this is a kill ratio on a wave of cruise missiles and UAVs, they're doing bloody well. They really are. But it's a half-assed raid of cruise missiles, to be honest with you. It's not how we do it. And it's just another toys out the pram example of childish, stupid, teddy throwing immaturity from the bald little paedophile in the Kremlin. So yeah, I'm really sorry for Ukraine. I had to look through some of the pictures earlier, the aftermath of some immediate impacts. It's pretty fucking grim, but it's just going to be one of those unfortunate facts of war, and that's a terrible thing to say, but.
Russians simulated this attack on October 2nd, October 3rd, and the Ukrainians knew about it beforehand. And that's to spill a couple of beans on the MriyaReport for everyone. So, yes, Gunny, you have a point. Tom, please go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I just wanted to comment a bit on our chap from the Telegraph, Francis, I think it was, talking about the possibility of changing Russia through cultural influence. I think sometimes when people come on and they make very detailed, quite long arguments, I think sometimes we feel that the only way to rebut that is to make an equally detailed and long rebuttal. And I was glad that actually we had Dr. Nick here, because I thought she made good points with her knowledge of Russian history and culture, which I knew nothing about really. But I think sometimes when someone's making an argument, one of the things we can do is look out for the words that they're using that might be a bit absolutist. So for example, and I know that Francis was saying this because he said it twice. He said, so you guys are saying that it's impossible to change Russia's culture, and also that we were being defeatist. And I think really that might have been the place to sort of push back on, to get to the crux of the argument more quickly. So I don't think anyone in this space actually thinks that it's completely impossible to change Russia, only that it's extremely, extremely unlikely that cultural influence alone will change Russia for the better. And I don't think that we're being defeatist going, oh, there's no point in trying. I just think that the people in this space would pragmatically argue that, well, look, you can't rely on that. You can't rely on an extremely unlikely probability of Russia changing through cultural influence to keep any of us safe, let alone people outside of NATO. I mean, that's why we have NATO. So the question to have asked Francis would have been, well, okay, you'd like to change Russia through cultural change. How likely do you think that actually is per year? You know, but try to get him to put a percentage on it. I know no one can precisely put a percentage on something like this, but what you can do is get a bit of a ballpark idea of how likely you think that change is. You know, let's say he thought, 10% chance per year. Well, you could say, look, Putin's been in power for 20 years. If that was the case, very roughly, you'd have expected 2 sort of paradigm shifting elections or revolutions to have occurred in that time. And they haven't. You know, what's it like? Is it more like 1%? Okay, look at China, look at North Korea. been in power for 70 years now. They haven't changed. Maybe there is a 1% chance of those regimes changing each year. We don't know, but it certainly isn't bigger than that. And I think for that reason, just pragmatically, we can't rely on that kind of change happening. And that isn't defeatist, it's just realistic. And I think for that reason, sadly, I think Russia probably will need to be contained, as with North Korea. And there's no harm in trying. There's no harm in trying some kind of radio-free Europe to try and change Russia from within. But I don't think it's likely. And I feel if we'd have used that tactic with him, it would have got to the crux of the argument a bit quicker. I don't know if anyone wants to comment on that. Do you think that would have been a good strategy?
No. The Russian Federation right now is in Plato's cave. Good luck getting 200 million people out of Plato's cave. There's no power right now available on Earth to get 200 million people out of Plato's cave. They have to be defeated on the battlefield. They have to be completely dishonored, completely defeated. They have to wake up. There is no foreign influence that can be exerted in any peaceful manner whatsoever right now to change course for the population of the Russian Federation. However, no one wants to invade Russia. No one wants to kill all Russians. No one wants to break the Russian Federation into small republics. No one wants to play into Putin's narrative. No one wants to play into the Russian ultra-nationalists' narrative. No one wants to do that. There is no way to do it. And the ones who are escaping are not escaping because they can speak English or they can have better jobs elsewhere, or they have Schengen visas, or they are more privileged. It's because they are saving their own necks. They're acting.
Sure. You don't need to repeat this to me because I heard it for an hour when we were arguing.
I know. I'm not. I'm preaching to the choir. I know, but I mean, for God's sake, I myself thought that
we always knew there was a priest. We always knew there was a priest in you.
Say that again, Axel.
He said, we always knew there was a priest in you, the priest of the pyramid, preaching to the choir.
Well, actually, my code name is the Saint, not the priest.
Oh, thou art holier than me. Okay, there you go. Would you allow me to cycle through a few people? We have so many requests coming up.
More of a dark saint, but yeah, go ahead, Axel.
All right. Sorry. Right. Sojo, George, and then let's move forward.
Thank you, Axel. To Tom's point, Tom, I think actually you made a rather good point there. Perhaps we would have got to the crux of his argument rather quicker using that method. Instead of going around in circles, having to repeat the same thing in a million different ways. I just wanted to just comment that it seems to me that many people are viewing today's missile attack. I'm not saying any of the panel here, but a lot of people on Twitter are viewing these missile attacks in the light of the hit on the Kerch Bridge, where we have found out several hours ago that actually this missile attack was pre-planned. And my thinking is, I don't know what any of you think. My thinking is, it's it is a move by the Kremlin, who are pretty much really goddamn desperate now to instill fear amongst certain European politicians, perhaps, as it quite, coincidentally coincides with Lukashenko's announcement today. I think it's obviously orchestrated from the Kremlin, both of them at the same time. I don't know. What do you think? Hello? Did anyone hear me?
We heard you, Sergio. Tom? All right, Sergio, can you please repeat your commentary question? I'll take it.
My comment was basically that many people on Twitter, it seems, are viewing today's missile attacks in the light of the weekend's hit on the Kerch Strait Bridge, which is actually incorrect, as we found out several hours ago now, that this missile attack had been planned earlier on in October. What do you think to the the thought that, you know, it was pre-planned also together to coincide with Lukashenko announcing, you know, his silly pronouncements as he had done today? Do you not just think it is just like a desperate move by the Kremlin to try and instill fear into certain European governments?
So this is my theory. Okay, so the attack on the bridge just accelerated what they had planned. Let's not forget that a new commander was assigned to lead the quote-unquote special operation in Ukraine. This guy was the former head of the Russian Federation Airspace Forces. So this is what he knows best. So hypothetically speaking,
do you honestly oh, sorry.
Continuing. I'm sorry. I've been sick for 4 days, and that's why
I can hear that. I can hear that. Sorry to hear that. What was about? Do you really think that it has accelerated their plans? I mean,
yes,
well, perhaps it has. It doesn't really matter, I guess, at the end of the day.
It did. Well, the thing is, 1 + 1 = 2. They brought in a new commander. The new commander knows one thing, and he is the face of today's attacks. This is what everyone should know. The face of today's attack is the new commander of the so-called special operation in Ukraine. And that's due to his background. That's what he proposed. That's what he got an approval for. And that's what he went ahead with and conducted and carried out. The attack against the bridge only accelerated, bringing forth this attack. It doesn't have any strategic or tactical value. Basically, we saw today the Russian Federation expending a lot of its very limited reserves of guided missiles to conduct a campaign of terror rather than actually taking out targets of value. Which begs the question, what are their satellites doing? I mean, if they were willing to expend that amount of guided missiles, and if they were willing to expend that amount of ammunitions out of their inventories, why couldn't they hit more high value targets? Granted, I understand that there's the political value of trying to demoralize the Ukrainian people and demoralize the Ukrainian armed forces and to instill terror in their hearts. Well, they will fail. What they will do is that they will give every Ukrainian man and every Ukrainian woman a reason to continue the fight and a reason to work harder to defeat them quicker and liberate their lands faster and stand up to them. We have to admit that the Russians operate in their own paradigm. That paradigm is paranoid, that paradigm is criminal, and that paradigm has nothing to do with the conduct of professional military operations. This is not a professional military force that is conducting a campaign against an enemy to achieve sound goals and sound objectives. It's just the whole thing is sheer madness. So this is the continuation of sheer madness. So there is nothing here to discount from their own incompetence, to discount from their own criminality. They have been doing this for months, and they will continue to do this until they can't. And they are approaching this point. They are approaching the point of being unable even to carry out or conduct campaigns of terror to try to break the will of the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian armed forces. Now, whether it was carried out in accordance with what Lukashenko would say, well, if Belarus wants to join the party, by all means, let them do it, right? If they think that they can bring this fight to more European countries, if they can think that they can continue to threaten the stability and the security of the European Union or European countries or Western European countries to provoke a reaction from them that they need to justify this illegal invasion, well, they won't, because this will remain an act of illegally invading a sovereign nation that reached out to partner allies and partner countries to support them to defend their own people and defend their own sovereign territory. So the main concept remains: do not respond to the enemy's plan. You work according to your own plan, and that plan is to defend Ukraine, protect Ukraine, reclaim Ukraine's sovereign territory, all while making sure that the conflict, I'm sorry to use the word conflict right now, but it is now a European conflict. People should realize that, and they should realize the intent of the enemy is to make sure that by using hybrid warfare, and one part of it is political warfare, and that's to convince the governments of other nations that more nations will join on the side of Russia and expand the conflict into the heart of Europe. That will not happen. So this is just another futile attempt to use hybrid warfare to scare the governments of Western European countries to think or to believe or to respond to the possibility that this conflict is going to spill over into Western European countries. It will not. Unfortunately, and very, very, very tragically, the price being paid is Ukrainian blood, and that's why all countries that consider Ukraine an ally, consider Ukraine a partner, should step up and provide as many weapon platforms and as much support as they can to help Ukraine defeat this. That's one aspect of the containment right now. That's the short-term containment, is to make sure that the conflict doesn't spill over into other European countries. It will not. So, did they plan this attack in accordance with Lukashenko's declaration? Maybe, perhaps. I don't have that information. Maybe other people do. Is it obvious from what has been happening? Yes. From the realistic timeline, from the reality of things, from everyone that I've been seeing on the ground, it is. And therefore, the response to it should be to completely ignore what Belarus is announcing, make sure that if they do actually help Russia to field more forces in the north and try to attack Kiev again, or try to attack Ukrainian territories from the northern axis again, that they pay the price for that, be it sanctions, be it destabilization. So be it. But first and foremost, the first vector to stop this from spilling over is to provide Ukraine with all the weapon systems they have been asking for and all the support they need to stop this from happening. Does this answer your question, Sergio?
Thank you. Yes, yes, I couldn't agree more. Thank you for your response. Yeah, thank you.
Very well. So, we have, you're okay?
Yeah, all good. Go ahead, X.
All right. So then let's cycle through. We have tons of questions coming up. We'll go to Donnie, then John, then lunchtime. And then everybody who doesn't have their hand up by the count of 5, do that in your head yourself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I will cycle down because we have 10 requests from the audience. So, Donnie.
Thanks, sir. First off, with Francis, for a third of us, that may have been frustrating. But remember, there's more than 1,000 people in space. For months, we were 300 people talking to each other. So it was important to address talking points of the Russian Russo mirror, or Russian bouncy ball of truth. That's number one. Number two, if the moment the attack, the strike on the Karch Bridge happened, there was immediate angle of terrorism, like throughout the Russian Twitter disempowers speech. And subsequently, 48 hours later, like literally 48 hours of Ukraine are terrorists. And then subsequently, 48 hours later, they took their quote unquote super hyper accurate missiles and bombed super inaccurate. So, why haven't we seen their quote unquote cruise missiles? Probably because they're super inaccurate, and their talking point about Ukraine being quote unquote a terrorist state probably provided them cover to launch these super inaccurate missiles at civilian populations. But that's just my I watch too much Russian Twitter. But thank you for listening.
Thank you, Donnie, for that. And with that, we go to lunchtime and then Nico.
Oh, hi, Axel. Thanks. So you guys were talking
Lunchbox.
about
How's Fortnum?
how's what? Sorry, Fortnite.
Fortnum and Mason.
Oh, I never go there at Ghastly Place.
Oh, and now I know it's you.
Of course, who else would it be? Yeah, you were talking about that guy from the Telegraph. Now, I was there at the beginning of that conversation, and he said a number of things which I was just like, that doesn't really. Anyway, it didn't really make a great deal of sense, and I don't know what he said afterwards because I had to sort of do stuff during the day. But I do know the Telegraph as a paper has been in decline for a long time. In 2015, I think he was their chief political correspondent, Peter Oberlin, resigned and wrote quite a damning account of his time, of how things had declined even then in 2015. Basically, the sort of long sacred dividing line between sort of editorial policy and commercial interest had started to, it had started to become porous, and it became quite clear that pressure would be applied if stories were run that had some sort of commercial conflict within I don't think there were new owners at the time, but the owners anyway. And since then, it's just been like, it's just degraded to the point where I don't read the Telegraph anymore. And he has some sort of he runs a space, this guy, I think. I think it's him anyway, but the Telegraph certainly runs a space on the Ukrainian war. And I did tune into it once, I think, and it was the most surface level, banal sort of conversation you could imagine. Not a patch on this place, for example. So really, I don't know what he said. I don't know if it's even worth listening to what he said, to be honest. But I would say, despite the sort of very prestigious name of the Telegraph paper, the Daily Telegraph, the current version of that paper no longer represents what it once was. So there we are. So I'm not entirely surprised that he managed to disgrace himself from the sounds of it. And also I'll point out that I messaged Dorman saying something like the Telegraph is full of it. So so there we are. I consider I called it. But yes, please don't take him too seriously. Thanks.
All righty, well, let's move on further. Mikko.
Axel, I have a question for you and Gunny, actually, if Gunny can be lifted up.
Well,
you
I
guys
don't know whether we can find him, but if we can find him, otherwise
he's
I can text him.
He's putting his Scots, but you can answer this as well. Okay, if you were the air defense commander for Kiev, for coming calibers, Kinzhals, it's cruise missiles, what kind of interception you would be using?
You mean under the current constraints of scarcity?
Absolutely. What systems what they have right now? What is kind of your thing?
Yeah, I think the IRST is the weapon of choice because it's already there. It just needs to be installed. That's it. The NASAMS, I don't know whether they have the NASAMS. If the NASAMS are there, they're extremely effective. But the Kinzhal, you can only in this case, you can either try to fly your plane into it, which is silly, or you can try to shoot it down with the IRST.
Do you know what's kind of my take on this? I would go heavy with gunnery. You know, autocannons with fragmentation, Gepards, CVAS, CRAMs. For close interception.
I know what you mean.
Power plant incoming, and you have like massive missiles coming. I would definitely use gunnery there. We have donated
what you're describing, Mikko. What you're describing is old school Flak. Classic old school German Flak.
No. It's a. I think so. It has still a place. You know, a lot of fragmentation cells.
If you put a field of fire into the air, literally, as if it's rain, and put it into the path of these missiles, you may achieve something. It's absolutely true. Yes, no question there. That's what I said by Flarak, because that's what you try to do so at that point in time. But hey, I'm not an expert on that on missile defense. From what I've read over the many years and what I've seen and what I've been taught, I think that the IRST would probably be the weapon of choice against those missiles. But that's just me.
Yeah, but Axel, I don't disagree on that one as well. So, but I would say, for the high value targets, you would need these Gepard systems a lot. They need to be mobile, right? And you need to put a lot of stuff in the air. No drones, no, cruise missiles, nothing else. But they cannot actually intercept really the ballistic ones. But that's my thought. Yeah, thanks.
By the way, the Gepards, I think, and before we go to Gunny to address this, I think the Gepards are definitely more valuable. It comes back to what we discussed about the triage, which Gunny indicated beforehand, meaning you have to prioritize. I think the Gepards as mobile defense, mobile air defense, are exceptionally worthy and exceptionally valuable to the Ukrainian armed forces in their advances at the moment. But that's just me. Gunny, what do you think?
Absolutely, Axel. But I want to comment. Power plant in Kiev is absolutely, exceptional worthy as well.
Sure, no question. I don't doubt it. I'm with you, but I think for the power plant you can do maybe something else. Gunny?
Yeah, as I said, this is a no-win. What's the best way to stop cruise missile strikes? Kill the launch platforms. That's NATO doctrine, but that's not an option here. They're boxing clever. They're not going to send a pair of Makarovs within Neptune or Poon range. They're not going to fly backfires or bears over the forward edge of the battlefield. So there's nothing we can do with them. There's nothing we can do about the Caspian Sea flotilla. So killing the platforms is pretty much out. Gun systems, yeah, absolutely. Do you know what? There's room here for radar-guided 40-60 Bofors if you had a battery of them. CRAM, purposely designed for this kind of thing. I've been on the phalanx section and I've been on a goalkeeper section, both for 6 months, mainly as a toolbox carrier, but I did learn a bit about them. And a CWIS system like that will kill a cruise missile, and then it will move to the next cruise missile, and then the next cruise missile. They're phenomenal. The problem is, with a multi-axis attack, how many do you need? I mean, what's the engagement range of phalanx was 1.5 miles, I think, maybe a little bit more. So let's say 20 CRAMs to cover Kyiv. And then what do? They'll just go after a small town and they'll destroy that, because the aim is not to achieve anything except civilian deaths. So it doesn't really matter where these things are fired as far as they're concerned. It's terror bombing. The idea is to bomb a population into submission to this state where pressure's put on the government to say, right, let's stop fighting, let's get to the negotiating table. It's pretty fucking naive, to be honest with you. And a lot of countries have tried that before and it's never really worked, but they seem to be giving it a go. So the air defense assets like IST, they're going to go to the high value targets. Again, it's brutal. It's brutal, but an apartment block with 60 families in it, in terms of a war effort, is not a priority for air defense. And as I said, I think the Ukrainians have resigned themselves to that. This is just having one effect, which is pissing them off immensely. But in terms of overall blunting the effects of Ukrainian offensives, this is an absolute meaningless, pointless waste of time, except to lash out in the only way that they are capable of lashing out. Can we send more? Yeah, obviously, because the more air defense assets we send, the more priority targets they can deploy, defend rather. I would imagine the spearheads will always be happy to get some kind of tracked air defense vehicle. And it's the spearheads, the logistics points, the rear areas, the rear repair shops, the temporary airfields, the radar stations, the signals intercept stations, the command centers. These are all what counts. These are all what's important. And with the best will in the world, I think just throwing assets, you'll never stop civilian casualties. They'll just go after easier targets and easier ones. Just on a different subject, Belarus, Axel, what are your thoughts? So the Poles have issued a warning order to evac all Polish nationals out. I've seen unsubstantiated, unconfirmed social media reports of truckloads of rail truckloads of Russians moving into Belarus. Do you think
it's
he's
not
that
an unsubstantiated report? It's not an unsubstantiated report.
It's not. Do you think he's bone enough to go for it? And what do you think the Polish reaction is?
I think he's bone enough. He's bone enough to put up the posture and threaten with it. And at some point in time, in the very last moments, Luka has to make up his mind as to whether he wants to either die at the hand of the Kremlin or die at the hand of whoever comes in order to sweep him off his feet in Minsk.
Let's say he did it. What do you think the Polish reaction would be?
Calm, massive support
Nothing.
for Ukraine. Exactly. They won't react. They will just simply provide every support the Ukrainians need with their brigades and border defense. The Ukrainians are extremely well prepared. And the Ukrainians will, if they are smart, and I think they are significantly smarter than I am, by far, that's easy, but still, they will allow the Belarusian or the Belarus troops they have amongst them, that battalion, to take part in that, because they certainly, as citizens of Belarus, are allowed to get onto Belarusian territory. I think that will be an interesting feature. If they do, Minsk will fall.
They want to open a new front in order to tie down as many Ukrainian forces as they can to prevent any advances on the current attack axes, be it Kherson or the Donbass.
Yeah, but there are about 70,000 Ukrainian troops which can be designated to this, which are not to be missed in the east. And Ukraine is standing up more battalions and more brigades. So I'd say Ukraine will make hay of this, and that's that. But it's conscripts. Gunny, you know exactly what this means. These are people who have the reserves and conscripts they're sending in now, even if it is 15 to 18,000, as it seems to be the case, being brought in massive amounts. So they put them there. What kind of equipment do they?
I always kind of try and look at absolute bonkers case scenario. And if he did a limited incursion, I don't know, even just look, get 10 kilometers in, time down. I'm in trouble here in the east and I need the pressure off. Buy me some time. And, you know, I'm just wondering, would he? I mean, yeah, it seems unlikely to me. But I'm more interested in what the Polish response would be, especially because there's a squadron of Charlie 2s attached to a Polish armoured division.
Gunny, I wanted to ask about
we
this.
said it already. Poland will do nothing.
Yeah, when you say Poland, do you mean him going in? Do you mean the Russians and Belarusians going into northern Ukraine, or do you mean them going into Poland? I'm not quite clear.
No, Tom, I think they're insane, but I don't think they're that insane.
Yeah,
it would be quite a shindig. No, but I mean, we know that the bridges have been blown on the crossings, and there seem to be defensive preparations going. So I doubt the Ukrainians would bother doing that unless they felt, yeah, you know, there is a possibility they might come across it. I just wonder, even psychologically to the West, if they did, at what stage does this trigger someone's being ganged up on here, and where do we actually jump in, and what kind of reaction we could expect from the Polish government? I mean, if the Poles just look at them and go, silly bastards, and then sit and laugh as the Belarusians get about 1,000 meters in, and then start running backwards, then yeah, happy days. But you know, it's just a scenario I'm not sure that we can thoroughly discount, because we're not dealing with rational people. I'll leave that to you. You know what rational and irrational is, but I don't know. It's just wheels within wheels, and I think it's going to be something to watch.
yeah. I basically had the same question as Gunny. Gunny's basically answered all my questions, or asked them rather. I don't know what the answer is.
Well, that gives me the possibility to cycle up fresh blood from down below. There's more requests coming. Let's go to Rusty, then Gary. Rusty, Gary, then Jens.
Hello, guys. So I've been going over the week average attrition losses on the Russian side for this week and a bit last week, and I've been looking at artillery taken out by the Ukrainians on the Russian destroyed artillery, and this week had an enormous amount of artillery pieces destroyed compared to the rest of the war, and it seems like the previous weeks were the same, even better, some of them. I'm just curious, does it seem now that the effect of using HIMARS against artillery is bigger than the benefit of using HIMARS against artillery and counter battery fire instead of trying to take out Russian ammo dumps has become greater now, because somehow they've doubled the amount of artillery pieces they're destroying on the Ukrainians. So I'm wondering, have the Russians suddenly started to hide their ammo dumps? So instead of bombing Russian dumps, they're now using them as country battery fired? Does anyone know anything about this?
You lost me on the last half sentence because I was laughing about something else which came in at the same time. I am terribly sorry. If you wish to
yeah, I'm gonna
the
try
last
to
10
make
seconds.
it an easier question. Okay, so have the Russians started to hide their ammunition dumps and spread their ammo gatherings instead of having all in one big free-for-all warehouse at Takema Clock? Have they started to make it decentralized, so the Ukrainians use their HIMARS more as counter battery fire because they don't have anything else to hit right now, or?
But I don't know whether we have evidence for that. We did have such moves in the Kherson Oblast earlier, like about 5 weeks ago, where after initial strikes, and then 4 weeks ago, sorry, after the initial strikes, where depots went up in flames. Thereafter, the Russian troops distributed to smaller scale ammo dumps, whatever they had left in terms of ordnance and whatever else came in new. I think at this point in time, it's also the fact that some ammo dumps are empty, meaning there's no new piles. And that is something which has to do with the logistics being entangled, fewer trains going across a certain bridge, and fewer opportunities for them to do this by truck from Rostov-na-Don. So I presume that there will be a lower frequency of ammo dumps going up there, at least in that oblast. And the others I can't opine at this point in time. I have not been able to follow that. But I'll put a pin in this, and if we can find more data, I shall be glad to revert.
Yeah, so I would like to share the fact that this week on Friday, before the bridge went up in the air, Friday was the Ukrainians announced on Friday morning that 31 pieces of artillery systems were destroyed the day before. So on Thursday or days before that, 31 artillery pieces was eliminated and announced on Friday. And I think that's the highest I've seen in many months, if not for the entire war. 31 artillery pieces. So the average is for this week has actually doubled. So the average day of destroyed artillery pieces is double, and the average tank destruction, that's 50%. Eliminated tanks are 50% above average for entire war this week, and the artillery is double. Yeah, that's. I even thought this week is kind of like the ramp up. It's starting to get more active again, but it's been slow. And I think the Ukrainians have been reorganizing themselves in the start of this week. So the fact that they're already like, I think the next month will be the worst month for the Russians the entire war. I'm really glad to see that.
Yeah, I can say that they haven't been bringing enough new ammunition into Ukraine at all. That's my assessment. So Axel is right there, is that they just don't have, or we haven't seen any significant ammo dumps being created or being resupplied over the last at least 7 to 10 days. And that would explain why their artillery pieces are being taken out. They're sitting there. They're just like sitting ducks. If they fire a couple of rounds, they get detected by counter battery radars, and then they get annihilated. And they can't do anything about it. It's just nothing makes sense. And all while suffering all that, they are still attacking Bakhmut for some reason. I don't know.
Very stubborn, aren't they?
Would you even imagine that they're just leaving the artillery pieces in the field when they can't fire anymore because they've run out of ammo? They're just leaving them there instead of hiding them away? I would imagine so.
I mean, F me, if you're a Russian soldier and you don't understand what your commanders are asking you to do without ammunition to do it, and you're saying, F all, I'm not doing anything anymore. Maybe, I don't know. We just don't have that level of information on the human personnel or resources and how they are acting on the battlefield. Maybe we'll get it very soon, but it's just, I mean, the Russian forces are losing on the battlefield, and then their command goes on and decides to bombard civilian population centers. For what? I mean, for God's sake, yeah, they have satellites and they have guided missiles and all that, and they can't even destroy enough high-value targets when they decide to, quote-unquote, carpet bomb the country. Yeah, well, let's hit universities and children playgrounds. Okay, go ahead, by all means. You make yourself look stupid, look criminal, and you expend ammunition that is very, 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 very valuable to you. We know that the sanctions regime is preventing you from producing more, and you're doing that. So, wow, we're beyond the definition of stupidity is trying the same thing over and over again, hoping for a different result, even though you know that the approaches are complete and an utter failure, etc., etc. It's just, it's absolutely criminal right now. It's just sheer madness. Sheer madness. And they are losing equipment and they are leaving behind equipment, and the Ukrainians are still advancing. And to do what? To terrorize the whole world? For what? To prove what? The way that you conduct war is efficient or brave, quote unquote, or what? It's sheer madness. It's ridiculous at this point. They need to lose, and they will lose. Winter's coming, so what? We're 30 days away from a decisive moment for them. Let them carry on with their stupidity. Let them carry on with their criminality. He who laughs last laughs the more. So let's see who has the last laugh.
I completely agree. Sorry, Axel.
I said frozen Russian army.
I just want to ask, has there ever been a war that has ended because of strategic bombing? I can only remember during World War II, Netherlands surrendered.
No, Japan.
Yeah. But if you go conventional weapons, non-nuclear weapons, has there ever been a war ended because of bombing of civilians? I remember that during World War II, Netherlands might have surrendered a week earlier because of the bombing of Amsterdam.
1967, 1973, the Israelis bombed the Suez Canal cities. What happened is that the Egyptian government evacuated all citizens from Ismailia, from Suez, from Port Said, relocated them to other countries, to other governorates across Egypt, and the fight went on. The Israelis bombed Suez oil refineries and the canal cities, etc., etc. Didn't do anything except strengthen the will of the people to fight when the right moment came to fight, and they did. So it's just I mean, every single lesson from a force on force fight between two belligerent nations. One of them is invading sovereign land, and the other one trying to reclaim that land, says otherwise. And that's not to take anything from the Israelis, how smart they fight, how brave they fight. etc., etc. President Sadat said it in his speech in the Knesset, and said it in his speeches after 1973. There was no call for the complete annihilation of the state of Israel. It was just about the liberation of the Egyptian lands. And it's the same thing. No one wants to invade Russia. No one wants to break Russia. No one wants to annihilate the Russian people. The Ukrainians just want to take their land back and live in peace. And they want to make sure that this doesn't happen again in the future. And that's exactly what will happen. So, the more you spill innocent civilian blood, the more animosity you create for future generations. And the more you galvanize fighting force, fighting against you, and give them more motivation, and give them more courage, and give them more reason to fight you to stop your aggression. It's as simple as that. And once you reach a line where you say, okay, that's it, we deconflict, we have a peace, we will not invade you, you will not invade us, we will not fight anymore, everyone can fuck off and go back to doing what they do best and live a happy life. That's the only way out of it. So, no. Apart from Japan is a completely different story, but Axel's right, of course.
So following your logic, Putin can't actually be acting out of logic or reason. He must be acting out of something else. He must be either wanting to punish since he's not getting his will, to scare because he's not getting his will, because there's no evidence really that you can win in the way he's doing it, right? Following your logic and our logic here.
That's
I will not.
internal logic. It's their logic, and
Yeah,
isn't
exactly.
it clear? It's their own logic, and his new theater commander will have reinforced it, that the violence of terror bombing is a suitable means of supposedly winning. So what? That's their view. It's wrong.
It's despicable. It's disgusting. It's like the new commander of the so-called special operation is offering offerings of blood to the altar of his delusional leader, telling him, this is what I will do, right? This is what I will bring you, right? And he goes on and he carries out this attack plan, and he gets that. And he's like, look, this is what I am presenting you with for assigning me a commander of this failed, effed up operation. And for what? I mean, I will not psychoanalyze Putin. I will not fall into that trap. I have like 5 minutes left before I go to bed. But he is a crime boss. He is a delusional Don Corleone, right? Who thinks he can take on the world with an explosive mixture of Russian hyper-nationalism and a warped version of Russian Orthodox Christianity, thinking that he's fighting Satanism or Satanism and fighting the corrupt West and the indulgent West and the debauchery in the West and all that, and that he's waging all this for the sake of making sure that Russia does not submit to the will of the so West that he thinks it is. Why? Makes no sense except saving his own neck after making a failed decision and dragging his own country into a quagmire that he thought he could win because he has surrounded himself with yes men who told him that everything is okay, everything is under control, everything is achievable, and they will be able to give him whatever he wants, Novorussia, or whatever the fuck he thinks he can achieve, all while making sure that everyone in the world listens to whatever warped version of history he has to present. Again, it brings us back to our earlier discussion with the gentleman from the Telegraph. The cynical response to Western ideals. But actually, it's not even cynical response to Western ideals. It's the cynical response to being a decent human being who does not want to engage in violence. Et voila. You get truck drivers, you get teachers, you get engineers, you get doctors, you get movie stars, you get film directors, you get every single decent human being of every possible walk of life you can imagine, and every possible ideological, religious, ethnic, racial background you can think of, saying, no, I will not take this, and saying, I can take up arms, and saying, yes, I am a civilian, but you know what? Armies are cool. The military is very cool. But if you don't make that decision when you're 18 years old and you pursue it as a professional career, then you're left out. But then you have a reservist force, right? And those are civilians who decide to join the reservist force. And then you get the time of war. You get the time of need. You get the time when your country calls upon you to say, hey, we need you because we as a country, we as a people need to survive, and we need to fight this threat that is endangering our very own existence and is killing our own civilians and is killing your own fellow countrymen and women and children. Will you be able to step up to the occasion, answer the call, and fight? And you do. And those people can end up being as good as, if not better, than commissioned officers who graduated from military colleges, and they would assimilate technologies, and they would assimilate tactics, and they would assimilate strategies, and they would happily die in combat to make a difference. And they are doing that. Ta-da! That's the only thing that violent entrepreneurs, and this is a very cynical term, but then again, if you're fighting cynicism, why not respond with some cynicism in return? Get to witness. He claims to be the KGB officer, the counterintelligence guy or the intelligence guy who can stage a comeback for a multipolar world order, right? And then he's being beaten by whom? He's being beaten by the ordinary citizens of Ukraine who decided, no, we will not submit. No, we will not die cowering in holes. We will fight. We will lose a lot of us, and we will live with it. But we will liberate those lands, and we'll find those graves, and we will conduct war crime investigations. And our dead will be heroes, and your dead will be nothing but thieves, criminals, rapists, and war criminals. And this is how you get the current administration of the Russian Federation undone. And it's happening in real time, on the cheap, in front of everyone, despite the attempts of so many people to frame it or phrase it otherwise. It is what it is. It's very simple, very straightforward logic, a very straightforward timeline. There is no NATO provocation. There is no US provocation. No one using Ukraine as a proxy state or a proxy battlefield to fight and degrade and attrit Russia. They made the call. They pay the price. Fuck about and find out. And they are finding out. And in their desperation, they are doing whatever it takes to make sure to instill fear in everyone watching, to think that they are strong, to think that they have a couple of cards up their sleeves. They don't. It's as simple as that. And with that said, I apologize to everyone. I'm just I've exhausted my ability to stay on. So Axel, you have the call.
It's okay.
Please take it
And
from
we'll
here.
have
And good night, everyone.
Sure.
And thank you for listening, and thank you for being with us. Because when you're here, when you spread the word, when you support what Ukrainians are doing, not what we are doing, we're doing nothing. We're just helping to connect you to the truth, and we're helping to bring as many people as we can who are as informed as we trust, to bring you the best possible information and the most updated information on what's happening. And that's it. It's all about you, the listeners. It's all about you listening in and tuning in and asking questions and joining the conversation and making sure to support the work of the true heroes who are actually working on the ground. And Axel, take it from here, please. And good night, everyone. Thank you.
Good night, Ed. And I'll bring up Wendy, and in a minute I'll bring up Tim as well. So there you go. Tri-Fi.
Hi, I was just going to comment on the Belarusian stuff. My gut feel, and I don't have any proof, but just reading generally, is that for every soldier of the Ukrainian forces that are pulled away to protect that border, there will be 3 Russians or 4 Russians required to hold a lid on Belarus. It'll be the absolutely the worst thing that the Russians can do if they think they're going to take pressure off the South. I just absolutely cannot see them keeping a lid on Belarus using Belarusians if they start a war using Belarusians in Ukraine. Do you think I'm crazy? Because from what I'm reading, even your Jason Smart guy you had on earlier, his tweets recently have kind of said the same thing, that the Belarusian army will not fight, that they have problems with insurgents in the West, and then you throw in the those foreign fighters in Ukraine and the general population, Russia will have their hands full just keeping Belarus in line. What are your thoughts?
It's entirely possible. I mean, I think if I were in charge of Belarusia, I would be more worried about the military situation I would face in Ukraine, and possibly, yeah. I mean, I'd be, if it were my axis, my little Minsk, Moscow axis, I'd be more worried about the military situation in Ukraine than I would be about internal security per se. Internal security is one of the things these countries do very, very efficiently. They have the rather terrifying concept of internal troops. You think of the Rosguardia. There is a Belarusian equivalent. I can't remember what it's called, but they are pretty ruthlessly efficient when it comes to internal dissent, even if it is wide scale. It's how they've structured their states, right? They've structured their states around facing down this threat at the expense of external. At the expense of external operations.
But it's kind of like tapping. It's kind of like tapping out a fire in your backyard, your grass fire in your backyard, versus trying to knock down a blaze in a forest in the West. You know what I mean? It's right now. There's no reason for Belarusians to rise up. I mean, they're not being conscripted into the war. They're not suffering greatly. I mean, they're suffering under a dictatorship, but if they keep their noses clean, the minute the forces are pushed toward the border, I mean, all bets are off. And if I read it accurately, there's already a considerable insurgency under the, not active, but smoldering and sort of in the background along the South and in the West. And I just can't see them pushing a large force of Belarusians to attack Ukraine, which is what they would have to do to have any kind of dent, and yet not having it blow up on them to the point where the Russians have to bail them out. I mean, really bail them out. That's my point.
Sure. I mean, it's highly speculative. I would push back on a couple of things there. It is, the Belarusia is not capable of forming a large force. It has an army. It's consistently rated, one of the worst in Europe. It's poorly equipped with old equipment. It's badly trained. It suffers from the same endemic corruption as the Russian armed forces. It exists primarily as a business to enrich its officer corps. It's tin soldier stuff. They have big spiffy parades. They don't do any fighting, it's really, really substandard. The chances of it representing a serious military threat to an army that's as now as well set up as Ukraine, I think, is fairly negligible. I mean, I appreciate that's not what you're saying, but so I'll get to my point. Belarus is not Russia, right? Belarus is a much more Western-leaning place, and it's a much more liberal place from at a popular level, at least. There is a marked difference between the outlooks and attitudes of Belarusians when you meet them, as opposed to Russians. They don't have the same kind of imperial mindset. In terms of the Russian intellectual class, right? This stuff is intellectually respectable, right? This kind of pound shop Alfred Rosenberg shit that they pull, that's mainstream opinion that you express at dinner parties, right? It's not like this kind of underground weirdo stuff. It's very, very mainstream, the Russian imperial mindset. Belarus, to my observation, doesn't seem to have that. It's much more liberal. They have a much more European, kind of a much more European mindset. They're as tired of this shit as we are, frankly, the ones I've met at least. Yeah, I mean, I would say the regime in Minsk is in a much shakier position. Whether they have the good sense to realize this is another question. The extent to which Lukashenko is capable of saying no to Putin is another question. I mean, my take is that he is completely a creature of Putin, and he exists to do Putin's bidding. Yeah, don't know. If I said any more, I'd be speculating.
Can I ask one more quick question of you, Tim? I got one more quick question.
Sure.
How infiltrated do you believe that Western intelligence is into the insurgency in the western part of southwestern part of Belarus? And the reason I ask that is that if I were a NATO operative and I were wanting to destabilize Belarus myself, the last thing in the world I would want them to do is be active. I would want them to be sleepers. I would want them to wait and wait and wait and build cells and get entrenched and have networks and be ready to go. I would not want them above the radar. The time I would want them above the radar would be exactly at a point where the Russians start thinking that they're able to operate, and then absolutely rip the Band-Aid off. Do you think that it's likely that the West has done that, or we play too nice to not do that? And I'll listen. Because that's a very cold, that dates me. That's a very Cold War way of thinking, but it's how I would do it if I were in that position.
M, do you have a view on this?
I think he went to bed.
I think Emma's dropped in.
I still see him on the panel. Yeah, I still see him on the panel. If I told you that, dry fly, I'd have to kill you.
Very good.
I'm
just
teasing you.
No, but I'm saying that there's a lot of it
I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of it we don't know, or if people do know, because you're talking to people, you should be quiet about. But I just think there's way more moving parts in Belarus than we know and can possibly see, and part of why he hasn't gone in and why Putin hasn't forced him in, because Putin himself understands that there is really significant risk of the whole place blowing up. And for every body he gets at the border, he's going to have to put 2 or 3 into the country just to hold it. And that's just my thoughts.
Yeah, sure. Okay. These are two different things. Western intelligence services are not severely penetrated. First of all, it is a game everyone plays and everyone understands. You don't go after the other person's spies or case officers. There is a difference between saying that Western intelligence services are penetrated and between saying that some Western societies have sleeper agents. Asians are one thing. Moles are another. Turncoats.
I'm sorry, Em. I think Dryfly's point here was to what extent are Western intelligence agencies active in Belarus itself? I think that was the question, rather than being penetrated themselves.
Yeah, exactly. I'll rephrase it for you, Em. I'll rephrase it for you, Em, to make it easier. What I'm suggesting is that, like during the Afghan war, we had a lot of people who were helping the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, getting weapons in, doing all kinds of stuff, and it was very active. Now, I'm suggesting we would never do that with the insurgencies that are active in Belarus, because it would be, you wouldn't want to bring them to the surface until you need them to come to the surface. My question is, are we doing that? I mean, is there a real risk of the Belarusians all of a sudden going into battle and finding out the whole western part of Belarus is on fire? And I really don't know. That's why I'm asking. I have no idea.
So basically, you're asking if Western intelligence services have developed networks within Belarus or not?
Well, yeah, and ones that could actually ignite and help and assist and get weapons in such a way that it's not clearly pointing back to us. I mean, they would know, we would know, but it's not. It's deniable that we are helping support their effort to run an insurgency in the West. I'm gathering that it's quiet now, so that if we are doing it,
They have more than 12 networks in Belarus, and they will not be activated for the foreseeable future.
Thank you.
For two reasons. The first one, it's too hot right now. The second one is that why do this when he's going to bring about his own downfall without you sacrificing any human and resource that you've developed for at least 10, if not more than 20 years. And part of those networks, or at least one network, was involved with the recent elections. It went quite well, but eventually, again, violent entrepreneurs get a saying, right? Because not everyone is going to play nice. The last person to play nice against a network of influence in his own country and paid for the price for it for 10 years or 11 years, and then the US government said, oops, we made a huge mistake, was Hosni Mubarak, the president of Egypt. And that was in 2011. And that was one reason no one decided to trust the West anymore. And I'm sorry to bring in domestic politics into this, but it is what it is. The only sane leader who realized that he was being betrayed by his allies after delivering on all his promises and after playing nice and after not doing anything he has ever been accused of for 30 years and taking the ramifications onto himself for a decade, was Hosni Mubarak. The other ones, they don't play nice anymore. And therefore, the CIA and other US intelligence services has learned not to expend their human resources, especially after Snowden had defected, and their network in Iran and their network in China and their network in Russia was rolled up quite quickly. But we don't want to talk about this. I don't want to talk about this because I don't have any bad feelings or any bad blood with the United States governments or the United States IC or Americans in general. Couldn't care less, to be quite honest. But it's 2022. People have changed. And
No, I get it. No, that explains a lot.
Are you getting my point, right?
Yeah. Oh, I'm
understand
getting it.
point.
I have
Yeah.
a lot of friends from your part. Your part of the world. I've worked with Egyptians. I've worked with people in Saudi. I have good friend I'm seeing in a week who's in Pakistan or who was from Pakistan, no longer there because his family is persona non grata. I get it. I mean, you've explained it. Yeah, the bridges have been burned, and they're careful not to burn them uselessly. If they're going to burn them, it's going to be for something really important. And if this is that important,
and not just that, it goes for basically staying silent for more than a decade, 10, 11, 15 years, watching silently as you see members of your own family being persecuted and seeing members of families that you're allied with, whether in marriage or whatever, dying for nothing, and you don't do anything because that's the right thing to do. It's the courtesy you extend, and it has nothing to do with whatever side you're on, because that's the side of decency. And that's the one thing that the US government needs to figure out quite soon, because we don't want to lose this fight. Because if the US government loses this fight, then every single decent human being in the world loses their opportunity to make a difference. So maybe one day this will dawn on them. I hope soon.
Thank you very much, Emma Dryfly. Thanks for coming back up, Emma. Appreciate it. Who was next, Wendy?
I think it was Abdul next, Tim.
No, Gary and Vishnevsk, I think. I'm definitely behind them.
Okay, let's go for Jerry. Jerry, welcome up. Very gracious of you, Abdul. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So quick comment, and then I'll have a question. Just a comment back to the earlier discussion. Why did Putin do this whole missile barrage? I really think you just have to look at domestic politics for the Russian politics, not a military. No, there's no military advantage to it, but for domestic politics, it's important for Putin to shore up his nationalist base. And that nationalist base, as I've been interacting with a lot of Russian bots the last couple of days, they have this attitude. They still think that Russia is this strong superpower, and their version of the stabbed in the back myth from the post World War I Germany equivalent. Their stab in the back kind of myth is that the only reason why Russia hasn't just walked all over Ukraine is because Putin has been too nice. And it sounds completely ridiculous to us, but that's what they think, is that Putin has just been holding back this whole time, and he's only been using just a small part of the forces and part of the power, and that if Putin would just take off the gloves and throw everything into it, Ukraine wouldn't be able to last against the mighty power of Russia. So I think after weeks of losses on the battlefield, and obviously the Kerch Bridge was a huge blow just for morale purposes. But after all these losses on the battlefield, this is Putin saying, "All right, I'm throwing everything in, guys. I'm your man." And of course, we know that he's going to run out of ammunition, and this is not something that he can do long term. But it buys him time with that nationalist wing in his in country. To my question, it may seem kind of like a really basic thing that I could just Google, but my basic question is that really how many missiles were fired today? And I know that sounds like it'd be something simple to answer, but I keep getting contradictory things, and so I was wondering if maybe you might be able to know. And let me tell you what the contradictory things that I keep seeing. So the one contradictory thing is about 10 hours ago, I was on the MriyaReport, and the reports were coming in of volleys of 50 missiles at a time from launched from airplane-based, cruise missiles, and then of course we know we had some missiles from the Black Sea, but it was like volleys of like 50 missiles at a time. And at one point, I know that it was like 100 up to 150, and it sounded like, just as I was logging off so I could go to sleep, it sounded like there may have been another 50 that were planned to go in. And so at least when I logged in the MriyaReport today, I was assuming that we were going to be looking at a number at least 250 missiles launched. But the reports that I'm seeing from like Operator Starsky is saying is that there was, quote, only 83 missiles, with a supposed 43 shot down over 20 cities. So doing the math, that's 40 hits over 20 cities, which is 2 cruise missiles per city, which doesn't match with the devastation and the reports that I'm getting. So that I'm seeing. So long way around to saying, how many missiles really were shot? Were we looking at 200, 250, or really were there only 83, with more than half of them shot down? Everything's just not kind of adding up to me. I was wondering if you happen to know. Thank you.
Sure. So there have been various estimates coming around. Our man John Ridge was keeping count from OSINT sources this morning, European time, and he reckoned about 150 were fired. I've seen lower estimates. I've got our man Mr. M coming up saying between 83 and 90. So yeah, I mean, not an enormous number. Certainly not 250. So somewhere between 100 and 150 seems reasonable. But Mr. M, do you have more color on that?
No, I just saw a professor in these things, Frans Ozinga. He told about 83 to 90 missiles were fired, or which the half of them were shot down, and most of the missiles didn't hit their target or a military target. Most of them were misses, and he has a lot of knowledge about that. And to the question of why the attack was, it's that I can agree with the former speaker. It's a domestic problem for Putin. Putin has big shitty in Russia, and the pressure on his generals grew bigger, and that's why the general chose to attack Kiev and random shoots missiles. So it was because of domestic problems in Russia, where Putin is not very popular anymore.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, there are a number of explanations for why it happened, and the good thing is that all of them can be true, right? And they can all be true at the same time. So, so obviously there is the domestic politics. This is red meat for the red meat for his hard right, for his escalators, for his for his nutters, of which there are a significant number. What we have to remember is Putin in the Russian political system, on the Russian political spectrum, he's actually a moderate, right? He is by far not the most extreme element in the Russian political system, right? He is one of the normal ones. And so he does have people who are more extreme than him, who do need to be chucked a bit of red meat every once in a while. Another explanation is that it's the only thing he can do, right? So it's the only play he has. So he's losing on the battlefield and losing very, very squarely. What can he do to retaliate against a very, very effective military thing that Ukraine has done in destroying the Kerch Bridge, or at least damaging it? He can just fire a bunch more missiles, and it doesn't really matter where they land, because he's not trying to achieve a military effect. He's just trying to do terror and genocide because it's what Russia does. Another potential explanation, and this was entirely expected, regardless of the Kerch Bridge situation, is that this is, as Mr. M touched on, this is the change of military management. So this is, there are new generals up. They're expected to do something, so they did something. So all of these things can be true at the same time. They're all plausible. They're all probable, I'd say. So yeah, you want to look around for reasons. You can find reasons. I'm not sure the reasons are desperately important. When all is said and done, there's not very much else Russia can do except have a tantrum at this point. Mr. M, did you want to come back? Yeah.
Just one thing. I want to give you one teaser, and I believe it when he said that. He said we're gonna see some weapons on the battlefield we haven't seen before, and very soon. So let's hope that those are some Leopards and maybe some other things.
I'm sorry. Did you want to bring something up, Mr. M? I'm not sure I understood you fully there.
No, I only said this is a teaser. He said there will be some systems on the battlefield we not have seen before, and I believe it when he says that. he has some insight in it.
I'm reminded of King Lear. I shall do such things, what they are, yet I know not, but they shall be the terrors of the earth. Anyway, there's a Shakespeare for everything, isn't there? Anyway, Vishnakovsky.
Thank you. First, I want to make a brief comment, which is simply that the Western reaction on today's appalling terrorist attacks themselves are frankly appalling. Stoltenberg, Biden, that they just say, we continue as before, which is way too weak. I expected a more stronger response, but yeah, what to expect of them. And I want to go into a question, and the question just connects to, I think, the second to previous speaker, which was about missiles. So we learned that Russia shot about 150 missiles, and I wanted to ask, or like first, my observation or assumption on this is that Russia had to scrape quite a lot of missiles, and they had to put in an effort to this attack. So as opposed to put in, or what Russia is saying, that they can do this every day and they're just nice, I think that's like just plain wrong. But my question is, how many missiles do we think they really have to conduct something like today in a repeated manner? Like how many missiles are usually on stock in a nation such as Russia or the United States, for example? How many cruise missiles are there still?
Don't know is the simple answer, but it looks like Mr. M does. Speaking for the UK, I believe the UK stockpile of Tomahawk and Tomahawk alone is about 1,000, but I might be wrong on that. A country that emphasizes missile forces in the way Russia does presumably would have a lot more. But Mr. M, do you have some accurate figures on that?
I don't have some accurate figures, but the estimate is that he maybe could do this 1 week, and then it's gonna be very difficult for him also. So that's the only thing I can say about that.
I mean, we do know that they are running short. There was information published about 2 months ago that estimated that they were down to, I think it was 30% of their stocks of Caliber missiles, so the submarine-launched cruise missiles, the better ones, and the crappier ones they were down to 50%. You know, like Toshkas and things like that. I can't remember the exact numbers, but that was 2 months ago. So yeah, and another thing we have to remember is they can't make more of these things because they contain really quite crucial Western components, particularly in their guidance systems, particularly semiconductors and the like. So yeah, whatever the numbers are, they're running out, and we see the evidence of that as well in the field. So they're increasingly relying on these crappy Iranian drones, the Shahed 136s, excuse me, and you know, they're using the S-300, which is an air defense system, in its secondary emergency role, which is as ground attack. It can be used in a ground attack role. It's designed that way, but it's not predominantly a ground attack system. It's kind of got an emergency backup mode, and they've been using that missile system in that role. So it does suggest that they're running really quite crucially short of these things, and they will continue to waste ammunition like this on terror attacks that have no military bearing at all. Yeah, when the missiles are finally silenced, I'm sure we'll be happy. The Shahed 136 drones have an even lower success rate than the Russian missiles. I saw it said that only 60% of them are intercepted before reaching a target, so they never even explode. And a great deal of the rest of them fall short of target or otherwise go haywire. So it's a really shite system that the Iranians have put together, unsurprisingly. The Israelis have been dealing with these for an awfully long time, yeah, it's on the ammunition front. To answer your question, it's not looking pretty, but I don't have exact numbers to hand. Another thing we have to remember is Russia probably doesn't know how many missiles it's got left, right? They will not have an accurate picture at the top on the state of their stockpile, because people will be reporting inaccurate information up the chain of command. We see this again and again and again. They will say whatever makes them look good, and it becomes impossible for the bosses to build a realistic military picture of what's going on. Excuse me. So, yeah, they probably don't know how many they have either. I believe Abdul was next. Abdul.
Tim, thank you so much, and Wendy, thank you both for co-hosting, and thanks to the previous co-hosts. I actually wanted to go on to total rant and rave here, and to just get rid of my emotions about what happened today. But over the day, and also listening in to you guys, and especially to M, and I DM'd him before, and to what he had to say towards the end of his contribution to the group. I have to say, you know what? What happened this morning, as terrible as it was, it shows so clearly that these guys are at the end of what they can contribute, and at the end of what they can do. And it doesn't matter how many missiles they have. The Ukrainians will sing in their station, in their train stations, underground stations, and they will continue to fight, and they will continue to liberate their land, and that's what's going to happen. And it's become so clear to me that whatever words Putin says, and he looked so pathetic today, pathetic, nothing else but pathetic, when he was talking about the terrorist attack on the Kerch Bridge. It was a military target, and there's nothing else to say about that. This war is going in a very clear direction. And I did feel this morning very hurt, very solemn. I felt loss. And it took some time to get over that. But at a certain point, I also realized when I saw the videos, again, very much inspiring for me, of the people singing in the subway stations. We're going to win this. We are going to win this. Ukraine will win this, and they will win back everything. And sorry, I don't have a question. I don't have a real comment, but I needed to rant a bit. This is the place to do it. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Late night rants a speciality. Always a pleasure to have you up, Abdul.
Thank you.
I think, was it Jens and then Pauli? Jens.
Yeah. I just okay, well, I kind of wanted to ask him if he is really Hani Pasha, but never mind. Earlier today, we were all accused of being defeated by Mr. Telegraph, right? But I think that he is confused. I think he confused his own defeatism with our resolve. And we are resolved with Ukraine against Putin. Putin, he is fighting a war that he's afraid to declare, right? He's so afraid that you're not even allowed to call it a war. You have to call it the SMO, right? He's fighting a war he hasn't prepared for. He was prepared for a stroll into Kiev. And so, and his entire army doctrine is a strategy of targeting civilians. But now he's fighting against an army who is better and more motivated, smarter, and with our help, hopefully more equipped. So he's just stuck in this situation, and now he's got a new general who says, let's do what we've done the last 6 months, right? So we just have to keep supporting Ukraine, stay resolved, and on a day like today where it's really it's painful, because when the big cities are hit, we see the impacts right away. So we get, I wouldn't call it, compare it to 9/11, but when you see the strikes almost live, that is very painful. But it doesn't change the fact that these strikes happen all over Ukraine, outside cameras. So yeah, that was it.
Thank you. M is up.
Yeah. So Hani Pasha is Jordanian. In Egypt, it's called Mohsen Mumtaz, or good. Mohsen is goodwill doer, and Mumtaz means excellent or excellence. So the excellent goodwill doer. So yeah, I'm not Hani Pasha. I will not comment on.
You quoted him 2 days ago, and every time you speak, I can hear the ambience of Cairo, and I always get this image that you're sitting at a small table drinking tea with Leonardo DiCaprio or something, trying to convince him of the way of the world.
Oh, I wish my life is more glamorous than that. I can tell you that.
Well, you got the soundtrack.
Oh, music is good for everyone. Music gives hope to everyone as well. Thank you, Jan, for your comment. But yeah, I should really go to bed. But no, I'm not Hani Pasha. Hani Pasha is way more extravagant than I am. But then again, it's a towel-head monarchy, if you get what I'm saying. Egypt and Jordan, we have a love-hate relationship. You know that.
Well, get well.
All right. Thank you, Jan.
Thank you. So we've got a few more hands, and then I believe Wendy has some updates for us. I think it was Pauli next. Pauli.
Thank you. Good evening, Tim. How are you doing?
I'm spectacular, thank you. I'm just a wee bit south of you. The weather's horrible. It's really cold, but here we are.
All right, all right. Do you hear about the Estonian government officials, the ministers announcing, I think it was 4 hours ago, that Russia is terrorist? So way I see it, I think this is going to expand, or it's going to go increase. And I'm just thinking like this announcing thing, that of course it is a piece of paper, but when governments announce that you are a terrorist state, legal wise it usually has some meaning if you're trying to be a credible Western democratic country. So what do you think in short term and in long term, if the EU is united in this and they start announcing Russia as their first state in writing and in legal terms, what do you think are the consequences in short term and long term?
No, I would defer to somebody who knows more about Estonian law than I do. Honestly, I can't see having this. I can't see this having an enormous impact beyond the rhetorical. Simply because sanctions are ultimately a function of trade policy, and trade policy is a competency of Brussels. And so the individual member states can declare terrorist status, state sponsor of terrorism type stuff beyond their own individual business relationships at the member state level for companies they have responsibility for and legal power over. I can't see it making a huge amount of difference. I mean, Estonia is many things, but a colossal interconnected hub of global trade and business. She probably isn't. And so the kind of I would say beyond the rhetorical, and the rhetorical is of course important and hugely valued. I would say the impact is fairly minimal. I mean, action on this has to come at the EU level, and it has to come, from the member states in concert, and from the Commission and from the Council. I can't see any other way. Maybe Axel has a view on this. Axel, good evening.
I was just coming up to get M off the screen and to make sure that the young man gets his needed sleep. I apologize. No, there is no impact by means of the Estonian, by means of Estonian law. Trade policy, as you said, is strictly vested in Brussels in that regard. So all good, but it's a good sign.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. Like, we didn't do much trading with Al Qaeda or Daesh, so
Yeah,
the
no,
EU
other people did the oil trading with Daesh.
yeah, that's
Let me
that's true.
think. Let me think. Who did that? Who created, aided, abetted, founded, and managed that ISIL thing? Who helped them deal with the oil? Gee, let me think. If only. Do they also have 345 Leopard 2 tanks? Oh, yeah, they may. Yes.
Possibly, yeah. Axel, can I ask you one question, just really short, brief?
I'm running.
I heard the Telegraph
Shoot.
Telegraph interview, and from Finnish perspective, it was quite, how to say, amusing. The reporter commenting that basically that Russia has been this totalitarian criminal state for like maybe 90 years or 100 years. Do you think he was serious? Like, how serious was he?
I think
Or
he
just
believes what he
ignorant?
said. Sorry. That's a different thing. These are two different things. I think he is serious that he believes in this.
Fair enough. Thank you.
But all the other quality judgments, I leave to you, of course. I think I've made my point during the interview, and I've tried to do this in a still sensibly polite, courteous, and not debating club fashion. And because I don't argue la pour la, I argue because I tend to pursue a certain level of fact-based reasoning. Fortunately, in regard to the Duchy of Muscovy, its imperialism and certain unique culture can be more easily identified. But then again, you're Finnish, you know.
Yeah, it would be nice to like discuss with him with the raids and the pillaging and the genocide from the 13th century and onwards. So it would be nice to have a chat.
We should invite him maybe to come into a region which actually has experienced that. Maybe it was difficult for him when being the head of his history society at Cambridge University to get himself a ticket and fly into the region and maybe walk the borderline at say east of La Pernranta, where there is still today significant evidence of what happened in the Winter War and the Continuation War. And we could probably bring him to Estonia and show him maybe the battlements of Narva, where the Russians were held up and resisted against for quite some time in order for civilians to flee. And that was just the Second World War. Fucking hell. Sorry. Sodding hell. Yeah, I think we can go further there, but hey, we shouldn't expect much.
Yep, part 2 coming up. Thank you.
All right, and with that, I shall take my leave. Tim, Wendy, please take it away.
Thank you. Very good night, Axel. Raver, you're up. Very good evening.
Hey, good evening, everyone. So, a more serious question about these airstrikes. Does anybody know how many of the thermal power plants were targeted, hit, and knocked down? That's been my big concern all day, because these thermal plants are responsible for so much of the heating for Ukrainian civilians, and winter is right around the corner. Putin may be setting up an absolutely massive World War II scale humanitarian disaster with these strikes, and I just don't see it being talked about. There was one of 11 dead, or whatever the number is at the moment. But I'm looking down the road once the snow starts falling. So the real concern then is these thermal power plants that Ukraine relies on. Does anybody have a number?
No, is the short answer. I assume you're referring to the Soviet-style district heating that's fairly common in Ukraine, right?
Yes, it provides the heating to the homes, to the apartment blocks.
Yeah. For those who don't live in the former Soviet Union, district heating is very common here. So you will have, rather than having each individual flat or house having its own heating, its own boiler, there will be steam drawn off or hot water drawn off local CHP plants, which is then piped hot to the houses and is used for hot water and is used for heating and that sort of thing. Very, very common in urban areas in the former Soviet Union. Don't have an answer for you, Raver, I'm afraid. It's not something I've looked into, but I can look into that and get back to you if there's information out there. But there may not be. It is a potential humanitarian concern. I guess it's probably going to be more of a problem, interestingly, in newer houses and newer apartments. Simply because I own I have a newer flat in the capital city here in Estonia, and I also have an older house in the country. The older house has heating, but it also has wood-fired stoves. So if the heating is out, you can power it on wood. And luckily, basically everybody here owns a piece of forest as well, so it's not like there's a shortage. It's fairly easy to do. But if you live in a more modern building, the district heating may be your only option, and you're going to get very, very chilly when the temperature plummets. So yeah, definitely a concern. But on the numbers, I don't have an answer for you. It's at least one, because I've seen videos of one seemingly being very badly damaged. So it's between one and all, but I don't have an exact number for you, I'm afraid.
Thank you. Yeah, and then earlier, a month or so ago, Russia had already struck the Tech 5 thermal plant outside Kharkiv. So, I mean, it seems to be a developing pattern of setting up a humanitarian issue this winter. So even if the Russians get pushed out, their genocide continues.
Absolutely. Thank you. I think it was Mart next. Mart Rodben.
Hello, everybody. I'm Mart from the Netherlands. I have a question a little bit different. How do you see the chances that Russia will be able to stand the winter, maybe resupply, evading some sanctions, having some extra hardware, ammunition, and everything? And with the midterms in America coming up, that the NATO support for Ukraine will go down, because in my opinion, if the power shift in America would go to the Trump Republicans, especially the Trump part and the Republicans, that could be a big problem for the NATO support, in my opinion. How do you see that?
So two things there. Sorry, I'm going to have to be a bit quiet because my son is asleep. So yeah, two things there. Number one, I don't think there's any serious risk of excuse me, of Russia having a heating crisis, simply because they have extremely abundant supplies of heating oil. They produce it in enormous quantities. It's basically it's somewhere between diesel and kerosene, I think, and it's a cheap and dirty fuel. It burns fairly efficiently, and I don't imagine Russia will ever face a shortage of that.
I don't mean any shortage in fuel for heating. I mean in arms. Russia surviving the winter, resupply their arms, if possible, evading sanctions, resupplying some ammunition. And then in the midterms in America, if the GOP, the Republicans, especially the Trump wing, will result maybe in the House and the Senate be in their favor, and then cut down the weapon supply and the help for Ukraine.
Okay, I beg your pardon. I misunderstood. I assumed it was. I assumed you meant fuel for domestic heating. Yes, I think it's extremely likely that Russia will face shortages of ammunition and arms, not just at the production level, where we know there are already absolute shortages. So we saw Russia recently going to North Korea to beg and borrow rounds for their artillery systems, so the Soviet caliber rounds, which North Korea also uses. The larger problem, though, arguably, is not how much ammunition they have, it's whether they're actually able to deliver it to their front lines and actually run an efficient logistics operation, which we know they can't do. Their military logistics is, not to put too fine a point on it, crap. So number one, it's very heavily reliant on railways, extremely heavily reliant on railways. So the Russian army cannot operate more than 50 kilometers away from a railway, right? It's extraordinary, but that's true. They have to be within 50 kilometers of a railway. Otherwise, they will not be able to resupply themselves. Further, their logistics operation is not palletized. So if you look at a Western armed force, they will have a very sophisticated system of pallets and equipment for handling those pallets. So you can take whatever the thing is off the aeroplane, off the train, put it onto a big lorry, unload it onto a smaller lorry, unload it onto a Land Rover, and deliver it to, a trench. And it comes palletized, and it's easy to handle, and it's highly mechanized, and it's highly efficient. Russia does not do that. Russian logistics is a bunch of big blokes lifting things on and off trains onto lorries that they don't have anywhere near the right number of, and then getting killed by HIMARS. That's how Russian logistics works. So it's not so much. I mean, they will certainly face. They're already facing shortage of ammunition. At the moment, it's a micro shortage, so it's because of inefficiencies in their logistics chains. They will also face macro shortages. We already know they're facing those because they're having to go to the North Koreans for ammunition. They obviously haven't kept up production. The quality of their ammunition is relatively low, etc., etc., etc. So that's going to be a problem. In terms of U.S. politics, I'm not worried, honestly. Number one, Ukraine in the United States enjoys extremely broad bipartisan support. So you think of the recent accession vote for Finland and Sweden to NATO. I think it was only one senator who voted against that. It was Jason Hawley who voted against it. I think I'm right. It was one dude, and he's a nutter. It enjoys such broad bipartisan support. I don't think there's any danger at all, regardless of what happens in upcoming elections, of that support tailing off or reversing. I just can't see it. I would like to ask Raver, though, because he is American. I believe he's the only American on the panel, what his thoughts are on that particular issue. Raver, could you give a view, please?
Yeah, so I don't see a big threat here. Yeah, there are some of the MAGA wing of the GOP that are nutters, but American defense spending is really distributed. Most congressmen and just about all senators have a stake in American defense spending because of the way there's a plant here, a plant there, and it was done that way deliberately to maintain political support. And so Lend-Lease is providing American jobs. And woe to the person that wants to cut those jobs, especially as we're heading into a recession with inflation going crazy. Killing jobs by trying to disarm Ukraine by cutting off the spigot, would go over like a fart in church.
So your fear that the Trump mega GOP will have a negative influence on NATO supplies to Ukraine, or it's my fear actually, is not really realistic.
I think you're jumping at shadows and it's not realistic. Ukraine has really wide bipartisan support, and defense spending has even wider bipartisan support. There's going to be some nutters, spouting the Kremlin line and just being absolutely stupid and evil, but they're not really going to have the influence to do anything because there's so many jobs tied to supporting Ukraine.
Okay, thank you.
Another point, Raver, a lot of this is directly under the control of the president himself, right? It's what's it called, presidential requisition or something. He has a certain amount of budget that he can throw at this without the approval of Congress. Am I correct?
Yeah, he has what's called presidential drawdown authority. Congress sets that amount, but now we're into Lend-Lease, and so I don't know what that total amount is. And some of that's set aside for PDA, some of that's set aside for economic support for Ukraine, some of that's set aside to help allies. But all of that money for arms is in reality being spent to rebuild America's arsenals by sending our older kid off to Ukraine or to allies. So there are just oodles of jobs tied to this. And like I said, woe to the person that wants to kill those jobs. Camden, Arkansas just opened up a new 80,000 square foot plant to up the production of HIMARS.
Okay, Mark, now you've done it. We've got a load of amazing America experts coming up now. Okay, here we go.
Thank you.
I believe it was Bard's Blonde first. Bard's Blonde.
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to pitch in my 2 cents. I concur that I think that the loss of the House by the Democrats in November would not have a significant impact on the United States' position in Ukraine. First, because on both the left and the right, for different reasons, there's very strong support of Ukraine. I mean, Nancy Pelosi has very strong control over the Democrats in her House, and she has a very long-standing tradition of supporting human rights in China. I mean, she recently traveled to Armenia, and she is takes a very strong position on Ukraine, basically from a human rights perspective. From the Republican perspective, Kevin McCarthy, who is the leadership for the Republicans in the House, also condemned the invasion of Ukraine. I think that the differences in the United States tend to be more on domestic issues as opposed to foreign policy issues for various sundry reasons. United States politicians actually seem to converge on foreign policy much more than they do on domestic policy. And with respect to the Senate, I think it's unlikely that the Democrats actually lose the Senate in the fall. Even if they did, it really wouldn't make a difference. So that's just my thoughts. Want to try and assuage any concerns you have about the outcomes in the election in November.
Thank you, Bard's Blonde. Just a very quick
Thank
aside.
you.
Raver, you asked about the facilities that were hit in the recent strikes. A listener reports that there were 11 infrastructure facilities reported hit. No further details. One of them, though, is an electricity facility in Kiev. So 11 facilities of various types, or possibly the same type hit, of which one was definitely an electricity facility, but no further details. Who else have we got? Colby, I believe you were next.
Thank you, Tim. So a bunch to unpack here. Everybody who's spoken so far on this is broadly correct. The outcome of the midterms will most likely not have any impact on support for Ukraine. In fact, I would argue that it's entirely possible that we may see more military aid for Ukraine. In fact, Leader McConnell is significantly more bullish on sending military aid to Ukraine than Leader Schumer, I would say. McConnell's spoken out strongly in favor of sending ATACMS. Ranking Member Inhofe on Senate Armed Services has been pretty bullish on sending more arms to Ukraine. he wanted more money, more PDA money in the latest batch that was passed. And for clarity there, there's $3 trillion, excuse me, billion, not trillion, $3 billion. There's $3 billion for this fiscal year remaining after President Biden signed the first package for this fiscal year. So after that $3 billion expires, Congress needs to appropriate another PDA. They need to issue more PDA money, appropriate more PDA money after that expires. Otherwise, it may be possible for the Lend-Lease provisions to be utilized. They have not yet been utilized. And the reason why they probably haven't been utilized is because there already is money appropriated through PDA or USAI for the president to send arms to Ukraine. But if that money runs out, then maybe we see Lend-Lease come to play. Otherwise, Congress will need to appropriate more money so that the president can use his drawdown authority to send equipment from current American stocks to Ukraine. And I would see that as likely. I think regardless of who controls Congress, we'll likely see a continuing of new money being appropriated to support Ukraine, at least military aid. I think the chances that just general economic and humanitarian aid gets passed is less. But I mean, Ukraine right now needs the military aid more than anything, and Europe has been stepping up as they should to provide humanitarian assistance. That just makes logical sense. Europeans are closer, so the humanitarian issues are impacting them in terms of the refugees and whatnot. This is their continent. It should be on them to, help rebuild Ukraine. Whereas the United States, the most important role that they can and need to fulfill is providing military systems that other countries can't provide, because the United States has the world's largest and most powerful and advanced defense industry. So that's their specialty, and that's what they should do. And I would expect we'll see more military aid flow into Ukraine. These concerns about the quote-unquote Trump wing are vastly overblown. There are a pretty small minority of people actually in Congress. Most of them have very little influence within the caucus. All the leadership, both from the House and Senate side, are pretty strongly in support of Ukraine. And we've already seen some of these fringe morons like Madison Cawthorn lose their primaries because they're idiots. And Madison Cawthorn lost his primary to a gentleman who is very clearly in support of Ukraine. And I made that point when North Carolina's primary happened, that Cawthorn called Zelensky a thug and he lost. So I wouldn't be too worried about these sort of fringe factions who are calling for America to adopt a more isolationist stance. It's not a real concern.
Thank you. I will sleep. I will sleep better tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I've just got a slight development of that point before we go to Troy and Craig. I think we have to get the messaging right here. In fact, it's not even messaging. We have to be accurate about what we're talking about here. The fears, the issue of Ukraine and energy are fundamentally decoupled, right? These are two completely separate issues. And why is that the case? Number one, the Russian invasion of Ukraine is not the primary cause of the energy crisis we face. It has much, much deeper roots than that. It goes back to COVID. It goes back to labor shortages. It goes back to the general state of the economies of Europe. It's a far deeper problem. To concede to Putin, for Putin, energy is a weapon, right? And by conceding to Putin on the energy front, all we would be doing is telling him that the only weapon he has is actually effective, that it actually works, that he can break the West's resolve by playing silly buggers with gas, right? That was all it would do. It would not solve the energy crisis. It would just prepare the ground. Well, there's not an energy crisis. There is a slight problem with energy being expensive. It would not solve that issue. All it would do is prepare the ground for the next issue and the next issue and the next issue, because he knows that if this is a button he can press successfully to make various countries break ranks and do his bidding, then he will press it again and again and again. So these issues are fundamentally decoupled. There is, the two are not connected. There will be attempts to connect them by bad faith actors in Western political systems, of which the MAGA tendency is one. But it's not a solution, and that needs to be made plain at every opportunity, that it doesn't solve any problems. Screwing over Ukraine, ceasing to help Ukraine, does not solve any problems in this direction at all. It just tells Putin that his tactics have worked, that his bluff will not be called. That's it. That's all it will achieve. Craig. Craig, you there? You got your hand up.
Yes, sorry, I had to unmute. Just really quickly wanted to add that totally agree with what people before have said. So right now, the Presidential Drawdown Authority has roughly $3 billion left. We've got multiple months before. Well, we got a month before the election, but then of course the election doesn't actually make Congress change hands until January. So there's multiple months to increase Presidential Drawdown Authority. When it comes to Lend-Lease, the Lend-Lease provision has been in effect since 2022. But the actual mechanics of it have yet to be set up, so nothing has been sent to Ukraine under the Lend-Lease provisions. Alexei Reznikov, the Ukrainian Minister of Defense, confirmed this about a week or two ago. I need to double check exactly when. That Lend-Lease itself hasn't the deal, the mechanics of the deal, what money will be used, because Ukraine will be under Lend-Lease. Ukraine would be somewhat financially responsible for the items sent there by the United States. Exactly what percentage of the items cost, what money will be used, repayment stuff. The actual mechanics of the Lend-Lease mechanism haven't been set up yet and are still being discussed between the United States and Ukraine. And I know a Biden official basically said that if worst come to worst, and say something crazy happens, which won't happen, where all of a sudden the U.S. Congress refuses to give more presidential drawdown authority, that Lend-Lease will then kick in, as Colby was saying, and it will be used at least for all of 2023 for President Biden to send weapons to Ukraine. So Ukraine is guaranteed to be getting U.S. Defense shipments and weapon shipments for the next year and a couple months at least. But it's unlikely, it's insanely unlikely that any change to the US Congress will result in a modification of the willingness to support Ukraine.
Thank you, Craig. Quick points, please, from Troy and Bard's Babe, and then I'd like to move on. Troy.
Hey, everybody. Thank you, Tim. I agree with what everyone said. I guess this is a case for one of those yes and moments for me, if nobody minds. I'm a little bit in disagreement about characterizing this faction as a small faction. The faction, the party had the last president extorted the president of Ukraine. The last president of the United States extorted the president of Ukraine. I'm still really upset about that. And it motivates, my and a lot of other Americans' support for Ukraine, among everything else. And I think there's been a lot of people in that party that have held back because they know there is enormous popular support for Ukraine, and they don't have a leg to stand on votes-wise. If this election doesn't, I'm in California, so I'm a Democrat surrounded by other Democrats. Full disclosure. If it doesn't go for the Democrats, or they lose their position in the Senate, or they lose their majority in the House of Representatives, I think things will change immensely. I think get out of the street. I think Lend-Lease is money in the bank, like everyone else said, and we're gonna have plenty of money and even some more time, like Craig said, till January to get some things done. But that will give permission to Republicans and the information network that underpins the messaging that Democrats no longer have a majority, and we can go back to the spend money at home, stop fighting forever wars, don't risk nuclear annihilation, save the world, because we're all concerned about peace all of a sudden. All those other points about the defense industry are super valid, but I'm telling you, mark my words, like this election is in 30 days. If it doesn't go well for the Democrats, it's going to change things, and it won't change things on the ground for Ukraine getting the equipment they need for the foreseeable future, which is great. But it will change the information space in the West, in the U.S., and that's very important. And we're seeing how very important when Kremlin And Russia relies on the information domain when they've completely ran out of any sort of kinetic ability.
Okay, but when it comes to the when it comes to the are there primaries preceding this election?
Primaries are already done, all of them.
Primaries are already done, right? And so on the Republican side, how is the support looking on the Ukraine issue?
Very good. As I said, Cawthorn went down, and again, the people who matter are the people who are in leadership. The average, like your random House member, doesn't matter. Like if you have one crazy, every party's got fringe members in the House who say crazy stuff, and those people don't matter because they're like a minority. So there's within the center, there's a large group of House members in both parties that will be very willing to get together and pass a budget that includes money for Ukraine, or pass a standalone bill that includes money for Ukraine. That will continue. Mark my words, I will bet anybody money that will continue to happen.
Yeah, I mean that was kind of what I was leading towards. I mean, if the primaries are done and the candidates on the Republican side are kosher, then it's a non-issue, right, Colton?
Yeah.
Thank you. Final word from Bard's Babe, and then I'd like to move on from this topic, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to add 2 cents on the energy issue. I heard about messaging to make sure that the increase of energy costs did not displace or mitigate against support for Ukraine. And I would say also in the context of the United States specifically that that's probably a substantially smaller concern than it would be in Europe. I've been following the energy issues in Europe very closely because it's an issue of concern for me. However, in the United States, energy is a much less serious concern. I live in the most expensive state, California, and actually my utilities have not really increased. My electricity, California is solarizing extremely quickly. It's on its way to become sort of a solar, predominantly solar energy in terms of its electrical needs. And my electrical bills have not gone up at all since the energy crisis occurred.
Is California quite sunny or something? I'm teasing.
And gas bounces around a little bit. It is more expensive in California, but that's because California, unlike most of the states in the United States, actually does have some foreign imports in terms of oil. So it is subject to the international market more so. Largely, the gas market, gas meaning oil, is internal to the United States because of fracking and things like that. California is largely energy independent. And so gas costs in the United States are actually much lower relative to Europe. And I'm sorry, very sorry to all my European colleagues here. But actually, I don't think that energy would have any impact on support for Ukraine. We have not been impacted in terms of energy costs in the same way that Europe has. So I don't think that that would also be among the variables that would ameliorate support for Ukraine.
Fantastic, thank you. Troy.
Tim, I'm sorry. Can I respond
very quick?
Yeah,
please.
really quickly, just to what Colby said. I think the more important people are the senior leaders that are, already reelected or not even up for reelection. The thing is about the House and the Senate, it only takes one wacko from North Carolina to tip the scales to where, Republicans technically have a 1-person, 2-person majority in the House. Then all the committee chairs who drive policy are switched to the party who controls the House, if you understand what I mean. So if you look at Bob Mendez, he's the chair of the House Foreign Relations Committee. He just came out with a statement in the last hour, said, I'm not greenlighting anything for Riyadh until they make their position on Ukraine clear. That won't happen under the other party. I'm sorry. I'll now bet American dollars on
that. Bob Menendez is in the Senate, not in the House, so he's chair Senate Foreign Relations Committee. And if I recall correctly, ranking member on Senate Foreign Relations is Marco Rubio. And Marco Rubio will be much better on Ukraine than Bob Menendez. I'm very confident of that.
Yeah, I'm not going to start talking about American domestic politics too much and personalities. He never said anything like that. The other Marco Rubio, I have no problem with his level of support. He was activated and very animated in the early days of the invasion, very involved. But I just can't get into a Marco Rubio thing. So yeah, I think all those points are good, and everyone should benefit from the different perspectives. And we got 30 days. Let's all hope for the best.
Sure thing. And excuse me, ranking members Jim Rich right now, not Marco Rubio, but we'll see when the election's over, because things get shuffled up sometimes with who becomes chairman. But in any case, I'm aware of how the committee chairs flip and all that. And as I said, on Senate Armed Services, ranking member Inhofe wanted substantially more money for PDA than the Democrats did. So I'll just leave it at that.
It's all fine, well and good asking for something, but if you know you're not going to get it, then you're just kind of politicking.
Okay, I would like to move on from this topic because I fear we're going to disappear down an American domestic politics rabbit hole. Fascinating though I find this, even as your colonial overlord. Thank you very much for everybody who came up to talk about that. I really appreciate your expertise. Let's move to Abdul, please. Abdul.
Tim, mic check.
You're good.
You hear me? Okay, good. So the first thing is I really have to criticize you because Hawley was not a nutter, he was a runner. But that's American domestic politics. I think, and I will get back to the point of the question of how we see Russia going forward, in the sense of, do they understand what's happening right now? Do they understand, and does the Russian populace understand of what mentality they are pursuing here? Russia for 400 years has been a colonial country and has colonialized a lot of places around it. The big difference between Russia and other colonial countries like the UK is that it has always been something that has been within or close to its territories, and not like India away from Russia, from the UK. And we had discussion on this group many months ago. It must have been March, and where we talked about how can we change the mentality of the Russians. And the question of, you cannot go out and assume that you take over a different country. And I think this is a very important issue. And I think also that the problem is that, contrary to Germany, and I'm German also, we were invaded. The US, Russia, the UK, France had parts of us invaded, and they made us learn democracy, at least in West Germany. Not in Eastern Germany, but in West Germany. And I don't know in how far that is going to change in Russia, any form whatsoever. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting question, right? There's a number of theories around this. You know, the idea of an imperial mindset, how those mindsets change, whether they do change, is another interesting question. Sorry if it's a little echoey. I've had to go into my bathroom because my children are sleeping, and apparently I'm being very loud. I mean, the standard answer to that would be that for attitudes like that to change, there has to be some kind of reckoning, right? There has to be a humbling. In the United Kingdom's case, the classic answer was that was the Suez Crisis, right? That was the moment in, when was it? 1954, when the British Empire, minus India by that point, was finally brought home that the British Empire was no longer in the big boys club with the United States and the Soviet Union, and that basically bilateral pressure was enough to bring the United Kingdom to heel, along with Stalin threatening to nuke us. Of course, that kind of helped. So there was a kind of reckoning, there was a humbling process, and that led to a political and societal change away from the old way of doing things towards embracing a new way of doing things. but it was very much an events-driven thing, right? There wasn't a kind of moral realization. It was a moment when suddenly, quite suddenly, driven by specific events, specific political and geopolitical events, it suddenly became clear that this view of ourselves was no longer realistic, right? And this was at a time when the UK was spending 10% of its GDP on the military, right? The military was absolutely colossal, and still had national service, still had an extremely large land army. I believe it was about 800,000 men. Still had this enormous navy and air force. Still had a massive military-industrial complex, and this thing failed. This thing could not be brought to bear effectively in defense of British interests, particularly at Suez. And that shock, that kind of reality coming home to roost, created a very profound change in attitude. And then we got a decade later, we got Harold Macmillan, we got Winds of Change, there was this wholesale change in attitude on behalf of the British people and the political establishment towards the idea of empire. Russia hasn't been through that process, right? Russia has not had, this kind of sudden shock. I mean, okay, you can talk about the collapse of the Soviet Union, but in the grand scheme of things, Pace Lithuania, that was a relatively peaceful thing. It wasn't sudden. It was a process. It was not an event. It didn't lead to, profound political change within Russia. I mean, not really. I would see the Putinist system as pretty much a direct ugly cousin, or less ugly cousin, depending on how you look at it, of the Soviet system that preceded it. I mean, it's got fundamentally the same levers of power. It's got fundamentally the same, the same kind of hierarchies involved. It serves the same purpose, at least the same practical purpose, if not the same ideological one. But there was no Suez moment, right? There was no, if you take the French example, there was no kind of Battle of Algiers moment. I mean, if you want to go deeper down a rabbit hole, you can say there was no Holocaust moment, right?
But Tim, so honestly, you're giving me hope, because the last conversation I had about that was more about they have to be invaded. They have to be convinced with power, like Japan and Germany. And again, I'm German. We got the point. We understood it. But honestly, what you're saying to me is very interesting, because yes, maybe that mentality can be changed without having to invade the country, because it's not realistic to think about invading Russia. It's not going to happen. But I think we have to get them to a point to understand this is not working anymore. It's not going to happen. And so I thank you for your comments, because it's been for me very insightful, really, a lot, especially on the UK side. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, and I was about to say that this might be the cataclysm for Russia. This might be the imperial moment. This might be the Suez moment. This might be the moment that they finally say, we are not now that strength which once moved heaven and earth. And so there's kind of that. What do you think, Abdul?
As we say, inshallah, where I come from, also. Look, I think it makes sense to what you're saying to me. It makes sense that they maybe understand they lose in Ukraine big time, in the sense of everything that has been told to us, all the lies that have been put to us, that they are not truth, that they are just lies. and that we have to understand that we are, we're nothing special, and we don't have a special place here, and that actually we have to live together with other people. Yes, maybe they can get to that point. I don't know. We'll have to see. I'm hoping. I'm really hoping. Honestly, I had yesterday evening a Russian person was requested to our table, and so was invited to the table by someone who would not understand where I stood on things, and it became very volatile. And that person did not understand anything I told him. Zero. Not at all. The only statement I got was, I don't talk about politics. And with all due respect, after I saw what happened today, there's no, I don't have understanding politics. It's either I'm on this side or on this side. It's very simple. So I hope that Russia can go through the process the UK went through, but I don't know. I really don't know. I really don't know. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdul. Craig.
I think Bud and Bards were before me. Never mind.
Okay. I believe it was what next? What?
Mic check.
Hit send.
Thank you very much. I have a question regarding Belarus and their involvement in the war. Is in principle, are they to be assumed as part of Russia, and that NATO would never do a strike, or that Ukraine, we wouldn't be giving them more weapons to counterstrike into Belarus if and when there's like missile strikes? Has there just not been a red line crossed where NATO would ever get involved in that way? Is it just not really a possibility because, quote unquote, their military is so weak, there's no point in doing it? Soft power maybe works better. Or is that still a possibility? And is that also potentially why Belarus is probably not going to engage like as it was once thought? I was just curious. Any opinions on that?
Well, NATO is a defensive alliance. NATO does not strike anybody, right? This is kind of the whole point. NATO is there to protect its member states collectively in the event that another power behaves aggressively towards them in Europe, right? Or actually more than that, another power in Europe attacks them, right? Who is not himself a NATO member. So the talk of NATO strikes against a country, be it Belarus or Russia, I mean, it's not realistic. That's not what NATO is for. That would fall under unilateral action by whichever country, be it NATO or non-NATO or not NATO yet, performs that strike, right? So NATO doesn't do that. It's not its purpose. It doesn't wage aggressive war against anybody. It's just not what it does. I mean, it can be a framework for cooperation. I mean, we saw the NATO framework used in Afghanistan, for example. But fundamentally, NATO is not there to make new quarrels. So
understood.
Yeah, that's kind of number one. Number two is that Belarus, Lukashenko is a creature of Putin. He is a vassal. There is some very, very old thinking in Russia that it's the Catherine the Great thing. I have no way to protect my country except to expand it. Russia has this very curious idea about borders that doesn't fit within the notion of Westphalian sovereignty, even, let alone the 20th century and the 21st century ideas of self-determination. So they have this idea that their concept of border security involves controlling both sides of their borders. This is why it bothers them so much that countries like the Baltic states and countries like Ukraine aren't controlled by them. It really, really bugs them. And this is very, very old thinking in Russia. It goes all the way back to Ivan the Terrible, really. It goes back to the problems of controlling an empire that is so very large, right? It's fundamentally, Russia is fundamentally indefensible, and they know it, right? Because it's so enormous. They can't keep people out, right? If somebody wants to invade Russia, they'll invade Russia. They may not do so successfully, but they cannot be stopped at the border. And this is just a prisoner of geography thing. And so they have this idea of border security that involves buffer states, which they control at the borders. And so their little palsy, their little palsy was once the Warsaw Pact, and then kind of in the 90s, it was, these kind of fostering these corrupt regimes in, at their borders, of which, old Ukraine was one, and Belarus is still a symptom of that. So it's a Russian vassal. It's nominally independent, but it's very, very much their creature. It exists as a sort of security buffer. Belarus is a military joke. So Belarus is not going to make any major contribution to this war, or indeed any contribution to this war at all. Its military is a business. It exists to enrich its officers. It doesn't exist to fight. The Russian army is the same. It's just larger. It's very, very much tin soldiers. They put on lovely uniforms. They put on big spiffy parades, and they have great bands and a good choir and all of that good Soviet stuff. But fundamentally, it's not capable of fighting against an adversary of the quality of Ukraine, let alone a NATO adversary. To answer your question, Belarus is an extension of Russia. Lukashenko is an extension of Putin. They're cut from the same preposterous military cloth. What Lukashenko does or does not do is not particularly relevant to the course of this war. He will make no major contribution to it. Whether he goes to war or not would be my view. Does that answer your question? What, are you talking to a muted mic? Hello, mic check. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear, Tim.
Yep, got you.
Okay, I think we may have lost Watt. Okay, so we've got a couple of hands. I believe Craig was next. Craig.
Yeah, I think so. Just wanted to respond to your statements about there's not a lot of, what was like, my son is watching this TV show. I'm going to close the door.
Craig, I didn't hear a word of that. I don't know about anyone else.
Yeah,
I said that out. I apologize. My son was listening to it, watching a TV show, which he's watching very loudly. So I closed the door to not have children's cartoons background noise. So my comment, I just wanted to mention to Tim, because Tim was talking about the post-colonial moment and the post-imperial moment in Britain and France. I completely agree that what we're watching right now is the myth of Russian greatness, like the Ruski Mir, Russian imperial project, kind of dying in the fields of the towns, cities, and fields of Ukraine. You can't have a national myth of greatness and then lose a war to a country you view as your colonial possession. Same with the UK with the UK and France in the Suez Crisis, when the United States and the Soviet Union just kind of turned to them and are like, "What are you doing? Stop it right now!" That really messed with the UK, like Tim was saying. Algeria and also Vietnam really broke the French Empire. One of the things to look out for, though, is that this will take a significant period. Like after Russia loses the war, you're going to have it will cause significant political turmoil within Russia. I mean, it took after the Algerian War in France, the Pied Noir, there was like concerns about a military coup, trying to continue the war. There was significant political upheaval in France. There was significant political problems in the UK after, like, once the kind of the realization started coming in the UK that the empire was kind of going and that we can't keep it. There were people who were trying to keep the empire going. So you're going to have kind of explosion of political viewpoints in Russia, because a defeat like this, unless Putin can hold on to power, which would actually provide a stability to Russia, if Putin's able to just keep murdering all of his opponents, lose the war, maintain power, and then 10 years later die of old age, that actually might provide the most stable Russia going forward. But it does take time, and to the point of denazification, people like to bring up the comparison. Denazification really was actually far less significant right after what people think. The panels run by the United States and Great Britain were handed over only about a year or so after they were handed over to democratically minded Germans and the new German government. Adenauer was incredibly against it. Maybe the French barely did anything when it comes to denazification. Obviously, they ran Nuremberg. There was, the people that were directly involved in the Nazi government, a lot of them were that were alive were either imprisoned or executed. So significant Nazis were, but like a systemic denazification and kind of coming to grips with what they did took an entire generation. That's in German they call it the I always mispronounce it. It's a guy with the Vergangenheit. Vergangenheitsbewältigung. So it's like coming to terms with the past. That took 20 years. There was like a culture of, we don't talk about the war. You don't talk we can talk about what happened in the 40s, the 50s. It wasn't until like 68 there was like the big 68 movement where it became popular for like the next generation of Germans to say, like, to their parents, like they broke the silence on what happened during the war in like the late 60s, early 70s, where it was like making the older generation say what they did. So don't expect like a turnaround in Russia within a year. This is going to be a significant political upheaval, and the best solution would be a West that's willing to jump in and assist.
Could I jump in really quickly though? I mean, I'm reminded of of an interview I read with Eli Rosenbaum, who was head of the U.S. Office of Special Investigations for quite a while. I think he's retired now. He was kind of the Nazi hunter in chief of the American state, and he said that, well, denazification. His view was that denazification was a bit of a myth because the people responsible for implementing it were the Federal Republic of Germany's Ministry of Justice, which was basically all Nazis, right? These were the civil servants who had formed part of the Nazi state. And, as we know, under fascism, there is no distinction between party and state. So all of the civil servants running what should have been a denazification, the reason it took 20 years is because it was being run by Nazis, right? Is that excuse me, is that also your view, Craig?
That's fairly accurate. I mean, the entire society was heavily Nazified. I mean, there was importation of German exiles who had fled to the West when they realized what was happening, and there were people within Germany who were highly disillusioned with National Socialism. I just finished my master's thesis on the denazification process and ideological indoctrination. So it's fresh in my head. I mean, like, American academics were basically arguing that, because American academic that I remember reading, that basically that his line was, our bombers are already doing the first stage of denazification, where it's losing the war provided a huge, and like Germany being obliterated was a huge de-ideological indoctrination thing, de-radicalization measure, because it's like this. The Nazis were preaching German national greatness for decades, and lost the war brutally. So like that, the military defeat has a huge, in one things, like the huge military defeat doesn't have a huge psychological impact. But you're correct that when the entire state is mostly Nazis or ex-Nazis, or if you were anyone who was anybody, like literally you could be a clerk in a post office, you had to be part of the Nazi party in order to get that job. Effectively, that's a little bit of exaggeration, but effectively. So if you're going to make a new government, you're going to have ex-Nazis there. And if you look at the beginning of the Bundeswehr. It's full of Wehrmacht officers who are, that's where the clean Wehrmacht myth comes from. So like von Manstein only is in Spandau for like 5 years, and so the veterans basically forced him to be let out. Rommel gets turned into a hero, very intentional propaganda wise of making the creation of a like clean German general. Though the NATO and the West was heavily involved with kind of pushing the clean Wehrmacht myth after the war, once the Cold War started, because everyone realized that Germany was going to be the front line and you needed a West German army to help fight that. So no, it's like you were right. It was the government on both sides. The East Germany had significant number of Nazis in its government positions as well, but the Soviets just shot most of them. So they were far more quote unquote thorough. But yeah, you're right.
And I guess this is something that something that you either go along with or you learn the hard way, right? Is that you can dismantle a state's political system, but ultimately there have to be some people kicking around who know how to run a country. Otherwise, it's all going to go to shit. And this is a lesson we learned the hard way in Iraq too, right? Where we disbanded the whole of the Ba'athist state and the whole of the Ba'athist army, and we took the cream of the crop as refugees. So every educated Iraqi who knew what he was doing moved to the UK or the US, and you were left with people who fundamentally didn't know how to run a country. And of course, 10 years later, we got ISIS. It comes as no shock, right? You do have to have, if you strip a country of its middle class, then you have a husk left, right? You have something that's incapable of governing itself. And I guess there may have been a cynical element among the allies who said, sure, that this is something we can't do too zealously. Otherwise, there won't be a Germany, right?
Yeah, sorry, I literally got a phone call right as you stopped talking. No, you were right. They obviously went through and they made sure that like the most serious Nazis, the leadership and people that were involved in like the major war crimes, major crimes, were not in power. But like your average run-of-the-mill party member was basically fine, had really no problems. Some of them went to jail, some of them didn't. Some of them had their property taken. It was a whole thing. But your Ba'athist party point is incredibly important because it's not only did the Ba'athification was a complete disaster because the United States bungled rebuilding the government, but you also got rid of the entire military structure, which surprise, surprise, went and joined the insurgency. So that's a really, when you want to look at a really bad way to like change a government and like quote unquote like de-radicalize and de-ideologize, I don't know, words are hard today. A state, de-Ba'athification is a great example of how to just completely mess it up.
Absolutely. I'm sorry, this is a really, really fascinating conversation and it's something I'm really talking on. But we do have to refocus back to Ukraine. I agree that this could be Russia's imperial moment. It could be their reckoning. I also want to talk to you about British imperial historiography as well, but I will resist that temptation. Let's go to Erland, please. Erland. Thank you very much, Craig. It's always amazing having you up.
Thank you, Tim. I've been reading up about this whole Belarus, Lukashenko being forced to send in his silly army, and I'm just thinking that he must be so pissed and not happy about doing this because he's potentially creating the biggest ever power vacuum within Belarus and the biggest opportunity for anyone to take the chance and get him out of his palace. As Yehuda was saying earlier today, and several others, the Belarusian forces they will be minced meat the moment they cross the border or a little bit after. The Ukrainians have prepared this well. They probably have mapped out all the roads and all the intersections with our artillery predestined firing spots, they're just going to be minced meat. And I'm just thinking, do you think that he actually will do it? He's going to probably sign his own death sentence in a way. At least I believe so. These the Belarusian battalion, or what it's called, regiment. I guess it's a lot of soldiers. I think it's the last time I heard something, it was 6,000 fighting on the Ukrainian side. They must be so motivated to just take these on and take the battle all the way back to Minsk. What do you guys think?
I mean, it's possible. I would refer you back to my comments earlier about, Russia and Belarus. Its extension. They are not militaristic states; they are security states. They're very good at crushing internal dissent. They have enormous apparatuses for doing so. I mean, it's
Oman can't take on a brigade. I mean,
it's certainly not going to help Lukashenko to have 6,000, battle-hardened, effective, ideologically motivated, possibly quite liberal Belarusian warriors returning to his country under arms. Put it that way. But I think to delve any more into that would be speculative. I do want to see the end of Lukashenko. I know a number of Belarusians. I used to have colleagues in Belarus. I used to have a previous business I was involved in. We had an IT team in Belarus, and during the recent, was it last year, the election protests, they started disappearing people, and we lost touch with our team in Belarus for a good few weeks, right? And it was really quite terrifying because people were being disappeared. And we thought, well, what's happened to these dudes? I mean, fortunately, they were all fine. They were just keeping their heads down and staying out of trouble. But yeah, I do know a number of Belarusians. I've worked with a number of Belarusians. There's a fair few kicking around here in Tallinn. I hope and pray for their European future, and I'd be very glad to see the back of Lukashenko. I think to disappear too far down the speculative rabbit hole would be not particularly productive. But yeah, I hope the Belarusian Legion goes back to Minsk and fucks him up. Put it that way. Forgive my non-family friendly language. Okay, so I got two quick questions from ATV and Bard's Babe and Dr. Brain, and then we will go to Wendy, who has some updates for us on military stuff. So ATV, Bard's Babe, Dr. Brain, and then to Wendy.
I do have a Ukrainian-related question, but maybe just as an aside, to get people a little depressed about Russia and the capacity for change. I can't speak to them, but I can speak to the Balkans and Serbia. This is a country that is as pro-Russian as there exists outside of Russia. This is a country that had its ass handed to it in 4 different conflicts back to back. And this is a country that's been celebrating a loss since the 14th century as part of its glory-filled history to create a greater Serbia. So it could take 600 years too, because we have a proxy for that in Europe today. Just bear that in mind. I'm not saying Slavic people have a monopoly on crazy, but they're up there. With related to Ukraine, I was just curious. It seems very quiet on the international front in terms of Germany, the U.S., et cetera, talking about the bombings today. So maybe I just missed something. I don't know if there's any pronouncements of note that maybe you could flag.
On the Ukraine front, you mean?
Yeah.
We've got
bombings today.
Okay, so we've just got a few hands, and then we're going to go to Wendy, who has an update on all things Ukraine. So we're circling back to what's important. So stick around for a few minutes, and then we'll go to Wendy, who has some interesting things to say. Bard's Babe.
Yeah, following up on the point about Belarus and Lukashenko, I've read a few things and from let's see, Camille Galieve on Twitter. There's a philosopher named Vlad Vexler who's written about Belarus, and some people think that Lukashenko actually has a seething resentment and hatred of Putin because Lukashenko believes that he's a more brilliant and talented politician, and that he actually does everything he can to try to essentially never cede power to Putin and yet simultaneously prevent Russia from ever acting as an interloper between him and his people. And when you watch them interact with one another, for example, after the mobilization was announced and Lukashenko and Putin met with one another, it's true that some of the things that Lukashenko says to Putin really seem to be a double-edged sword. Like he says, "Oh well, hundreds of thousands of people have fled your country because they don't want to fight in the war, but you don't want those people anyway, right?" And it seems like there's always a little bit of a bite to a lot of things that he says, and that he's kind of needling him a little bit. And so I do think it's interesting that he's basically seen as having been completely co-opted by Putin because uh, a lot of people say that he's actually pretends to be a buffoon, but is actually quite smart. And if he is sort of a savvy politician and he is just trying to maintain some thread of independence from Russia and is actually incredibly embittered by the fact that Putin is the president of a large country and he's the president of a small country, it's kind of interesting when you watch their personal interactions because I do sense some. I mean, I know it's probably all a den of thieves over there, but I do sense some resentment from Lukashenko towards Putin.
Yeah. Politics causes strange relationships. I mean, I'm reminded of Donald Trump and Jean-Claude Juncker, who, for example, Jean-Claude Juncker, the former president of the European Commission. I mean, they famously got along extremely well, despite the fact that they had almost nothing in common. Jean-Claude Juncker was quite famously, shall we say, fond of a claret. Trump himself, quite famously, teetotal. And from very different political traditions and personally very different men, and yet they established this immediate rapport. And then there was two people who the press are obsessed with being very similar. To use another Trump example, is that it was that Donald Trump and Boris Johnson, who in the eyes of some exceedingly lazy journalists were considered basically part of the same phenomenon. Of course, they didn't really like each other very much. And so there are some strange alliances as regards kind of the interplay between Putin and Lukashenko. It's irrelevant fundamentally. Lukashenko is Putin's creature. He may not like being Putin's creature, but he is his creature nonetheless. So it's kind of the dynamic, I guess, is kind of a bit Blackadder, where there's the kind of reluctant and sulky servant who resents having to work for an idiot. Maybe, I don't know, but I don't know. I mean, we can try and look at this stuff and pick up all sorts of cues, but I'm not sure that necessarily they're a reflection of political reality, because in this case, they're absolutely not. I mean, it doesn't matter if Lukashenko likes Putin much. Putin is Lukashenko's master, and Lukashenko will do his master's bidding, or he will have an appointment with a double glazing salesman. Okay, let's go to Dr. Brain, Bionada, and then Wendy. Sorry, Wendy, I keep kicking a can down the road, but we keep getting hands up. So these are the last two questions, and then we are going to Wendy for his update, and that's a Tim promise. Dr. Brain.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, loud and clear.
Okay, so my question is about Belarus and what do you guys, everybody thinks about it. So at the same time, we are hearing information that there are Russian forces coming to Belarus and that Belarus is doing whatever they're doing. But also we are hearing that Belarus is sending their tanks from their storage to eastern Ukraine. I mean, to Russia to go to eastern Ukraine. So these two are almost opposite to each other. So I mean, that's one thing that is really making me think what is really going on. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. I didn't quite get what you mean by opposite to each other.
So,
Could you explain that a bit more?
So if Belarus is giving their own tanks and sending them to Russia to send them to Ukraine to, I mean, to give them their own equipment, how much can then, I mean, and we know that Belarusian military is also pretty under-equipped. Can we even really think that Belarus can do anything with giving away their equipment? I mean, that's really confusing, the whole thing. So they're giving away their equipment, but they are also, I mean, you understand where I'm going. It's really confusing, the whole concept. What's really going on there? Are they giving away their equipment, or they are really trying to do something by themselves with Russia?
I don't know. I can't say I care an enormous amount. Belarusia will have whatever Belarusia does. It will have precisely zero impact on the Ukrainian battlefield. Anything Ukraine contributes to the Russian war effort, I'm sure, is welcome in Moscow, and I look forward to Moscow donating that equipment to the Ukrainian army when they fall back from their positions in panic, as they tend to do. Bernardo.
Yeah, so I just wanted to mention, I just read an article about Germany and the coalition. Yesterday we had a vote in Lower Saxony. It's not so important, but it's one of the bigger countries in Germany, or states in Germany. Yeah, and most parties, except the Green Party, lost voters. And the FDP, this was a liberal party which basically tipped the scale for this coalition, said next.
Thank you very much, Bernardo. And now the moment you've all been waiting for. I will hand you over to Wendy. I'll still be here, but Wendy will be talking for a general update on Ukraine. Wendy, take it away. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Tim, and good evening, everyone. On an important day for Ukraine, one encompassing both tragedy and heroism for this country and its people, and an important day for Ukraine's allies. If you're just finishing work or have missed today's news because you've been at work or elsewhere, then you might know by now that we have seen indiscriminate attacks against Ukraine's urban residential areas, critical civilian infrastructure, with around 30% of these strikes being carried out by loitering munitions, such as the Shahid drone Tim discussed earlier. These indiscriminate attacks are contrasted by the heroism of the Ukrainian people, from the heroism of its firefighters to that of its teachers managing classrooms full of children in basements across this vast nation, to the heroism of its soldiers. What we know is that the attacks today have spanned a significant portion of Ukraine's urban population centers, at least 12 main population centers in total, from Lviv and Ternopil in the west to Sumy and Kharkiv in the east. These places were hit by 75 missiles in total, or that we know of. I've got a host warning. Right, mic check.
Sorry, yeah, I just muted you by mistake. I beg your pardon. That was my fault.
No problem, Tim. Yeah, 75 missiles in total are known to have been fired by the country currently known as the Russian Federation, and the latest information we have is that 41 of these were downed by Ukraine's air defense network across the country. So in addition to attacks on civilian homes, playgrounds, and infrastructure, such as hospitals, we've seen a general attempt to attack Ukraine's electricity supply. So this is an important day for Ukraine's allies too. This day calls for a level of introspection from the Western leaders who purport to be Ukraine's allies, and a level of questioning from their electorates as to which values and principles we choose to live by and identify with. I think, the question of what can I do today for Ukraine can be answered in many ways, as this space has explored before. But today, as we've heard, that question has been answered with utmost clarity. One of the best ways, evidently, to prevent these indiscriminate missiles being able to hit central Ukrainian cities miles inland is by giving Ukraine the air defense systems required to prevent the deaths of Ukrainian people. So the requests of Ukraine's leadership and its people from the 24th of February to ensure the protection of the sky above their heads and that of their children, these requests have been consistent and unfortunately have been borne out quite evidently today. So if you'd like to come up and ask a comment or ask a question or make a comment on today's events or the Russian invasion of Ukraine, please request the mic button. And I can see Erlen's got his hand up. Erlen, please go ahead.
Yeah, I wondered a little bit about the situation around Bakhmut. I've been reading some worrying messages that there is again heavy bombardment. Do the Ukrainians, did they do enough rotations so that the people fighting there are ready to again dismantle the Russian charge on Bakhmut?
What I can tell you, Erland, is that this is open source information that I'm sure you may have seen. Is that the Russian offensive in Bakhmut has been going on for a heck of a long time, and it's cost the lives of a lot of its soldiers. And we saw recently that that this is just the same situation. That the ground there is that's being contested is, it's inching forward or backwards. There is no significant change that is evident there.
Yeah, I just saw on the UA live map that the Russians apparently had the intersection, but I'm not sure if that's updated or not.
Can't say I've seen that yet, Erland, but yeah, it's pretty fluid, that situation. Thanks for your question, Nick.
Yeah, as well as the playgrounds and the pedestrian footbridges, as you noted, Russia to the extent that it's able to get its weapons within a sort of 100-meter radius, does appear to be targeting the energy infrastructure. And there was some discussion earlier about how Ukraine is prioritizing air defensive military installations, and I think that's entirely right with the finite resources they have. Given that they're going to continue to have finite resources, even if they increase, do we know if Ukraine is prioritizing defense of electricity stations, etc., or is it more that the targets that we hit today were not particularly major and can be repaired relatively quickly? I've been concerned really since the start of the war, the full-scale war in February, that the issue is not that anyone's going to be cowed by these attacks, because we've seen in this war and in many previous wars that bombing civilians really has if anything, a backfire effect. on their morale. But knocking out electricity leads to all kinds of problems with water supply and everything else. So I wondered if anyone who's got any sort of knowledge roundabout on the ground knows whether either the damage that was done today was particularly extensive. I remember about 3 or 4 weeks ago, it was, half of Kharkiv didn't have any electricity, but we didn't hear any more about that. I imagine it was restored. So was the damage done to the energy network specifically major? Does Ukraine, should Ukraine maybe think about slightly prioritizing higher the defense of that network, or are things basically repairable with the resources that they have on hand and with whatever aid that that the West can send them? Again, sort of kind of independently of how many anti-aircraft weapons they get is obviously desirable, but a separate discussion. I hope that's clear. It doesn't sound very clear to me, I'm afraid.
Thanks, Nick. Yeah, there were a few questions there. So we have seen a range of different things being hit today. So you've no doubt seen pictures from playgrounds. You may have seen the attack on the what I believe was the German embassy. Correct me if I'm wrong. And along with that, as you mentioned, there's been an attempt to take down the Ukrainian electricity network, which has failed. The picture on this front is going to emerge more over the next 24 hours. There were reports that Ukraine's exporting of electricity is going to temporarily halt, but that's unconfirmed at the moment. But yeah, I mean, diesel generators, for example, exist to patch up critical places like hospitals and charging points for Starlinks, for example. So Ukrainians have demonstrated enormous industry in their commitment to repairing whatever Russia breaks, and we can see this happening right now before our very eyes. As to the sentiments you expressed, I mean, I think that today's attacks have evoked in many people what I would what I think brought together many people in solidarity on this space 8 months ago. That kind of that's I was not angry since I came to France. To quote Henry V. We expressly against the law of arms. We've seen the so-called law of arms broken everywhere. These war criminals from the country currently known as the Russian Federation go. We've seen them murder countless Ukrainians and bury them in mass graves, just as they did in 2014, murder them from the sky, just as they did in 2014. Enough. It is our responsibility as Ukraine's allies to make sure that today is enough. So what can I do for Ukraine today is clearly answered with the response: give them the means, give them the weapon systems, the strategic support necessary to protect the people of Ukraine, both now and forever. Enough, because it's fucking enough. So thank you for your question, Nick.
On that note, two tiny things. I think what was hit was the German consular building, which is a little bit around the corner from the embassy where they hand out the visas. So not the sort of the main glorious embassy with the ambassador's comfy chair. On the AA front, I see a note that it was written rather enigmatically, but reading between the lines, I believe that Ukraine is about to take delivery of a number of Aspide, or Aspide, ASPIDE, Italian air defense systems on which they have been training in Spain for the last couple of months. So that's scheduled for extremely soon. And Spain, I happen to be in Spain, so I'm following it. Spain has announced that other Ukrainian troops will be trained. And I think they're doing it in small numbers on specialized things rather than what the UK has been doing of putting Ukrainian recruits through basic training. So yes, as well as all of those other acronyms, the IRIS-T and all those, and NASAMS and all of those, you're also going to have to learn ASPIDE or ASPIDE.
Good news. Thank you, Nick. Bernardo.
Wendy, sorry to interrupt.
Tim, yeah.
I must bid my good nights. So I will leave you in the capable hands of Wendy and General Leclerc over there. Is that a reference to tanks to Ukraine, Ben?
Oh, is it? I never crossed my mind.
France has an excellent tank. What's it called? The De Gaulle, the Gamelin. No, it is the Leclerc, isn't it?
Yeah. No, that you mentioned it. I just like the hat. I thought the hat looks pretty fancy. But no, you're right. If only, you know what? We should send them. Great idea. I'm gonna write to my MP.
Fantastic. So I will bid you all good night. It's been a pleasure hosting for you late in the evening. I'll be with you first thing in the morning. Thank you to my co-host Wendy and to my relief Ben. So I'll see you first thing tomorrow morning. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Tim. Thank you.
Wendy, do you know that this morning Tim was hosting at 8:30 Paris time? So and it is now a quarter past midnight. That gives you an idea of the amount of work he's been doing for the space. That is pretty amazing, and I think it gets better with the day. In the early morning he was meh, but he was fantastic at the end. So thank you very much, Tim.
It's because I get steadily drunker. That's why.
Epic work, Tim. Thank you.
Good night, Ben. Thank you.
Yeah. Just wanted to add the info to what Nick said. It was actually the visa office, which was located in the high-rise building in Kiev, which is also used for normal businesses and everything. But yeah, that's the point of the part, I think, which is some kind of sophisticated in this kind of escalation, because they don't attack the embassy clearly, but they took out office which is near there, or at least targeted it, and yeah, so no, not like escalation in big steps, but in smaller steps, which makes it more sophisticated and does maybe not provoke a reaction like a big hit on the embassy.
Yeah, thanks, Bernard. I mean, the visa office or an international business training building, such as the Samsung building that we saw hit. These are attacks born out of sheer malice, as we've seen repeatedly. Thank you for that clarification. I believe the next person was Fusilier. Please go ahead, sir.
Good day. Good morning. Yeah, look, I just wanted to sort of slightly take a step back and focus on what's actually going on sort of at an operational and strategic level. And it strikes me that we've got two force commanders who are currently looking at a short operational pause. And both of them were trained in a similar way. You know, both of them were trained in the operational art, which was very much, you know, something the Soviets and the Russians pride themselves on, although the Russians haven't demonstrated much acuity at it lately. But they both have different approaches. We know what Zelensky's approach is. We've seen it. You know, he effectively attacks where the enemy aren't, and creates situations where the enemy is forced to act in places of his choosing, by activities or by actions that he's taken, operational actions that he's taken in places where they aren't. It's a very, very sensible approach given that his force structure and his capabilities, and it's been incredibly successful. Sorovikin comes from a different school, you know, from that sort of almost that idealizing the myth of the use of prophylactic violence that the Red Army of the Second World War applied. And it strikes me that he's really got two advantages or two facets that he's going to play with. One is mass. You know, he doesn't really care about the quality of those mobilized troops. It's just the quantity. Somebody once said, I think, quantity has a quality all of its own. But how do you use that? He knows, he's not stupid enough to throw them at Ukraine's best trained and equipped units. He'll use them where he thinks they've got the greatest chance of success, either to inflict damage on the Ukrainians or indeed draw resources from the more active front lines, which is why I think he's probably, sending trainloads of very poorly trained, mobilized reservists to Belarus, either to use them or indeed just to threaten to use them. And he's also doing, using the one thing that he has got an advantage of, which is the use of prophylactic force. The application of violence is designed to intimidate. It's a psychological activity. So I think this operational pause is really, this particular operational pause will be really interesting, because both of those two force commanders, Surovikin and Zelezhny, have very different approaches to the operational art. Zelezhny, by far the more adept field commander, but Surovikin does have a track record of as poor, as unfortunate as it sounds, the effective application of violence. So I think that's where we are at the moment. Interested on the panel's views.
Thank you for a great question, Fusilier. Mass or quantity didn't serve them too well in Grozny in '96 or the Rate Road in January of 1940. It's an excellent point. I think that from a layman's perspective, it's possible to see that the idea of mass being significant, that's a significant factor in this war, has been countenanced by the fact that Ukraine, through accurate deep strikes, can disrupt a logistics train, which, as Tim Sennett was saying earlier, it needs to be near a literal train network to have any serious sustainability in the battlefield. So yeah, I would certainly welcome any other answers from any of our wonderful military speakers in the audience on your point as well. Great question. Yeah, do you want to follow up on that?
Yeah, I'd
Okay.
love
Yeah,
to
go
ask
ahead.
a question to Fusiliers who, if I remember correctly, taught the art of war. Is it the case that the usual choice between movement and mass is a bit fake, in the sense that you need to have both for either of them to be effective? And I'm wondering to what extent the recent mass that the Russians have access to is able to do any movement at all. What would you say about this?
Yeah, great question. You're spot on. Obviously, the application of mass requires the ability to support and sustain, but one has to sort of take there's a couple of caveats that apply. The Russian military tradition is not the same as the Western. I mean, there's been a lot of talk, sort of cultural talk, about a horde, but if that's effectively what they are, the ability to live off the land, as unfortunate as it sounds, if you're the people whose land.
Mic check. Fusilier, did we lose you there?
Lima Charlie here. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, you suddenly stopped when you said people whose land, and then you went silent.
Check.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can anybody hear me? I'll drop off.
Loud and clear, Fusilier. Go ahead.
I was just going to say it's a great question, but mass and mobility, that they're separate effects. The mobility issue is obviously why Surovikin would move them to Belarus. His ability to sustain them in Belarus would be far greater than down in the south of Ukraine, or indeed on his eastern front. Sorry, on his central front, as he would say. In terms of their ability to sustain, I would say that the Russian, prior to that, Soviet military culture is completely different to the Western one. They are a horde, and they're far more capable of living off the land. And not a very pleasant experience if it's your land they're living off. But they are expected to fend for themselves to some extent, and that's why you see them do what they do. They effectively forage. If you're being foraged on, as I say, it's not a pleasant experience. But I suspect that's why he's moved that mass of mobilized conscripts to Belarus, either to use them, as I say, or to intimidate. The more interesting, I think, more interesting question is what the Ukrainians are planning to do, what Zelensky is planning to do. There is clearly an operational pause, and we've seen now on 3 occasions that he is quite willing to wait to identify a space where the Russians are both weak and armed, and he will strike into that. Just like nature, the military situation abhors a vacuum, and he will move into those areas of vacuum to create stresses, unbearable stresses, on the areas where the Russians are.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. One of those days we should get ourselves a proper class of strategy. What do you say, Wendy?
Well, sorry, Ben. No, Fusilier, if you want to have a follow-up, please do. That was a great question.
No, I'm all good. I think my mic is dropping out, so or my signal's dropping, so I'll drop out here. Thanks.
Okay, I can see we've got a few hands up here. Next up was Iona. Welcome.
Yes, hello. So I've seen that you wondered about what happened today, and I searched for some information, and I can provide it to you if you want. I have like short list with everything that happened from the General Chief of Staff and from the Police Chief of Kyiv, if you are interested.
Yeah, if you could keep it to something which wasn't mentioned earlier, Iona, I'd appreciate it. That would be great. So yeah, if you can add any latest developments, please do.
Yeah, so I'll try to keep it under 2 minutes. So it was today 84 missiles sent from Caspian Sea and from the Black Sea. 43 of them were shut down. Also 24 drones that came from Belarus. 13 of them were shut down. So in total, 56 aerial targets were shut down. This is according to the General Chief of Staff. Previously, they said 16 cities or villages were hit. Now it's 20. I can tell you, so it was Kiev, Lviv, Rivne, Zhytomyr, Ternopil, Kharkiv, Dnipro, Zaporozhye, Kryvyi Rih, Mykolaiv, Odessa, and some other that are quite difficult to pronounce. And it is very for the during the summer with the Belarus well. Yeah.
Okay. If you have come up to the speaker panel, please do ensure your mic is muted and your hand is up. Iona, Yeah, thank you for that update. Yeah, we did discuss earlier 84 missiles from the Caspian. Some of them launched from the Caspian Sea, and some of them from Belarus. 30% of them loitering munitions. Please do finish your point there. You might need to unmute yourself there, Iona.
Okay, so about the critical infrastructure that was hit, I have the numbers, and I know that previously somebody asked. So 29 infrastructure facilities, 35 residential houses, 4 multi-storied buildings, a school, a lot of art and museum buildings, and 1,307 cities and villages in Kiev, Lviv, Sumy, Ternopil are without electricity at 9 o'clock Kiev time. This is the last report I have. Thank you. I'm done.
Hello.
Thank you, Iona. Peter, if you could just mute your mic and put your hand up, I would appreciate it. It's the system we have in place here. And with that being said, I'm going to go to Paul. You are next. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. My question is pretty simple. I was currently writing an article about how the mood in Kiev was starting to sort of come back to normal life. Bars were reopening, restaurants, law firms were coming back as well. And suddenly you have this attack. And the question is very simple. Is this the end of the return to normal life? Are Ukrainians back to a sort of state of readiness and is this the end of normal life, basically the return of a sort of normal life in Kiev and also in Lviv as well in the Western Ukraine? What do you think?
It's a good question, sir. I think the stoicism of the Ukrainian people has been shown pretty consistently throughout this war in an inspirational way. What do you reckon, Ben?
Well, there's two things. The first one is that the Ukrainians are winning, and despite the hardship, there's nothing sweeter than victory, and they will be back dancing in the streets very, very soon. The other thing is that it has been mentioned several times on the space, the Russians probably, very likely, don't have the ability to do this sort of terror attacks on a large scale for very long. So maybe they won't do it again tomorrow. If they do it again tomorrow, they almost certainly won't do it again the day after. And if they do it the day after, then it's finished because they will be entirely expended their missiles. So I think the dancing in the street will be back very soon, and I, for one, and I think many of us on the space applaud those young Ukrainians who dance and laugh, and we remember that nothing frightens dictators more than the laughter of the youth, and that many a dictatorship has fallen when people were singing. So my money, which may not be smart money, but which is mine, is on the return of laughter. And with this somewhat sententious take, maybe we can go to Craig. I did not pronounce your name correctly, Craig. Yeah.
No, you did. Can you hear me?
Lima Charlie.
Awesome. I was just wondering, I know Fusilier, I wasn't sure if it was Fusilier when you guys was talking about the change in Russian commanders of the war. I'm wondering if people think that this mass strike represents so yeah, I was saying that I was wondering if people think that this mass attack, which Russian stuff is really inaccurate, but it seemed like it was generally aimed at critical power and other internal Ukrainian like logistics infrastructure. Represents possibly a change in like Russian planning and might represent the start of like a shaping operation for another Russian offensive if once the mobilized troops come into the field. I know they've already been pushed forward in other places, but with the deployment of soldiers into Belarus, because like striking like critical infrastructure like this is definitely something that would be done to set the ground for another offensive.
Wendy, you want to take the answer? Otherwise, I think Fusilier has his hand up and he's probably has a good answer for this.
I can
Well,
chime in.
I think I'm going to. Please,
I'll chime in
welcome
late. I
Yehuda.
didn't hear all of it. I just heard the end of it. So why don't you start off and I'll chime in at the end.
I'm going to bring in Fusilier for this one because he had a great question on this topic to begin with. So Fusilier, please go ahead.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to profess that I can see into the staff or into the Russian general staff, but Surovikin has a track record, and certainly the strikes last night and yesterday are part of his sort of MO, or certainly reflect his MO. I suspect what's happened is he's walked into his command, and like any military organisation, they will have had a series of contingency courses of action, and one of them was sort of the prophylactic use of force on Ukrainian population centres, and he probably wanted to make a mark and said, right, we'll go with Plan Bravo, and off it went. Remember, he is an Air Force officer, so this would be certainly how he would think. He has used force, and certainly it's part of Soviet military doctrine. It comes from the old Mongol 3 tents. When they approached a city, they put 3 tents up: a white one, a red one, and a black one. And they take one down each day. And when they got to the black one, it meant everybody died. They're making the same threat here. He believes that the application of violence has a psychological effect. I think it's also, what we know of him. If the myth is true, one has to look at the psychology of the man. He was a middle-ranking Soviet Air Force officer when the Soviet Union collapsed, and according to myth, he jumped into a tank and made his way to the Parliament building in Moscow. Unfortunately, hadn't loaded enough ammunition, so the counter coup failed. So, you could look at that 2 ways. One, he maybe learned his lesson about logistics, although that remains to be seen. The second is that he believes that anything's possible as long as you apply the correct amount of force. I think we're going to see a much more forceful, as much as they can. I mean, a much more forceful approach to the campaign. Having said that, many of us had a boss, and he's just pronounced, and I've give David Petraeus a lot of time. David Petraeus been asked what the Russians could do now and whether a change of command would have an effect. Said no, they've already lost. There's nothing they can do. the key question is how much violence, how much damage can they do between now and the realization that they've actually lost.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in there. So I didn't hear all of Craig's question, but I got the gist of it from your answer. And hi, Roman. Nice to see you. Glad to see you here again, Roman.
Good to see you too. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to. I'm not gonna attack the questioner or Craig, but I just want to, for the audience listening, let's make it very clear. There's no parity in the professionalism between the Ukrainian and Russian armies. So the thought or the comment that perhaps it's a shaping operation, I thought I heard you say. There's no shaping either. Yeah, there's no shaping operation. So you murdering civilians with just indiscriminate missile fire is not a shaping operation. It's just terror. A shaping operation is hitting in a deep battle Ukrainian supply hubs and trying to attrit Ukrainian forces in a certain area because you intend to attack in a different area. That's a shaping operation. So nothing that the Russians do is professional military anything. This is pure and simple revenge. I want to kill Ukrainians. I want them to die because they hit my bridge. So a shaping operation would be, I'm not saying you meant it by it, but words matter. And in the military context, there's no military anything gained by this. This is perhaps consideration on the psychological plane. However, it's obviously a stupid one. It's a stupid decision they've made, or a deduction, because they know that when they hit Ukrainians like this, mass murder them with indiscriminate fire, that they actually thicken the Ukrainians' resolve. They get angrier. They get more committed if they weren't already. I don't know how you could be more committed than every Ukrainian is today, but I mean, the night's still young, apparently. So this is not a shaping anything. This is just madness. It is definitely not a military function. This is terrorism. It is, and I don't mean that word hyperbolically. It's just terror. It's to sow terror. It's what they've done in Syria. It's what they do in Chechnya. It's what they do. It's just what they do, because they're not good, because they don't have the structures within their military to behave and conduct missions and win fights. They can only fight dirty, right? So this is, to use the layman's terms, they fight dirty. They don't come to the table trying to actually win something by force, because they can't. What they do is they win it through terror. So it's nothing to do with an Air Force general who I'm going to use missiles. Anyone can do that. It was always an option for them to launch missiles at Ukrainian cities, which they did many times before. Now the question is, how long will it last? Do they have the ability to do it? The Ukrainians remarkably shot down quite a few of the missiles, as we've seen even already. So a shaping, I don't think it's a lower level commander issue. I don't think it's a mid-level. It's an entire organization-wide failure. These are not professional soldiers, not Shoigu, not Gerasimov. They've been fighting Mickey Mouse terror groups here and there, and they've been fighting develop like non-existent nations or nations with non-existent militaries. They've been fighting them. They're not forget peer on peer. They're not even peer beneath peer fighters. This isn't just like, oh, if Gerasimov, if only he was the local area commander, this thing would be different. They're all garbage. They all stink, and it's obvious. So what is their plan? Who knows? Who the hell? Who said to Mr. Putin that we need 300,000 troops who aren't trained and we're going to throw? No thinking general realizes that makes any sense. So I think some people have a hard time expressing it because it's just so shocking. But I mean, if it walks and it quacks and does whatever a duck does, it's a duck. So we have to accept that the Russian military is garbage. They have a lot of them. And therefore, that's why they're inflicting casualties. But there are no Napoleons waiting to take the reins. And as Petraeus said, it doesn't matter who the general is. The army is rotten from the inside out. This missile strike has no military value. All it has a value is to terrorize and to kill. And they know it doesn't even have the ability to affect the morale of Ukrainians. It makes the Ukrainians even more mad. So I don't even like thinking about it like that, because it's not a shaping operation. They're not doing anything. They're going to at one point try to muster up whatever artillery they have and try to do the same thing they've done before, push in the Donbass. If you remember Bakhmut, that's all they're doing. They have this obsession with Bakhmut. They're going to keep throwing men and manpower, blood and treasure at it, and they're going to keep losing. And it's really, this is all up for the Ukrainians to take. The Ukrainians are moving methodically. These plans have been in place for months. Everything, they have contingency plans or con plans. The Russians do not have con plans. There is no con plan B somewhere. It's like literally wake up from an alcoholic stupor and someone said, just bomb them, kill them. We need to kill them. They hit the bridge. We need to show them that we're badder, we're meaner, we're grosser, we're barbarians. And that'll somehow, they really still think that that'll change the perspective from Ukraine. They're dead wrong. And I'm not just saying this because I'm pro-Ukraine. I'm pro-truth and reality. And the Ukrainians will take the day on their terms, and they'll keep pushing forward. So I just wanted to clarify that point. And Roman, please
Yeah,
add away.
absolutely. Well, first of all, thank you, and it's a pleasure to be back on the MriyaReport. I was a little bit away because I had my parents actually visiting me from Ukraine for some time, and we went to little getaway just for some time of normalcy for them. And they actually today left back to Ukraine, which was a really intense and difficult moment for me because, seeing the atrocities that have happened today in Ukraine and having my parents flying right into it in the middle of this morning has just been especially painful. I'm also planning to move to Ukraine in December, the end of December. But that's a separate story. It's still 3 months away, so it's just a difficult day for me to swallow. But that being said, I wanted to make a couple comments. First of all, to go back to Craig's comment about Russia trying to hit um, critical infrastructure. That is partially true, but it's definitely not the case in these sort of strikes. Because, for example, one of the targets that was hit was literally Klitschko's bridge in Kiev that I've used to walk hundreds of times and will continue to walk. It's just a simple pedestrian spot where you walk, and they just wanted to. It's not even an infrastructural bridge. If you're smart enough, you don't hit that bridge. You hit another bridge, like the bridge to Darnitsa or some other that it actually has some value. But this was no strategic value whatsoever. It's a plain stupidity and a waste of $3 to $5 million, depending what rocket they shot at that specific bridge. That's the first point. That being said, I think one of the gross miscalculations of Russians, and maybe that's problem of their mentality, is that and you pointed it correctly, actually, Yehuda, that basically when these strikes happen in Ukraine, they strengthen the resolve of Ukrainian people. It's not that they hit me with missiles, therefore I'm gonna run. No, I'm gonna fight. And especially if you hit my relatives, if my loved one dies, you know what I'm gonna do? My whole life is gonna be circled around the revenge and finding a way to fight against those people who have committed these atrocities. So it strengthens the resolve of Ukrainian people even more so. I think that maybe one of the gross miscalculations that Russians have is that they project themselves onto Ukrainian people and think, well, maybe Ukrainians are like our people. And when Russian protesters are attacked and brutalized, next day they don't come out. When you see in Moscow, when Russians went against mobilization. I mean, by the way, this is also a point that I want to make. Remember how much fuss there was about mobilization and people coming and protesting? And today, when there's actually real horrible evil has been unleashed in Ukraine, nobody's protesting. It just points out to the general psychic and the problem with the Russian people. They don't care about the lives. They just care about themselves. And the problem here is that, when you have that mentality, like Putin, or Shoigu or somebody else in his close circle, they think, okay, well, if we're gonna press them enough, then they will stop fighting us. But that's completely the opposite. If we go in the history of Ukraine, if you understand a little bit of the history of Ukraine, if you just look what happened during the regime of Yanukovych, when he was pressing Ukrainians with the oppressions and police, Ukrainians started fighting even harder, and they kicked him out. and the same is now applying to the whole front. And so this is, I think, is just a gross miscalculation, strategic miscalculation of his regime, of Putin's regime. And the last point that I wanted to make, which is also very important, is that, sorry, I have some geese problem in my backyard here. The last point that I wanted to make is that the rockets that Russians have used are very expensive, and they are running out of them very quickly. And in some way, I mean, it's kind of maybe wrong to say, I am happy that they have used these rockets so inefficiently and so stupidly, because these rockets could have, could have been used against Ukrainian military to stop very significant supply chains situations and vehicles, and targeted at HIMARS. But no, they have been used in the wasteful way. So from any way you look at this, from the way of atrocities that are being committed and the crimes, to strategic elements, and just simply to gross miscalculations of the human resolve, these are all mistakes. This is just points out to complete incompetence of what Russian troops and Russian leadership is doing today. So they are losing the war. They will lose the war. And it just brings us, I want to put kind of hope in the middle of all this despair that Ukrainians went today through. It brings us even closer to the victory day. What happened today brings us even closer to the victory day of Ukraine. Thank you.
Thanks, Roman. I'm going to just dovetail onto that. And people ask, well, why? Well, just like the Nazis had a view of Jews of being weak and subhuman, the Russians have this view of Ukrainians. So they really believe, they drink the Kool-Aid, or they believe the lies that they say, and they think that all of this terror that they sow will break the Ukrainians. And it's just, to them, they go back to Holodomor, they go back to how they slapped and degraded Ukraine for so many hundreds of years, that's how it's going to be. Well, the Ukrainians not only don't believe that, and do they not personify that behavior, they've been emboldened by the successes that the Ukrainian army has demonstrated on the battlefield. So the best thing that Putin could have ever done is not even touch a city in Ukraine. The best thing he could do, all those precision, some of them are $15 million, Roman, 3 to 15 million, some of them are. They know where Ukrainian positions are in Kherson.
Exactly.
Why didn't they
exactly.
hit them? Why didn't they
exactly.
hit them? They know exactly. Yeah, they know where Bakhmut is. They're just fire at 50 kilometers from where your guys are, dummy. Why don't you hit? Why don't you just hit? You can kill 20 soldiers, maybe. That would be more. That would affect morale in the front line. But no, we're going to hit pedestrian tourist spots in Kyiv because we want to terrorize people.
And just to add to that, one more point is that it also creates the resolve of the Western allies that, look, this is truly a terrorist state, and so we really need to help Ukraine to provide them defensive weapons, because they're So I just don't understand. It's such a miscalculation on all of these fronts. You have to be really stupid to make these things. So I don't know if that. Well, what's your assessment? Is that really a stupidity? The lack of strategic any considerations, or what is it?
It's absolute stupidity rooted in racism. And I'll tell you, Gerasimov, any of these commanders could tell Putin, you know what, I want to spend $150 million on missiles. We're not going to hit all the targets we want. We're going to hit the front line, the forward battle edge of the Ukrainian space. It'll disrupt them. It'll do this, it'll do that. And I think it's a good idea. But what they are, ironically, are equal opportunity genociders and mass murderers. So what they do to Chechnya and Syria, they just destroy towns as they go, and they don't care if they kill men, women, and children. In fact, to them, it encourages them, right? They feel that it creates a terror, and in countries that aren't as stable, and the cultural and the historical issues, and perhaps as strong, it could work. But in Ukraine, it doesn't work, right? Because Ukraine's had 30 years of relative independence, right? It's had 8 years of, after the Revolution of Dignity, where it's just ingrained in people, right? Especially the youth.
But it goes even further, right? So we go to the Cossack era. We go to the history of Ukraine. It's a fighting nation. That's why Soviet Union has always had to use propaganda against Banderovцы, because those were the people that constantly fought. They fought Nazis and they came in, and they used strategically Nazis against Soviets, and then they fought Soviets when the Soviets, were going back. So it's
Yeah,
a
but you go
nation
further
that
back than that. You don't have to go. You can go 200 years back, right?
exactly.
You can it's really because they like to point to Bandera. I try to avoid it for obvious reasons. But the reality is because they use it as propaganda.
Of
The
course.
reality is they've been doing this to Ukraine for hundreds of years. They've created this national myth within their own culture that Ukrainians not only are they evil and they're bad, but they're also stupid and weak. And it leads to this belief that if only, we don't have to actually fight them on the battlefield. Let's just kill a bunch of civilians and that'll make them collapse. Just stop, please. Big brother Russia, you're right. We were wrong. Come in, fix us, control us. We will fight the West. Did you know that Azovstal defenders were actually confronted by Russian officers and said, hey, you guys fought really well. You should join with us and we can fight the West together. Like, that's how delusional they are.
That's so delusional. It's insane.
But do you see? It's not so. You know how we say some people might think, "Oh, you're just Yehuda Roman." That's too much. They don't really, but they believe it. They literally were trying to poach Ukrainian
You have to believe it,
soldiers.
right? You have to believe it. You have to believe it because otherwise there is just no explanation whatsoever. And by the way, I do believe that Russian leadership became a victim of its own propaganda, and you can see it through the very beginning how the war started. They started because they believed, they convinced themselves, they made this self-deception story that they are superior, that they're going to win, Ukraine is going to fold in 3 days and all of that. And then it continued, this self-deception continued to build up the propaganda. What is happening? Russia is constantly winning. We are winning the war, and now you have mobilization. But why would you have mobilization if you lost only 6,000 troops, as your propaganda says? And so on and so forth, and they became victims of law.
And you know the answers? You know the answers, Roman?
I want to hear.
Their reply is it's not Ukrainians fighting us, it's Americans,
not
it's
NATO.
Brits,
it's NATO.
It's
That's
NATO,
right.
and they have
That's right.
tens of thousands of troops there. So we actually just thought we were fighting the Ukrainians to get rid of the special military operation to get rid of the neo-Nazi Jewish president, but really now NATO's there, and that's why. And it's the same story in every country affected by the Soviet mentality.
And they
all right?
continue to lie to themselves, and they continue going down the spiral that you cannot get out of. You cannot get out of this.
If you want a case in point, study the history of Arab and Israeli wars. They use the same Soviet doctrine, and when they lose, they make the same stories up. It's the Americans, it's the British. They're actually doing the fighting. We're not really failures. We're not this. We're not that. And you want to know. So then the question becomes, how could so many people be so bad at doing something? That simply goes back to the whole concept of centralized and decentralized command, because the Soviet Union never wanted great officers. They wanted obedient ones. They wanted ones that would do what they were told. They knew that if they had a critical mass of millions of men, they could get away with doing stuff with huge casualties, but they'll be honored as great heroes, hero of the Soviet Union. The Arabs use the same, Syria and Egypt use the same technology. They were trained by Russians, by the Soviets, and they did the same thing. They didn't think. They were automatons. They ran into battle. They lost. They made excuses, and they explained it away by saying it was a boogeyman. It was a big old force that we didn't know about. They're doing it with Ukraine. In Russian media, it's everyone but Ukraine who's beating them. Everyone but Ukraine. The Ukrainians are falling apart. You hear stories in Russian media. If you read it, you can or even translate it. Oh, another company of Ukrainians just gave up and ran away. Oh, they sold us their HIMARS. Oh, they sold us M777. It's insane. The level of delusion is insane. But that's how they sleep at night, Roman. That's how they justify it. We're not. We're fighting the big bad American pig dog. We're fighting evil Great Britain, and so for those who think that we're being, you guys you're just waving the Ukrainian flag too hard, buddy. No, we're not. The Russians, even Putin, still talking about helping Ukrainians. We must have them. They're so desperate to be a part. No one's desperate to be a part of Russia. People like plumbing, indoor plumbing. Okay, they're not desperate to be a part of your country. You're not But it's true.
Hello,
And we need to point it out that it is based in this subtle, not so subtle, very overt racism of how, you know, little, when we say, we've said it on the Space Salon, a lot of people don't understand it in the West, but the comment of Ukrainians are our little brothers, it's not a compliment. They're not saying, they're basically saying, there's another expression in English, but I won't use it, but they're saying that Ukrainians are just like are dumb, right? They're pretty stupid. And that's, and so, and they're required to be their steward, like, you know, and the Ukrainians obviously are showing them that's not the case. So it keeps going. And Roman, you made a perfect example. That's what everyone says. Why you have a ton of military targets facing your troops, fire at them? Nope. We're going to use it on, we're going to terrorize Ukraine. It's not a strategy. It's not a con plan. It's nothing. It's terror. It is what it is. So, you know, on the psychological plane, you can drop leaflets, you can ping their cell phones and tell them to surrender. That's what that's a sophisticated or an actual psychological operation. But bombing civilian cities is actually counter to the laws of armed conflict. They are war crimes. And that's why we don't consider them in the West as a strategy. We don't go, well, we'll take this battle group here, and then while we're at it, we'll rape and murder all the children in this village, and then we'll proceed to our objective. No one says that because they're not crazy, right? But that is part of the Russian plan. Let's destroy it. The beginning of the war, there were signal communications intercepts of Russian comms that actually showed that in the north of Ukraine alone, there were 3 separate brigades, 3 BTGs, correction, whose actual orders were to rape and murder Ukrainians. They were like an Einsatz group, and their job was to actually terrorize Ukrainians. They ironically, I think 2 of the 3 were completely annihilated eventually. One right away, one later on. But that's the level of insanity, and the whole West needs to wake up if they don't know it. Roman?
Wow, there's so much to digest, because see, for me, it's so difficult to think that way, because I'm a professor, I'm an economist, I'm a PhD trained individual who teaches game theory, you know, and for me, just thinking in these terms, it's
I love the game theory, but you're 100% right. I know you were going with this, please.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, and as a part, you know, of game theory, a big part. I mean, that's how the game theory came to be about, with von Neumann and Morgenstern and John Nash, and analyzing the strategies of World War II. And you know, you look at Nazis. I mean, Nazis made their gross miscalculations as well, but you know, at least in the grand scheme, they were quite strategic with a lot of things. Their big miscalculation was to go, you know, spread out all war on all fronts at the same time. But on other things, you know, they did make very strategic moves. And here you look, and it's complete incompetence, lack of any strategic considerations, and it's just boggling for me as a, you know, somebody who's academically been spending all his life. I mean, you have some smart people in Russia, but it just feels to me that really they have been in this self-deception mode so much, in propaganda, in this hatred towards the an invisible enemy, that their brains have been fried. I mean, I just don't have another explanation.
So here's a bit of some food for thought. So I'm sure they have smart generals and have smart officers, but those generals know that, or those officers, they're not generals,
They
maybe captains.
they
and
give
majors.
advice.
They're not.
Let me read your mind. They do not nod when Putin asks for something. They give advice that is usually contrary to what others are giving. Is that where you're going?
Well, this is when it gets to that point, but before then, way further down the line, those officers know not to shine. They know that they're not going to be enabled to succeed. They know they can't be the smartest person in the room. They have to defer to their boss. And then when they get to the point where they're in front of Putin, you're right. It's got to be something that they have to nod and yes, you know, they have to. They're not going to present. How do we say it? Like, a good commander in NATO will literally throw questions out of battle to his company or her company commanders and say, this is the plan, any questions, what do you there's buy-in, you know what I mean? Before an order is made, that commander gets buy-in. There is no buy-in in Russia. This is what we're doing, this is what's going to happen, and I don't have the resource, I don't care. you're going to do it. So the smart people aren't rewarded for being smart in the military, especially. I'm not going to say all parts of the country, but in the military, you don't, being that person with being a good idea fairy it gets you thrown out of a window in Russia, right? So you don't want to be that good idea fairy. You can't really present a plan that's counter to your commanders, because it's just not, the poop flows downstream very much so in Russia, and they're gone. So they never make it. I'm sure their senior officers suck. And guess what? Ask any NATO country. Ask any officer from any NATO country. I'm on a course right now. Who's on my course? I've got Estonians. I got Latvians. I've had Germans. I've worked with. We have an American trainer. We have an Australian. We have a British. We go to their schools. They come to ours. Everyone does this cross pollination where we trade best practices. Some countries you can't even advance unless you get a master's degree from a war college in the West or in the United States, or you have to go and do this at West Point. In Canada, you can't become a general without a master's degree from somewhere, Royal Military College. Why? Because they want you to. I don't think any of these, first, not Shoigu. I mean, I'd be surprised if Shoigu was literate, but I'm talking for the entire general staff. You're not gonna have that. They are the bosses. They think that there's this enormous confirmation bias that exists in their military structure. It's endemic, and it's been around since even before World War II. World War II. I mean, I've read works from very well-known military historians that say that the Russians could have literally done the same thing they did with about 80% less casualty if they had actually employed tactics or strategy. Right?
Yeah.
So
And
we're talking 30 million dead, right?
Absolutely. I mean, it's just we knew. I even was when I was growing up, still in a Soviet Union, Ukraine, as a part of the Soviet Union. When we were taught historical books on Russia and Soviet Union, we were told this. I mean, but again, I was in the Western Ukraine, so there was always, we already were sort of getting out of that. And I remember this. 1991, where there was this switch when we finally got completely free from Russia, and suddenly these books that came up, historical books, were suddenly opening our eyes. And I remember how the history teacher in a class, and she was saying, she was basically pointing out this specific point of the stupidity of the decisions of the Soviet Union, how they were literally threw millions of people just as a meat with no reason, just to get Kiev in time of celebration of Stalin's birthday or things like that, was just completely dumb and insane. And it seems that Russia today is repeating exactly the same narrative. And by the way, just one more comment. I think not everybody may not know, because people became interested in Ukraine since the beginning of full-scale invasion. But one of the very important reforms that was happening in Ukraine, and probably one of the most successful reforms in economic world, was the reform of decentralization. So basically, the idea was, instead of having a centralized command center in Kiev that control over the economy, taxes, and things that are relevant to the economic development of the country, the reform was pushed to have a decentralized government, to have a decentralized decision making, the taxation system decentralized. So when you have a city or an OTH that would basically collect the taxes, and the benefit from the taxation system would go into that specific OTH, and it would be then distributed. The community would benefit from its own taxes. And this was one of the most successful reforms in Ukraine that was ongoing. And before the war began, the full-scale invasion, Ukraine has reached, in a span of 5 years, the highest level of GDP since independence, and quite substantially. They are growing, and 3-4% of GDP growth per year. So, which ties perfectly with your comment also about the military strategy, that it's very decentralized, and that's part of the success of Ukrainian military. But the same effort has been going on also on the economic front. So that just the prehistory of this.
No, 100%, Roman. We could do. This is almost a budding bromance. Look, everything
Well,
all.
Yeah, thank you for having me back. I know that there are some people that still have their hands raised, and it's been wonderful to spend this evening with you guys. I definitely plan to be
Likewise.
back Have a good
Please
one.
do, and yeah, we'll talk soon. And all points received, got it. And we're getting a lot of messages from people in the audience who want to continue talking about it. But this is the. I'd love to get into more game theory. Actually, that's such a Neumann, and you know, maybe you'll take me on as a PhD
I mean,
student.
I usually when I teach, I'm still teaching game theory right now, and a lot of games that we consider are specifically the conflict and the war games, and we discuss these things. But again, it's difficult for me to rationalize anything that Russia is doing. So it's such a horrible
Their
case for game
parameters,
theory.
they don't have parameters. Their parameters
Yeah.
are based in reality. That's the reason, right? So there's no definition.
None of the models that we
anything.
analyze can explain Russian behavior, besides behavioral models, which are not game theoretic models, basically that are rooted in behavioral biases, self-deception, confirmation bias, and all of that stuff. But that again is not strategic. So anyway, thank you so much, and next time we'll talk about game theory. Have a good one.
Roman.
Well,
Roman.
Yeah,
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I've got two pieces of news to share with you, and I'd love to hear your comment on them.
Sure.
The first one is Gazprom lost 18% today as a result of the attacks on the Moscow stock index. It doesn't
Was that
mean
much?
much.
I actually did it. I didn't check today's stock market. I should have. For Russian stock market. Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot. Because they had a big dump during the mobilization. When the mobilization was announced, the stock market was crashing a couple of days in a row. But you're saying that today there was even worse. That's good news. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Well,
And
all that.
Yehuda?
Oh, yeah. I just didn't know if you had to go. I thought it was a hard stop, but okay.
No. He wants to say for this one. So I'd like to move on from good news to excellent news. One of the attacks that took place this morning actually hit a mine, I think a coal mine in Kivirich, and over 800 miners were stuck underground. As a result of the effort from helpers and other miners, they've managed to extract over 700 of the 800, and the remaining 98 are said to be rescued very, very soon. So, shit, I'm getting emotional every time. So yeah, excellent news. And I wanted to share this with Roman, which disappeared. But yeah, it's fantastic. I think it's very good news to end a day that started in such a fashion.
All right. Well, thanks. Are we doing a trade over, Joseph? You need me up. Thanks, everyone, and thanks, Ben and Wendy. Always the best as usual. Yeah, we're gonna have Roman up again. We've been messaging about some other stuff. It'd be great to have that kind of discussion. I think it's an important discussion. Game theory. I don't know if anyone's into that. Super fascinating, and I'd love to find people who do that if that's their field of study. They're remarkably interesting people. All right. I guess go to hands there. There are a bunch of hands that were up for a long time. I feel bad. I think it was. You know who it was, Ben? I don't know, Epsilon, Abdullah, then Attackums?
Yes, it was exactly. Seems that you've been doing this for forever. Epsilon, please go ahead.
Yes, hello. So going back to a really previous argument, I just want to say that the correct pronunciation is aspide. It's a asp snake, so a viper. And I'm really, really sorry that whatever Italy it's providing can only be understood through a different country, because we don't, our government doesn't share with us and with the world what we are producing. We are giving, but I hope that we will give more and more and more. And Aspide, it's basically evolved Sparrow radar. How do you say it? Semi-active radar guidance. So it's not the best, but I hope that we'll do the job. Just that.
What happened?
I don't know. It sounded like he just dropped.
Okay. Well,
mic check.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Well, thank you for that. And I guess that's a comment there, Epsilon.
Yes, because I don't have the energy to.
No worries.
It's a fucking really fucking hard day today.
Yeah, sorry to hear that. No, for everyone in Ukraine, especially, our hearts are with them. Alla prossima. All right, let's go to Abdullah and then Attackums. Abdullah.
Hello. Thanks, Yehuda. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
We hear you 5x5.
Yes. We meet again under difficult circumstances. For our friends in Ukraine, we pray for their safety and speedy victory. I just wanted to share. I just wanted to make just few points. The horror show we saw this morning during morning rush hour in Kiev had only one aim in mind, I think. Yeah, and it had only one aim in mind, and it was to terrorize the civilian population, and just to provide instant orgasm to right-wing fascists in Russia that were making noises in Russia about their special military operation. I totally agree. There was a guy who called earlier. I think his name was Abdul. He said that today's aerial attacks in Ukraine looks to be the final gasps of a flailing autocrat grasping at straws. To Ukrainians, I say to them that be very confident, be proud that you have strategically defeated Putin, and because he was aiming to enslave Ukrainians and just to install a puppet regime. So Ukraine would have looked like Belarus, I think, or maybe even worse. So there was another guy who said earlier that we should target Putin's infrastructure in Russian territory in order to raise the costs for Putin. I have been advocating for this for a very long time, and I think this must happen in order to send a clear message to the Kremlin that if you attack civilian Ukrainian infrastructure, the Ukrainians will attack yours as well. This must happen in order to make sure that what we saw today does not happen often. By the way, I wonder how our good friend, the former German Chancellor Gerhard Schroeder, is doing tonight, seeing his consulate in Kiev come under attack by his pal Putin. You know what's sad, to be honest, is that a lot of his proteges are in power in Berlin, and also the promised German air defense system that was supposed to be delivered within days to Ukraine. I think many of us will believe that when the Ukrainian authorities tell us that such delivery has taken place. And today there was the Israeli Prime Minister on Twitter. He actually for the first time he admonished the Russians for their heinous attack today. And I hope the Israelis can give an air defense system that I was reading about. It's called the David Sling air defense system, which is quite good. And I hope they can just deliver that. I think that will help the Ukrainians to defend their cities. One good news coming from America, just to finish. I read that the Senate Foreign Relations Chairman is blocking Saudi weapon sales until they stop playing games with oil production capacity in cahoots with the oil cartel, OPEC, that will support Putin's weaponization of the oil markets. The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, needs to understand that the Saudis can't keep playing games with oil and still expect U.S. support against their regional rival Iran. I hope the Saudis come to their senses very soon, because a lot of politicians in the West are really pissed off that the Saudis are cutting back capacity. They're in a difficult time in the oil markets. And that's all I wanted to say. Thanks a lot.
All right. Thank you, Abdul. All right. We got Takums. I think you're next. Epsilon. Kabul, if you're going to wish to speak, you're going to need to raise your hand. And then Andreas. Hey, good evening, everybody.
Good evening, Daryl. Thank you for being here and spending your time focused on Ukraine. I couldn't sleep last night, and it's 4:17 Pacific, because like that's when they started bombing, and my heart was just breaking. So I'm asking all the Americans here, if you haven't called or written your representatives, please do so. We need to do everything possible to help Ukraine right now. I mean, there's no excuses. We should have closed the skies. We could have saved so many lives, and people's lives are being taken away, and they're not even fighting the military. They're bombing innocent civilians. And I know people in Ukraine. I know one crazy Ukrainian girl that tried to run me over once, but that's, neither here nor there. We need to do everything possible to save them and help them. There's no excuses. We cannot let our government and our officials, use nuclear war against us and try to make us afraid. We have nothing to lose. We have no future if Russia wins. Okay, our children will have no future. They will not stop. We need to see it like it is and do everything possible, because this is not going to end with Ukraine. So please do everything in your power to fight for Ukraine and help them. Thank you.
Amen to that, Attackums. Amen to that. I don't understand why people they hee-haw and jaw-jack about things but never do any action. However, I will say they have been, sending the aid. They have been sending some aid. It's just that there are things that are a lot closer that we would like to see in theater a lot quicker before we send stuff that would take a little bit bigger supply line to keep it running. By our officials, so you're absolutely right about that. Write them, keep the pressure on. It's election season, so that should even be more reason for them to be listening to the constituents. Okay, let's go. Epsilon, are you still there?
Yes, hello, mic check.
Read Jalima Charlie.
So I just want to tell you that what is going on in Italy about the public discourse, it's really fucking, it's angering me, because the disinformation of Russia, it's really big here, and I don't know what to do. I need, I don't know, maybe appointer help to combat this one, but in a big and meaningful way. I don't know what to do. I'm just lost, you know.
Have they started forming the government yet, or are they still in transition?
Still in transition, but luckily the main party of the coalition in the words is not too bad, because yes, it's a right leaning. It's a right government, a right led government, but the only hope is that the main party it's not openly pro-Russian. It's the two of the coalition, so Lega and Forza Italia, that are more pro-Russian. So for now, with words, it's not bad. But what I fear is the public discourse on the right and the left.
Well, just know that that's the same problem that everybody has. Although the government that was elected is not the most favorable, the center holes and the extremes are going to be the loudest. So prosecute the case with with outward from the center. Prosecute the case of why, and get the information out there. Small circles. That's the best thing you can do. Coffee shops, bookstores, wherever people gather. That's usually how you can drum up and change mind. Well, you're not going to change minds. At least you can open ears. And if they can open an ear, maybe they can open their eyes. But yeah, change is not going to come easy to some people because they've been entrenched with listening to the propaganda from Russia on the left and the right. So hold fast and preach outward, man.
Yeah, I understand, but what I cannot put my mind at ease. It's that yeah, I'm left. You know, I'm extreme left, you can say. But how can you not say that imperialism from Russia it's still bad? It's not because the leitmotif, the main talking point of the left, general left, it's USA is bad. But can you not see that what is happening? It's the fucking it's the same. Why cannot you understand that imperialism in this case is bad always? I mean, doesn't matter who does it. How can you live with your conscience?
Well, let me say this: the propaganda speaks to people's selfish self-interest. Just know that, and that's clearly where it goes. It speaks to their selfish self-interest. They make it about them and only them, and not the nation, not the issues that the world faces. Now, and I'm not talking about just, country specific issues. I'm talking about issues that concern the world. It makes it all about the me. How does this affect me? And for them, it does not affect them yet. Because if Russia ever gets a hold, they will feel it. And then they'll understand why Ukraine and the Baltic states have all rallied against it. They lived under it. These people that are, okay with Russia have never lived in Russia. They don't understand the mindset of the people that run Russia and how they rule in fear They prosecute by torture, and they don't look. They're never satisfied. They will continue to eat. They will engorge themselves on the populations of other countries. And they don't understand that it's not about me. It's about us. So it's a selfish tone that they take when they support this. So keep fighting. All right? Don't lose hope. Keep fighting, bro. Andres, good evening.
Good evening, good evening. Too many thoughts, really. But I'm glad to speak to you again, Daryl. Thank you. I try to make it short. I think I want to make it just you have like you have presented it, not more. That would be my two words. Not more of that anymore. We have to make a stop to that. Not more of that. What we have witnessed this morning here in Kiev and elsewhere in other great cities of the Ukraine. I always say the Ukraine, in German you say that. Actually, in English you don't. Of Ukraine. Not more. You see, I have a folder full of notes, but right now, I think all of that is gone, and the thought of a full response. I'm not calling for a NATO response. I'm not, but a full response of us at least. I would like to see that, and I think I see it.
Well, you've heard Free the Leopards, right?
Right.
This is exactly why that statement has become popular. Is because that will allow them to prosecute this war in the manner that they want, with an advantage over the Soviet era equipment that they've been using. That's what that
Right.
whole call for more attackings, more Gimlers. That's what this is all. That's what everyone here preaches about, to get that stuff, so that we can do so that Ukraine can do exactly that.
Right on. Right on. Right on.
All right.
Yeah. There we go. Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Thanks, Andreas.
Thanks, Sarah.
See you. All right. See you. Let's go. Open class. What? And then Peter.
Hey everyone.
Good evening.
Sorry about that. Good evening. I'm just sharing with everyone. I'm angry. We're all angry. I wanted to share a very short story where my mother got assaulted today in New York City, in Chelsea, which for those that don't know New York is one of the wealthiest neighborhoods. She got assaulted by 4 or 5 people. I wasn't there at the moment, but she would describe this to me. 4 or 5 people. And a bunch of passersby walked by and didn't help her. They saw this woman in her late 50s, vulnerable, and they just kept walking. This is what she described. And once I sped my way from Brooklyn to New York to go meet her. And when I met her, she said, well, I don't want to be the victim. I don't want to press charges. I don't want to do anything. I don't have any energy for any of this. And she herself made the analogy to Ukraine. Ukraine is a country where I'm from originally that did not offend anyone, did not do anything to deserve the occupation and the horrible attacks, the horrible just murders and tortures and rapes of people in Ukraine. And I just want to share my anger and my I guess realization of how unfair the world is, and that we can't be the bystanders. We can't just be on Twitter, sending hashtags. We have to send money. We have to do things. We have to take action. I'm convincing my mother we need to file suit. We need to get a private detective, get video surveillance. We need to take actions and be ever vigilant. If my analogy makes any sense to all of you. Thanks for listening.
You will. Hey, I hope she does prosecute, and especially if it was because of her nationality. That's a bigger crime than anything else. When they start looking at those civil rights cases, because not only do you have just the statute crime, you also have a federal crime behind that. So good luck to her. I hope she's well. Take care of her, hold her, and keep her up, man. All right.
Thanks, Daryl.
All right. Okay, but
Hi, Daryl. Thanks for letting me ask another question.
Yeah, man. Go for it.
I'm not sure if this has already been brought up. I've been off and on today, but I just caught the news, which I hadn't really been paying attention to the normal like domestic media all day, and I see that there was a vow for air defense systems from the U.S. At least I think that's what the Biden administration is saying. I don't know if that's been covered. If it has, you can just say we've already talked about it. But I was wondering specifically, would this mean U.S. Produced systems, or do you think more than likely we would be working with our allies, nations that are closer to Ukraine to get systems in there? I'm just wondering what an opinion would be on that.
Familiarize me with that again.
There's reports. This one specifically was from Reuters. Biden vows air defense systems for Ukraine after missile attack. I think it was like 2 or 3 hours ago. I don't really know if that's just something that the Biden administration said officially, or those are words that it came from his mouth in an interview or whatnot. But if that's an official statement, I'm curious what that would actually translate to. Would that be like THAAD systems, American-based missile defense systems, or if we were to be doing this, would we be working with a system that like an ally in maybe Europe would have, to get something in there efficiently and effectively? I'm just curious what an opinion would be, how we would actually be doing that, I guess, as soon as possible.
All right. First of all, we're not going to base it on I think it's going to be a combination of what we can provide and what other countries can provide. But we're not going to work on supposition of that. We'd rather work on facts. Unless somebody has something that they can bring up that has data behind it, then I won't speak on that, if you don't mind. Kobe, you heard anything
fair
on
enough.
that? Wait a minute, we may have somebody. Yeah, go ahead, Kobe. Oh, he's still connecting.
I'm up. Thank you. So there is no specific commitment from the administration with regard to the phone call that Zelensky had with the president today. He just made a commitment that Ukraine would be provided with, I'm trying to remember the exact quote. I think it was advanced air defense or advanced surface air missile systems, I think is the terminology. But we don't have a specific commitment about what is going to be sent or what or when it will be sent. There is already 2 NASAMS systems that should be coming in and being operationalized in Ukraine soon. there are 6 more as well that will be on the way, but those probably won't be getting there until the new year. I would have to imagine is when we're going to start seeing the first deliveries of those other 6 systems. So in terms of what the United States can be sent that would actually help defend against the spectrum of attacks we're seeing, as far as the loitering munitions go and the drones, even things like Avenger could be useful to help defeat against that. And even for cruise missiles, we have a video of Ukrainian manpads reportedly destroying a Russian cruise missile. So that's pretty embarrassing for the Russians to lose a cruise missile to manpads. But that's more of an anomaly, I would say. So I wouldn't count on short-range air defense systems of any variety being able to do that. But Avengers are something that had been requested previously. So that's something to consider. But beyond that, when we talk about a higher order or higher altitude, longer range system, the United States doesn't have quite as many options that can be sent in short order and would be able to be operationalized quickly. Patriot is going to have very significant lead time. These are very advanced, complex systems that take a long time to train on. Even NASAMS is taking time to train operators because these are very complicated systems. So things that can be sent immediately, the best option in my mind remains just trying to get Ukraine more S-300s from partner countries, because that's a system that could be integrated very, very quickly to Ukraine's existing air defense network. There are other great systems out there. IRIS-T is supposed to be arriving. The first IRIS-T for Germany is supposed to be arriving very soon, but the Germans have been saying very soon for a while. So hopefully it is in fact true. The German defense minister, I think, said today, again, in the next few days, the first IRIS-T system is going to arrive. So that's good. Ukrainians are currently training on Spada 2000 in Spain, which fires the Italian Aspy 2000 missile. That's another medium range system, which will be a good addition. There are other just conventional systems like Gepard or other conventional anti-aircraft systems that could be sent as well, which will help with, again, drones, loitering munitions. But the problem with air defense is that any system that is good and capable is also complex and takes time to train on. So this is the problem with the delay in the political decision making, means that here we are, like many months into the war, and Ukraine still has a bit of a capability gap, even though they do have a good air defense system. No air defense system can be foolproof, and there's going to be holes, and it's going to take time to get Ukraine more systems to help ensure that none of these cruise missile attacks can get through their air defense network.
All right. Thanks, Kobe. What, that got you?
Thank you.
All right.
Absolutely, very detailed. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Hey, folks, let me ask you to do me a favor. If you've had your question answered, please cycle yourself down. I got folks trying to get up, and I have nowhere to put them at right now because you guys you've had your questions answered. You're hanging out, which we don't mind. But when I got folks trying to get up, it helps me out. All right. Thank you. All right. Let's go. Peter, you were next. You put your hand down, but you would have been next.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, I'm new to this system a bit, so I'm still working out how it all works. But yeah, no, I'm actually a pilot. I used to fly into Kiev quite a lot, into Borisval and Juliana, which the approach into Juliana is absolutely amazing. Coming in over the city. Now, my concern is that Russia had 2 plans. The first plan was to storm into Kiev, take over the city, put their own people in, and Ukraine would accept it, and that would be it. And then the second thing they did was to actually try and encircle Ukraine and destroy cities, destroy infrastructure, and they wanted to take a strip of land all the way down to Crimea and then down to right round the corner to Moldova, and to literally put Ukraine in a prison with no sea access. Now they're losing that. Okay? Now they're losing that. So what is their plan?
Their plan is to continue to terrorize. They don't have a battle plan.
No,
That's
that's
been
what I'm trying
stated.
to say. I don't think they have anymore.
Who has any more? Do they
I
have
don't
any
think
more plans?
then they're not. They don't have a plan. Plan A has failed. Plan B is also failing. So, how long can they keep firing weapons into Ukraine? And then we come on to the nuclear threat.
Well,
what
here's
would
the thing. Let me first of all, I'm gonna dispel the nuclear thing. The nuclear threat is just a thing to get people talking. Because understand this: if they were to blow a nuke, it blows right back. The fallout from a nuke blows right back to them. And if they understand anything about environment and weather patterns, they know it already. Anything that's fired in their space in the vicinity of Ukraine goes right back into Russia directly because of the way trade winds work, okay, and jet streams and all of that.
Yeah,
So
I know
it's a bigger threat to them in a way than it is to Ukraine. It may be localized in Ukraine, but it'll go a lot further across Russia because of the way the winds work. As far as battle plans, the first plan wasn't really a plan because they expected the Ukraine to fall. They expected Ukraine to fall. That's not a plan when you just think your enemy is going to lay down. That's not a plan. That's what they thought they bought with the way they tried to go in with the little green men thing, buying off officials, etc. That's not a plan. That was just you hoping that things went the way you thought they would. Because in those first military vehicles that they found parade uniforms. If you're going in to take over a country, you're not taking parade uniforms. Okay, that's simply not going to happen. You're going to have battle gear. You're going to have everything you need to exact a battle. They didn't have it. So that wasn't a plan. The plan that what they've been trying to execute for a plan it was mildly successful because they were able to take territory. And that was because the Ukrainians did not have the kit to defend against it until the West and all the Western allies came together to get them things to let the Ukrainians defend themselves and now prosecute a counteroffensive with much success. What the plan is what Russia is doing right now is back to a terror as they did in the days of the early parts of the war, and what they've been doing intermittently throughout is terror attacks. They want to get the people demoralized. They want the West to capitulate because they think this is going to drone on. Well, Russia does not have an infinite supply of weaponry. If you saw the videos, even in the first days of this war, The Ukrainian people, after the attacks, were sweeping streets, cleaning up after these. They have a resiliency that is unmatched in any society I've seen yet in my 50 some odd years. That resiliency to snap back after an attack and get moving again. It's not paralyzing them. It is only building up their resolve. So don't think that those terror attacks, it causes death, it causes discomforts, but it's not doing what Russia thinks it will do to the Ukrainians. What it's doing is it's working on people in the West who have some fear about what's coming next. What is the next thing? The next thing is for Ukraine to continue to get what they need to prosecute this counteroffensive and kick Russia out.
Yeah. The whole reason NATO has kept out, the West have kept out, is because he played that card right at the beginning, and we had all the disgusting bombing of Mariupol, which was, you felt completely, I wanted to do something, and you kept saying close the blooming skies and do something, but the West kept out of it. I can remember I wrote on Twitter right at the very beginning that when our Prime Minister in the UK said we stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine, I wrote, we're sitting in the grandstands nervously eating popcorn as we watch a bloodbath in Ukraine. And that was right at the beginning. And it just so came true.
Well, but you got to understand this. The Ukrainians have not asked for men from our armed services. They asked for volunteers. Yes. If you wish to come and help them, they are accepting volunteers. But in the whole, they have not asked for our armies to come.
Yeah. Can I just ask a quick question there on something I don't know very much about, which is obviously training people to use these defense systems. But the training can be quite a long time, and they need those systems in there now, today, not tomorrow, not in a month's time, not in 2 months' time. They need them there now. Isn't it possible to actually train these people in the field, i.e. have instructors standing behind the operators and saying, push this, push that, do this, do. So in fact, they're really American or UK trainers who are really operating the systems, but officially they're Ukrainians.
I can answer that, Daryl, because I wanted to talk about the NASAM system.
Go for it.
Yeah, so I wanted to compliment and also add to what Colby said earlier about the NASAM system. I don't know anything about the Patriot system, but I worked closely and also using the same communication systems that the NASAM system uses. So when you want to train, well, first of all, Ukraine they're getting trained on 2 units of NASAMs. Each battery containing, I think, 8 launchers, and there's a whole lot of support vehicles and communication units. And you want to be in a peace environment when you train that stuff. When we train people here in Norway for NASAMs, it takes first the conscripts, the operators, the lower level soldiers that operates these. They get trained for 6 months, and then they're partially operable. Then they're not completely operative yet. When they arrive to around 8 months, that's when they're considered operative. when you're talking about the commanders and the instructors, the training of those takes several years. You can do this faster, and they're doing it now. But you want to be in a peace environment when you do this, because this stuff is very complicated. You have several components that needs to work together, and you just can't stress it too much. And I think also even in-field training will be difficult, especially when you come to the people that should command these units. They need to be trained in a peace environment. Maybe the 6 more units of NASAMS can partially be trained on site by the people operating them, but the commanders and the technicians, the engineers, they need to get training in a peace environment. This is not something you just do on the run, unfortunately. If that answers your question, and then I have another point later.
Yeah.
So. And that's very unfortunate that we didn't commit these units in the beginning of the war, and I'm super frustrated about it, because they could have been operating now and they would have saved lots of lives. And I really do think we need to commit a lot more air defense systems to Ukraine, but it's on the long term. So in my eyes, what is most effective against this type of warfare that can help immediately is to get the real guns to the Ukrainian soldiers on the ground, and the long-range missiles that we can take out some of these air bases and launch sites for that the Russians are using. That will have the fastest effect on this thing.
I mean, the other thing is, I mean, the Americans, the British, they must all know exactly where these launch sites are. I mean, they have high-level surveillance.
Definitely,
they have satellite imaging. You know, they must know exactly where these sites are, and you know, they have to. I mean, it's been the same thing all the way through. It's Ukraine has been totally vulnerable to missile attack.
But here's the thing, Peter. We have to build relationships. Yes, we've had relationships with Ukraine previously. However, there has to be a level of trust built up. We have to, in the West, a lot of our economies are democratic, and we have to have support from our people in order to be able to support things such as this. And I think in the beginning, hold on. In the beginning stages of this, war, a lot of people did not know. Yes, there were people that did, but there was a lot of people that did not know. But it was because of Zelensky's speech and his temperament that got out to the world that people became more interested in this. It's not on the 500,000 foot level, but they wanted to be more involved with it because of who they saw. And so that helped them. There's a lot of things that were going on in Ukraine prior. Governments had to get on board with Ukraine, and it was only through being led. The Brits, they kind of led the charge in a way. Then America, and then the Poles, and the Lithuanians, and the rest of the Baltic states getting behind them. There's a lot of things you don't know in those first days. There's a lot of things that were unknown. We were giving support to Ukraine. We were letting them know what was getting ready to happen. We were doing everything we could, on the informational space. There was a lot of things that we were giving them intelligence. It wasn't probably at the level that we have now, but we were giving them what we could at that time based on our relationship at that time. So we can't. I don't want to. We can't drone on this. We got a lot of folks that's got a lot of hands. Just know that let's not worry about where we were. Let's look at where we are now, and let's focus on that, and let's continue moving forward. And the only way we're going to do that is if everybody's talking to their representatives, representative governments, and getting that kit to the Ukrainians.
Yeah, I
So
agree with you.
if you don't
Rick.
if you don't mind, I want to move on. Erlen, I'm gonna let you go ahead and do your thing right next. But I just want to
Can you see
I just want to
Constantine
make sure
trying to
that
get up?
Peter is Constantine here. Let me see.
He's trying to come up. I can't add any new speakers though. I wasn't sure if
Yeah,
we're having a shortage of speaker
cycle out.
spots or if it's a glitch on my end.
That's right. No, we got a shortage of speaker spots. Let me get Peter. If you're done, I'm going to go ahead and cycle you down. I want to get Constantine up, and then I want to get a fella. He was next, and then Erlen, if you don't mind. All right.
I still can't add Constantine. I wonder if
I
there
got
may be a
him. I
Twitter.
got him. There's Constantine.
Perfect.
Hey, Constantine. Good evening. Hello, Constantine.
Hello. Thank you for bringing me up. I forgot what I wanted to say, but I'll stay here if you don't mind.
All right, you go ahead and park it there.
Stick around. I'm going to see if we can get our Twitter panel issues resolved.
All right, copy that. Go ahead, a fella. Go ahead and talk to me.
Hey, I think Erland was actually next.
No, you were next, and then Erlen.
Okay, so real
Erlen
quickly,
just jumped in to talk about the NASAMS. I'm going to go back to him, but I want to go ahead and let you have your minute. Go for it.
sure. So actually, my question was about F-16. And the strikes today. Would a squadron of F-16s had any potential ability to shoot down some of these missiles that were sent at Ukraine? And that's part one. The part two is I know some of the missiles allegedly crossed Moldovan airspace, and is there anything that we expect to be done there to either strengthen their ability to remove undesired cruise missiles transiting their space, or is that something that Ukraine's gonna have to deal with from their own territory? Thank you.
Moldova is dealing with that as of this morning. When they found out what had happened, Moldova is, I guess they were bringing the Russian ambassador or somebody up, and they are undergoing talks with one of the parties involved. So that's what happened in the Moldovan airspace. Moldova is they're gonna have to deal with that themselves. As far as the aircraft, in some of the previous attacks, some of the missiles were brought down by Ukrainian aircraft. So not necessarily the F-16, of course, because they don't have that, but other aircraft they are able to shoot down drones and cruise missiles. However, if they were used last night, there's no word of that. So we're just, I'm going to hold fire on saying what they used last night to down what they did, because we don't have all the specifics on what they used in that case.
Yeah, I guess my question is more around would those if we had sent the F-16 already, would that have potentially had an impact on some of these? I thought they were pretty slow moving, is one of the things I had heard or read, and so I'm wondering if those aircraft would have potential impact against these.
Not knowing the specifics of the F-16, or if they are.
May I steal that one, Daryl?
Yeah, go for it, man.
Theoretically, yes. The F-16 actually did conduct a simulation in which it used a advanced precision kill weapon system, which is a modification to the American 70mm Hydra rocket, which is a system that the United States actually provided to Ukraine. It utilized that in a simulation to destroy a cruise missile. But to my knowledge, this has never been done in combat that I'm aware of. Maybe somewhere, but I haven't heard of it. So theoretically possible, yes. The challenge is identifying the cruise missile and being able to get a aircraft in the area to actually intercept it and then destroy it, which is the very difficult part. Because unless you had aircraft already up doing CAP, then in order to first detect incoming cruise missiles and then scramble jets and then get them into a position to do the interception, that's all very challenging because even though cruise missiles are subsonic, they're still moving pretty fast, and you might not have too much radar warning of them incoming to where you would be able to do anything about that with jets. So theoretically, yes, but practically not a great solution. And even if the United States had decided to provide F-16s at the outset of the war, it is very questionable whether they would be operational in Ukraine right now, because again, becoming a fighter pilot is a very lengthy process. And even for somebody who already is a fighter pilot and knows how to fly a plane, a Western airframe is very different from a MiG or a Sukhoi. So like absolute best case scenario, minimum 6 months probably, and a lot of people far smarter than I am with far more expertise have suggested that that is a very unrealistic goal to even get it done in 6 months. Fighter pilots have been saying 1 year, 2 year. So F-16s are not really a super practical solution, especially now because the decision hasn't been made yet. So we're not going to see F-16s flying over Ukraine in this war. I think that's it's not realistically going to happen. And again, even if they decided to do it at the outset, I don't think that F-16s would be providing respite against cruise missile attacks right now.
Got it. Thanks so much.
Hey, Colby, the systems that they were able to put on the rails on the was it the SU-35? I think it was. Was that the system was that the system that they were adding on or trying to use on that rail?
Sorry, the Su-35s, or I'm not sure what you're referring to.
The Polish aircraft that had the Western systems attached onto the rails. Is that the system that you're speaking about?
The system that I just referenced, the advanced precision kill weapon system, is that what you're asking about?
Yes.
So that is a modification to America's 70mm Hydra rockets, and it was announced that a long time ago now that the United States was going to provide those, and the thinking was that they were probably going to be utilized in conjunction with the TB2s, which can carry Hydra rockets, I believe. And I had read something further on this topic like a little while ago. I'm going to have to go look for it and see, because I don't know if we've had confirmed battlefield usage of the Hydra rocket with that system or not. So I'll have to get back to you on that. But the Hydra rocket can be carried by a lot of different aircraft. I think that the Polish MiG-29s do. They could use that system. I don't know if they do or not. Whether Poland has Hydra rockets in inventory, but I believe the Polish MiG-29s and their Su-22s have probably been modified so they can accept Western ordnance, obviously. But the Polish MiGs aren't in Ukraine, so.
All right, thanks for that, Colby. Erlen.
Yeah, so in the build up to this whole day, even before the blowing of the bridge or the missile attack on the Kerch bridge. The Russians were pushing this narrative about taking out the infrastructure. Let's give them Hail Marys and all the missiles, blah blah blah. So I'm pretty sure that this day has been planned ahead. Maybe the Kerch bridge was a releasing factor. Maybe that they anticipated the attack because of this, or they pushed it forward. I mean, but I'm also quite sure that the Ukrainians have planned for this to be one of the scenarios. A day like today, terrible day. But I wonder if you guys think that this will alter anyway the way the Ukrainians are gonna move forward. Let's say that they had planned to strike the bridge again in a few days. If that will cancel that because they're would be scared of repercussions, or do you think that that the
Absolutely not.
Ukrainians, no, they're gonna because my hope is that they're absolutely not gonna change
U-
anything of their battle
Ukrainian
plan and that they're gonna
intelligence
take
service,
out that bridge.
Ukrainian intelligence services have stated, or at least it's been reported, that Ukrainian intelligence service sources um, had information that these attacks were authorized on October 2nd or 3rd, and it was more a result of a change in leadership of the Russian military uh, structure, and it was not a direct, an extremely disproportionate response to the Kerch Bridge attack. Even if it were a direct response to the bridge attack, I don't think it would deter Ukraine from continuing to press forward. Even when this war comes to an end, the threat of missile attacks will still exist from Russia. So long term, Ukraine needs to develop some air defense capabilities. There are some that are very well suited for this type of air defense, but they're logistically challenging because they take a special kind of ammunition and they fire a hell of a lot of it really fast. They're called a CRAM system. They've got them mounted on ships as well, but the ship-based units don't fire self-destructing ammo, and the land-based CRAMs do fire self-destructing ammo, so they don't rain down a sheet of steel on some unsuspecting farmer outside of Kyiv if a missile attack comes in. They put them on high threat or high danger U.S. embassies, namely the one in or outside of Baghdad, has a few CRAM systems on it, and they can shoot down incoming mortars with precision accuracy almost. That's not something that can be deployed right now. There frankly aren't enough of them because they're more of a short range response. But I don't think attacks on civilians are going to discourage Ukraine from continuing to attempt to liberate all of its territory from Russian oppression. The only way to deter Russia is to punch them square in the nose with an ATACMS or a HIMARS or a tank or whatever it takes. But cowering to a bully is not going to work, and that's not how Ukraine operates.
I agree. By the way, CRAMs are great, but we would literally need 10,000 to protect the whole of
Exactly,
Ukraine
and
space. So.
that's why they would be real good in specific instances, but it's not something that's feasible because of the scale that would be required. There are things that can be done to try and mitigate these rocket attacks. I don't know how many of these rockets were shot down this morning.
About half of them.
About half. Okay. Well, I think that's on track with how well they've been doing in months previous. Language Learner will be coming on in approximately an hour to give an update. I think probably a little more than an hour, but I got a DM from him a few minutes ago, and I figured I would go ahead and let the audience know that we will have a
an update coming soon.
Thank you, Ryan, and I will drop down and listen.
Much appreciated. I don't know if Scribe or Frank were next, but I see Trident down there as well too, and Colby now.
I just had a quick, not so much a question, just a quick shout out, I guess.
Shoot.
Well, today is Canadian Thanksgiving Day, so happy Thanksgiving to all my Canadian friends here. Mostly, I just what I've come to notice in the last couple days, in the last couple weeks, is just this amazing amount of diversity of expertise. You know, obviously ballistics and all sorts of military experts that give us all sorts of really pertinent information. But you know, I've heard some really interesting historians and folks that know all about Russian psychology and Russian society and their mindset and you know, in the last day we've heard about lots of folks that have intimate knowledge about how cameras work in terms of like the footage we saw on the Kerch Bridge and digital, you know, interpixelation, blah blah blah, about, you know, believe this, believe that, you know, all this.
Did we lose Frank or did we lose me?
You're here.
Okay. Frank, your audio's cutting out. I don't know if you are aware. I'll give him, he went on mute. If you can hear us, Frank, wave.
Not if you can hear us, Frank.
I removed Frank from speakers. Frank, I lost your audio mid-sentence. I don't know if you could hear us a second ago. Normally, if I drop somebody back to listener real quick, they can hop back up. I'm also still having issues adding new speakers, so that's fun. Maybe if somebody is on the host account, they can help add a couple of new speakers for us at the moment. I can recycle the app in a couple of minutes. In the meantime, let's go to Scribe and Colby.
So I have a real quick question about Estonia today designating Russia as a terrorist state. How is that going to change the game now? And I also saw that a few other countries are about to do it as well.
That is actually news to me that Estonia had declared them a terrorist state. I presume it will make border crossings a lot more stringent and a necessity instead of a luxury. I don't know all the ins and outs of that, but I'm sure Axel or one of the Estonians on the co-host team could elaborate much more thoroughly than I could. Authoritatively, I should say. Estonia's. Go ahead, Daryl.
Yeah, I was saying I heard it earlier. However, what it does is specifically right now in the larger sense, I didn't hear it either. So we'll just defer until we get somebody up that does know.
Is Estonia part of the Schengen visa program? And that's more a question directed at the European audience, if any of them are still.
That's a Nick question.
Yeah. Well, the only reason I asked that is because I wonder if Russians weren't transiting into Estonia so they could fly out from there to other places. Just using it kind of a
or
pad.
just hiding out in Estonia itself.
Exactly. Yeah. I suspect it's mostly to do with locking down their border and not allowing entry to any old random Ivan or Igor that wants to cross the border there, or their spouses. Colby, go ahead.
So I went and double checked, and in August, the United States announced that they are going to send a system called Vampire to Ukraine, which is basically a ground launcher for the Hydra rocket with the APKWS, and it can target both low-flying drones and also just everything basically that's on the ground, wide variety of different ground targets, whether it be vehicles or other armor or structures even, I guess. So that's what Ukraine's probably using those rockets for, but they could be mounted on aircraft as well, assuming that they could be integrated. So theoretically, Ukrainian MiGs or Sukhois could maybe carry them. They integrated the harms. This one might be a bit more challenging, but Ukraine does now have a platform to utilize those rockets that were provided by the United States with a ground launcher, and it was billed as counter UAV, but it's much more broad than that. It can actually hit, be used as an anti-tank weapon within line of sight or beyond line of sight, theoretically, if you have something else kind of doing targeting.
Yeah, I did hear a little bit earlier in the day how CJ was mentioning that kind of a combined air defense system can track and target up to 40 incoming cruise missiles at a time, but any individual Patriot system, I don't think, has the ability to get at 40 unique targets all at once. It's more of an ability to detect the targets than the challenge is in the ability to detect and track that many targets all at once, not so much the ability to shoot them down. Go ahead, Amaran. And
hi, cheers. Thanks for letting me to say my 5 cents on this. It's really interesting. As an engineer, I'm very interested in hearing about ballistics rockets and weapons and stuff, but I want to draw everyone's attention back to 2008. In order for Putin to do what he's doing now, he had to gain a consent of Russians to do the crazy things he's doing now. It was never easy, and there is a guy called his name is Yuri Milner, and I just want you two guys to Google what he's done and his input in enabling Putin in doing what he's doing now. I'm Georgian myself. I used to live in Russia. I was very young. I was around 20 years old when this all started, and I was looking very closely how carefully how Yuri Milner and those around him and people like how they weaponized the social media and how they used this propaganda, how they bombarded every Russian who had internet with a premeditated, with a fake news, how they how they came up with this fake news propaganda. I remember seeing news as I was living in Russia by the time, and in the morning you would open the browser and first thing you would see through the mail or contacted or through, you would see the news like Georgian and American, they explicitly use this term, like Black Americans raped Ossetian and Abkhazian children in Orthodox churches. So now we have this Yuri Milner, the guy who literally helped Putin to climb on this tree. We are all hoping and trying to get him down. And maybe many more, but I just know his name. I just want you to Google what he's done and what he's trying to get away with. Russians, as in general, I know they now giving consent for Putin, but when the internet came, he's one of those who helped Putin to sway, to change Russians' minds and just to conquer their minds and tell them, listen, we are not fighting with Georgia, we are fighting with the whole of NATO. What is happening in Ukraine? It's they tested this in Georgia. Obviously, it was not as damaging. They didn't kill as many Georgians as they kill now Ukrainians. But I just want you guys to look at those who came up with this idea to use internet and invest and make money in weaponizing social media and turning Russians against evolution, turning Russians against democracy, turning Russians against the future. I'm really, really sorry. I just want everyone to look back into the root cause and how those people who enabled Putin are now still feeling themselves okay in the West. I'm really sorry for, being such a boring speaker.
I will.
Thank you. Thanks.
I will check him out. I'm making a note of that now. I think weaponizing social media platforms has been an unfortunate evolution of the internet, and it is deployed with great success in democracies around the world. Hopefully, we can figure out a way to get a handle on this in the coming decade.
Yeah, and let me say this. Don't ever feel that what you have to say here in our space, unless it's something totally off topic, please don't ever think that what you have to say here means nothing or it's just something small. Our space is about information. And if you have something to contribute to that information, to that spreading of information, as long as it's factual, you have nothing to fear bringing it up here. It may not be the right moment at the time, if we're on one subject and you kind of steer it somewhere else. But as far as just bringing up something, a little factoid, don't ever feel that it's something that's too small and wasting our time. I just want you to feel that, hey, this space is not successful without the people that come here. Okay, so we appreciate the comments.
Thank you so much. Thanks for giving me your time, but I just want you to, as much as possible, have a look. This is how and when they started rolling this right-wing, like crazy, fascist, racist ideology. This is when they started doing this, and I'm really, really sorry for being so emotional, but this is the only platform, only place I can speak, and I hope that someone will understand. In order for him to do this, he had to get this consent and then spread it, and this is how it all started. Unfortunately, Russians, and I'm not saying Russians nationality, but they are the first to discover how cheap it is to sway the consent and to sway the millions and millions into believing of crazy things. Whatever happened with I'm sorry to say, with Trump and with everything, it all started in Russia. They first tested and tried and understood how cheap, how fast, and how easy it is to gobbles everyone over the internet. Thanks. I'm really sorry for being so emotional, and thanks for everyone being present and being on board. Thank you.
All right, thanks. I would refute that, but I'm not going to. But thanks, because if you look back to Goebbels during the Nazi era, he did exactly the same thing that Putin done, only with the internet. So I'll just stop it right there, though, before we go off onto a tangent. Ryan, who we had next, man?
I think Spirit was next.
Yeah. My background, I have a NASA and San Diego National Lab, so I can handle the space and nuclear stuff pretty well. But I'm actually into quantum computing at the moment. But my question's about there's some your last caller, I think, is that's actually where I spend most of my time thinking, is that you're dealing with a terrorist nation basically, and that's it takes years to hone the social tools to accomplish those types of things. So yeah, that's actually the most important kind of thing that's really happening here, where people are just trying to scare other people effectively to get them to do their bidding, and then also to get results, etc. But strategically, at a military level, I'm looking at these cruise missiles and other missiles that they unleashed, the Russia unleashed on Ukraine in the last 24 hours or so. And from my perspective, it's pretty clear that those weapons are terror weapons. They're very good with this application of scaring, of going after cities and civilians basically. But they don't. If they actually had precision weapons, then you wouldn't waste your weapons like that. And my assumption is that they don't really have any military value. I mean, is this saying that Russia doesn't really have any, anything close to a HIMAR, basically, that can go to 3 feet or something in terms of accuracy? So the point is that this is, the main use for these weapons then is just, terror weapons, basically. So militarily, you just keep on going like they're doing. In other words, this has no effect on the military outcome of the war, basically. It's just a terror weapon and et cetera, et cetera. Is that kind of true, or am I in the right direction there?
You're answering your own question. For the most part, if they were executing this war, they would be doing what the Ukrainians are doing, but they're not. And so they are hitting places to create terror, like you just said. Colby is going to speak on the missiles here in a second, but I just wanted to speak to the point of what they're doing and why they are executing their missile plan like they are. Like I said, Colby's going to speak on to the accuracy and the types of missiles they have and that type of thing. But it's a terror operation, right?
Well, yeah. So in that case, then, basically, from what I by the way, this is an excellent. This is the only reason I listen to Twitter. I mean, I'm on Twitter basically, just so you know. I mean, this is, you guys are doing excellent work and et cetera. But if that's the case, then militarily, I'm not seeing anything at all that Russia has to offer. They would have already tried it, I guess. But the point is that it's just like wide open, right? I mean, you get a few more battalions ready to go, and Ukraine offensive, the next offensive could just wipe out, et cetera.
That's why I'm gonna let Colby go here now. Go for it.
Thanks, Daryl. So a cruise missile is a precision weapon, certainly not near the precision of any Western cruise missile, but they are a precision weapon. You could make the case that a loitering munition is even a type of precision weapon. So Russia has these. They have lots of rocket artillery as well, which HIMARS, M270. These are rocket artillery systems. The Russians have lots of that, and rocket artillery has historically been one of their strengths. But they have a different philosophy. So whereas the rockets that are being launched by M270 or HIMARS are accurate, Russian rocket artillery is not accurate, because Russian rocket artillery is designed around the principle of saturation bombing, which has always been the logic and the design principle behind Russian artillery design and its tactical and operational usage on the battlefield, is that they're not looking for precise strikes on specific targets. Their philosophy is, here is an entire grid square on a map, and we are going to basically obliterate everything in that grid square, and there will be nothing left. And then through the gap that now exists in the enemy lines, we will shove hundreds and thousands of tanks and BMPs through that gap and exploit this gaping hole that our artillery has created in the enemy's line of fortifications. That's the Russian philosophy behind artillery usage. But they do have precision systems. But the problem is that those systems can only be as good as is your target identification, your communication, and your command and control. And those three things are extremely weak in the Russian military. So if you want to hit a specific target, first you have to identify that target. Where is it? And what is it? Is it actually something of value worth hitting? And then once you've identified it and you've figured out where it is and you can plot in coordinates on a map, you have to transmit that information back to people who can make the decision to execute the strike using your available precision weapon systems. And that process doesn't really work very well for the Russians, because that's like a complicated process of communication and command and control that doesn't really I don't want to say it doesn't exist, but it's not working for the Russians. They're not quick enough to execute that in the necessary time to actually have a successful hit, because the Ukrainians are being very careful not to allow high-value targets to be identified and destroyed before they can relocate. So when Ukraine executes a HIMARS strike, they fire off, and those HIMARS start driving away before Russia has any clue that the rockets are even incoming. That's how fast this is happening. So Russian precision weapon systems are not of use because they're not quick enough to identify high-value targets on the Ukrainian side and destroy them. So what do they do with them instead? Well, a building doesn't move. So you can lob a cruise missile into a building in Kyiv, and you don't have to worry about it moving because it's a building. Now, this doesn't really explain why they're deciding to hit purely civilian targets like apartment buildings or schools instead of strategically important infrastructure like bridges or railroads. They've done a little bit of that, but not that much in the grand scheme of things. They've wasted a huge amount of munitions on non-military targets, on civilian targets. And why? I don't know. We know that they're barbaric terrorists, and I guess they thought that they can maybe terrorize the Ukrainians into surrendering, and obviously that's not going to work. Maybe they thought they could, and that's explained why they've taken this strategy, because certainly if they were utilizing these munitions to target logistical targets, as Ukraine is doing, because Ukraine's making very good use of their systems to target Russian logistical targets, whether it be the Kerch Bridge or just railroads and ammunition depots, command and control posts. Russia's not really done that very much. So why they've done that, I can't answer that question, but that's the choice they've made. How they've determined or what they've decided to do with their long range and precision fire capabilities.
Yeah, well, but the thing about it is that you can't you can't rationalize craziness or terrorism, basically. And so the point is that they are trying to terrorize. Is their number, that will always be their number one objective. Period. And their whole philosophy is about winning things with less work by terrorizing people, basically. So you get a lot more than you could if you were stronger than somebody. You just terrorize them, and it's just it's the normal social scheme, to do that. So I don't spend a second trying to analyze Russia because they're in that mode. They've been there for a long time, and it's just it's basically terrorism, and it's not rational, and you're not going to figure it out. There's no logic to it. So but there actually is. Unfortunately, they actually do have a map of logic to apply terrorism. So thanks.
All right. Triton, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, sir. Quick comment on the last one. It was in a conversation with a friend. I equated it to a boxer or martial artist who didn't have enough skill and just starts throwing haymakers, right? I think it was a very, very astute point that it's not just the weapons, but the targeting and the ability to execute on that target quickly enough. I think that's underestimated. And I think that's almost a form of frustration. Again, they're just throwing, to use the analogy, haymakers because they can't do anything else. If they could win the war with those weapons, I think we overestimate the orc comment or the evilness. I think it's fun to say that, but I think it's much more important to show and make the statement that they don't have another option. If they could overnight use those weapons to actually execute the war and win, I don't think there's any. I don't think we should say that they'd still rather kill civilians. I think they're doing that out of frustration and lack of other options. That's all they can do, based on the other speakers' comments that, again, I think were very astute.
They're doing it as a tactic of warfare to terrorize the population and try and subdue them. Because
Clearly.
that tactic works very effectively in dictatorships and autocracies where they can strike fear into people through subjugating them, and the Ukrainians will not be subjugated. It doesn't. The disconnect is that type of behavior works in places that you have complete and total control over, but Russia can't comprehend a world where they don't have their hands operating or manipulating people in Ukraine anymore. And that's apparently something they don't think they can abide. I do think they would be using or attacking civilian populations just as a method of terrorizing people and trying to convince them to flee. We'll disagree on that one, but go ahead. Sorry.
That's okay. And not to underestimate the evil that is Russia. That's not my point. I still believe if Putin was presented a tactical option to actually win, and given that those weapons are scarce, we all know that, I do have to believe they'd try to do that. I just don't think that's an option either. So their natural tendency to bomb civilians plus no other option, I think, manifest in them spending 100% of those lobbing them at civilian targets rather than any kind of a tactical strategic advantage. My main point was, and sorry if it's been covered in this or past conversation, is I happen to not be a fan. I'm American, obviously. It's not the point, but I'm not necessarily a Democrat or a fan of all their policies. But I do want to point out that the way in which this has been persecuted, either on accident or on purpose, I think has been genius, in that you don't hear a lot until very recently. This isn't an American thing, right? You can envision if Trump was in power, not to make this a Trump conversation either, but it would be Trump versus Russia, right? And it would be all about America or the West. I think we as a group, NATO included, have done a really good job to make this about Ukraine versus Russia. And again, I think purposely or accidentally, by easing in, by doing these weapon systems one at a time, a nice progression as to what was given and when it was needed. I understand the tragedy that is the human loss, but it's manifested itself in a situation where I think nobody has noticed that. Certainly Russia now notices, but that the entire West is in fact supporting Ukraine and is giving weapons. And I'll end with this. If on day one, everybody sent tanks and HIMARS and everything, I just think this would be a different conversation. I don't know what the reaction would have been, but I think everyone remembers the fear of being involved and the fear of making it a bigger escalation. And I think somewhat accidentally, we've dipped our toes in the water and been able to persecute a more and more aggressive backing of Ukraine without it becoming about the world and Russia in a war. I don't know if I'm making my point succinctly enough, but hopefully you understand what I'm trying to say. That it's been a bit genius on the Biden administration and the West on how they've kind of eased into this, and I just think it's been executed extremely well. Human loss aside, I would have loved to give everything day one. Trust me, I would have loved. I would give them an F on before the war, letting it happen. I think a little more strong political stance by the West could have prevented this. I hope that. But after that fact, I'd give an A or an A plus even now. And I'll mute myself and take your answer.
All right. I just want to say one thing as far as the Putin part of this. Remember, Putin was a political officer. I mean, he was a foreign service officer whose whole job was psychology, turning people. His background was in turning folks. And so he knew nothing of military strategy. So the way he is prosecuting this war is on the psychological front. His officers, I'm pretty sure, have had other plans that they wanted to go forward with, but he is now taking the reins, and we are getting exactly that. In the other engagements that they've had, they have had total control over the battle space. Syria, Afghanistan, for that matter, Georgia, Chechnya. They've had complete control of the battle space. At least in the near term, they've had total control, and so they operated with impunity. They terrorized the people. They bombed them into submission, basically, because they had nothing to fight back with. And so this is one of the failures of the Russian army, in that they learned nothing of tactic. They learned nothing of maneuvering on the battlefield. They knew nothing of close arms support, close air support, because they had to really use it in the sense where they were fighting an equal enemy. I mean, an equal foe. And so they learned nothing in these past engagements that they could bring to this war other than the terror, which that is what Putin is doing here. When he came into office, that's what he did in Chechnya to win over that whole situation. That's one of the points I wanted to point out with that. And as far as the equipment is concerned going in, I share some of that with, as far as, giving them what they need when they needed it. But I think it had more to do with getting them trained up so that when it went into the battle space, they were more proficient at using it, rather than it just being given to them right at the beginning and having to learn it then on the battlefront. So I think that had more to do with it, with the training, rather than the timing of when they needed it, when they could use it.
Agreed. I don't disagree at all. I think my point, maybe I'll try to make it another way. I remember a time where if one single American bullet or missile had hit anything to do with Russia, you would have been assuming World War III, right? We even say it now with tanks or other weapon systems. And somehow, some way, and by the way, all credit to Zelensky and the fighting men and women on the ground for even making this an option, because they could have rolled over in the first week. But because they did stand And because the West has gotten more and more confident giving systems, it almost seems like, I don't know, that it's just changed. Again, 10 years ago, one bullet, one gun, much less a missile system, would have meant World War III, or people would have felt it meant World War III. And now everyone is happy to brag that they're sending all this kit, right? And all these systems. And it's almost like it just happened slowly. And for some reason, that has made it more palatable to all involved, including Russia. Anyway, I agree with your points. Thank you.
I think Kayla was next, and then lunchtime. And Daryl, I may cycle down off the app and try to restart in a second because I still have not had the ability to add any speakers yet. Kayla, go ahead.
Hi, Daryl. How are you? I have a cool question for you. Sorry, go ahead, sir. Oh, the quick question for you. Yeah, maybe Colby can help answer, since I think it sounds like he wrote the last volume of Jane's Defense. But I've only handled an AK series rifle once. It's complete garbage. So my question for you is, I haven't seen a lot of AR series rifles used by the Ukrainians in videos, and I know that's not a fair. Obviously, videos is not a fair assessment of what arms they're using, and I get the whole thing about survivability and the ammunition and whatnot. But are we not supplying more AR based rifles to the Ukrainians? Why, if we're not, why not? And what's your thought? I don't know. Have you handled an AK series rifle, and what are your thoughts on it?
I live in Canada, so actual handling of weapons is not any area of expertise that I have. Getting my RPAL has been on the to-do list for a while. So once I have that done, I'll let you know what I think of a Kalashnikov pattern rifle. But obviously, there's a fairly big difference between any sort of civilian version I can get here with what the Russians are actually using themselves. But I have seen Ukrainian forces with AR pattern weapons and other Western weapons. It seems to be more concentrated among special forces and other, higher caliber units. I think it's very complicated for Ukraine in the middle of a war to completely try and transition over to, NATO platforms, small arms, and munitions. That's very complicated. So I think that they're not going to try and execute that, because that's a huge sort of logistical nightmare. And, maintaining, AKs as the standard issue rifle of Ukraine's armed forces has the advantage of, if you capture Russian munitions, you can probably use those Russian munitions, and that's important, because it's just a benefit that you can capture ammunition and use it for yourself and not have to worry about whether you're going to be resupplied in a timely fashion. But I see Konstantine's up, so I'll defer to him because he's actually been in combat in Ukraine with all these with these weapons, so he can provide far more clarity on that.
Hey, Kobe, your mic just went crazy on you, so I don't know what happened just then, but your mic went crazy. Yeah, go ahead and answer that, Constantine.
I'll drop it and come back up.
AK-74.
AK-74 is a perfect, it's a perfectly, legitimate rifle, and R-15 or any derivatives of that, don't add 50% accuracy or anything like that. It's a good rifle as well, but it does not change much. So focusing right now on changing the standard issue rifle is not just, it will make no sense. And right now Ukrainians are using new American and NATO countries supplied ARs but it's more related to the lack of AKs, AK-74s, and when new units are formed, they usually get AR-15, and some SOF forces also, like, more trained units that are new usually get AR-15s as well. But it's not because that's gonna change something. It's more because that's what we have to get them somewhere, rifles from somewhere, and we don't have AKs, so let's ask for ARs, and we get them ARs. But otherwise, I've shot AK-74 for a lot of times. You can hit full scale targets at 500 meters if you know what you're doing. If not, it's 300, and trust me, you don't need anything better than that with assault rifle. It's not a precision. It's not exactly a precision weapon, and most of the combat is happening just shoot in that direction without actually seeing the target that you're shooting.
Did that answer your question, Kalo?
Yeah, thanks so much. I appreciate it. Daryl, I'm still waiting for that money for that $45 barrel of Canadian crude I'm going to send you.
How much do you have?
I can maybe scrounge up one barrel, but you're late on the payment, so you might have to throw in a case of Yingling or something. We can't get that up here.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, wait a minute. I got to just make sure. Well, I'll figure it out. I'll worry about the border when I get there.
Thanks. Have a good night.
All right, man. Be good. Let's see. All right, Tad, you've been sitting there, but you didn't raise your hand. But I know you were next because I can't raise anybody else.
Hey, Daryl, everyone, appreciate this space. In fact, I listen to it regularly, and I am, always learning and appreciates everybody's input and knowledge. So thank you. My concern is to the crowd or group is if we, look back, we have to remember that, Trident Flang brought up the fact that, Trump would make this about himself. My concern is if Trump was in office, and I don't want to get super political here, but what would happen? He withheld $300 million. He met privately with Putin. Where would we be? This is a concern in the future if we lose, we gain in November, the midterms, what's going to happen? Our technology is needed. We need longer range missiles, I believe. We need smart munitions continually to win this war, for Ukraine to win this war. So that's one aspect of my question. The second is, are we using smart munitions, 155 millimeter rounds? Because you guys discuss Excalibur, but my understanding was that was not utilized because it was too expensive. And if we're using lower cost, like GPS guided 155 millimeter rounds today, if anyone knows that, because they're lower cost and they're very accurate, I think. So I'm just trying to get people's perspective on this, and I think it's critical that we keep funding. And my concern is if we get somebody in who withholds money, or there's a lot of infighting about sending money to Ukraine, it could change the whole dynamic of the war. So I just wanted to bring that up, and thank you.
Let me ask you a question. Have you seen the videos? Have you seen the videos of the artillery strikes?
Oh, Daryl, I've seen a lot of them. I'm thinking about GPS guided 155 millimeter rounds.
Yes.
I know what
Yeah.
I know what you're thinking about, but I'm just asking if you've seen what they're doing. It would
Oh,
tell you
you know,
something about the
daily,
equipment.
Daryl.
No, I'm just saying it would tell you a lot about the equipment and how they're utilizing the equipment as it should be. They're able to strike with the M777s targets way down range because of the drones giving the coordinates and and it being fed back to the computers that they're using. So even if it's not necessarily the precision guided munitions, they are able to prosecute with just using the M777s with the computers that they have. I just wanted to bring that up when you're thinking about all of this, but think about those and how exact they're being with those as well. All right, go ahead, Kobe.
Okay.
Excalibur is in fact in service with the Ukrainian armed forces. They were first provided by Canada, and since then the United States has also provided Excalibur rounds to Ukraine. There are also Volcano GPS guided 155 rounds in service now, which were received from Germany. So yes, Ukraine has precision guided 155 millimeter artillery rounds in service. I don't know if there's a cheaper GPS guided round other than Excalibur or Volcano. I know that there are other countries that do have precision 155 shells. I don't know what the cheapest one on the market is, but those two particular ones are in service with Ukraine and have been used to very good effect. It's been very frequently discussed here by CJ, and our other artillery experts, the impact that's having on the battlefield. So those are very much a factor. As for the first question, I don't see that it's productive at all to pontificate about if this person or that person would have done a good job if they were in office during this current situation. I don't see how that's a productive conversation for us to have. I will just say that this war will be over by the time the United States has its next presidential election. And we had a extensive conversation earlier today about the lack of impact that the midterms are going to have on anything. Ukraine will continue to receive military aid from the United States, regardless of what happens in November. And you can take that to the bank.
Well, Kobe, thank you. It's because it's been a concern. So appreciate that.
All right. Let's see. Jens, you and Troy, y'all want to flip for it?
Oh, Jens, go.
All right, here we go. Jens?
I'm going to let you go first. No, I'll just say, yeah.
He spoke up first. You hit. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, I was just doing the Taylor Swift, Kanye West thing. I'm always reluctant to make this about this or that candidate, but I'm definitely my proclivities are probably more left-leaning. But I will say this: that Trump did say to us in Europe, "Pay up your 2% in GDP. You gotta pay your share of NATO." And I think we're in a situation now where we probably have to agree that we got to put up more money. Otherwise, good old, not Donald Duck, Uncle Sam has to help us out every time we get in trouble. I raised my hand because I wanted to say something about the way Russia conduct their military operation. And to me, it seems like it's simply just a reflection on how they view people, and they view them as pawns, where they can just go into Ukraine and declare, now you're Russians, you have no value. And we also see it how they treat their own people, that their own soldiers hold no value, that dead soldiers don't hold no value. If you disagree with with Putin, you fall out of the window. So I just think it's simply a reflection on the way they value people.
All right. Thank you, Jens. Said a mouthful with word in you. Let me say this. I have to agree. He say something right for once. That's probably the only thing he said right in my book. But anyway, as far as getting NATO
Don't get in
involved,
trouble.
I know it. Don't as far as getting NATO involved and getting them to come to the table, come up, ante up a little bit. As far as not in the way that he said it, but as far as in the theory of what he says, as far as getting them to spend a little bit more on their GDP for their own defense. Yes, that was correct, and I hate saying that, but anyway, we'll let that happen. All right. I'm gonna hush. Go ahead, Troy.
Thank you, Daryl. And Jens, I totally got the Taylor Swift and Kanye West reference. I made a meme of that. That was like my first meme, and now I'm all grown up. I'm like NAFO adjacent. I put in my NAFO application, and they all have to get together and vote. But I think I'm still under the NAFO umbrella because I got meme skills. But yeah, Tad, I want to send you a DM because Colby and I had a small conversation earlier about the November midterms, and we were disagreeing. But we never like to get sidetracked on U.S. politics overall. And I got some DMs saying like, "What do you mean?" And so, just to clarify, I don't think whatever happens here in the United States, I don't think that will affect Ukraine. There is so much already baked in as far as actual aid and the Lend-Lease stuff we haven't even dipped into, and even to say that the Republicans would essentially sabotage a Ukraine aid out of spite, that might have been too much. So if that's a retraction, so be it. But I still definitely am wanting to go the safe route, and I want to keep things the status quo just because I care about this war, and quite frankly, I care about the way Americans are perceived to a less extent, abroad. I just want the messaging to be crisp and clear. I don't like Russia having the last word. I like to fill the air gap, because the disinformation I get a lot of crap from trolls, like specifically they love to go after Iraq and WMDs, and I say that's okay. Yeah, those were mistakes, but those have nothing to do with this war supporting the right war, because this is a genocide. And we're essentially being asked by the president of Ukraine, who is defending himself from elite invaders, the second greatest, we were led to believe, army in the world. So yeah, we're a big help, but we're just helpful. And I was more worried about the information aspect, but that's that's in the weeds. And I think the big picture is to be more focused on the fact it'll just be a matter of how things are done legislatively. It's different mechanisms, maybe different people on the same committees, but everyone's shown their support, and I don't see any reason for that to change. And I did have a question, if Constantine doesn't mind being put on the spot. Just some questions, general questions about 2014 and how things worked, if you had a minute.
Could you repeat that?
Yeah, so I know you were. Yeah, it was just I know you were involved in 2014 in the fight, and I was wondering if you could tell me, like in the early days, like February 2014, like going backwards to like the winter in 2013 to 2014. When you guys were organizing, what were you guys using? Were you guys using an app? Were you texting, or like what was the SOPs?
What could you what do you mean, like organizing? You mean inside the units, or what exactly do you mean, or during the Maidan events?
Yeah, both. I mean, I know it's kind of a jump start. It's a lot different from 2022 where your communications are integrated. So like from the Maidan on, because I know it kind of just rolled in literally, Yanukovych was ousted and the next day Little Green Men appeared. So yeah, I guess two separate questions. In the Maidan, how do you communicate with each other? How do you organize? And
I was in
thanks.
Kharkiv Maidan. It was like much smaller than what was in Kiev. We did not organize too much. It was mostly on publics. We had back Kontakte was popular. We had some posts over there. I was not. Facebook was not a thing back then. Right now, we use a lot of Facebook to gather the groups and get out the messages. Telegram was not a thing yet back then as well. Messengers were not a thing, so we just used power of the crowd. Basically, we did not. At least I was not in any organizational channels, to coordinate anything. It was just you see like a message somewhere that people are gathering, and you run there. You do what you can. I definitely don't know the coordination part during the Maidan. I was not and that's one of the things that for the most people that I've spoke with, people just knew that there are a lot of people protesting, and they went to help. Everyone took what they had. I took my motorcycle helmet, I took my knee pads, I took whatever I had, and we just went there. Where I had and warm things that I would give out there to others, and it was not organized in any way, I would say. And also when the war started, like when I got drafted, I mean, not when the war started, that was in August. We also, it was nothing was integrated. It was totally just absolutely self-organized in absolutely everything. It was not people in like Russian propaganda likes to say, oh, it was all coordinated. It was so uncoordinated, and it was so organic that people don't even understand. It was just people's standing up against the oppression. It was not in any way organized. At least I don't remember any organization. Even when I was in the military, we probably got our communication. First, I was working on getting cheap buffing radios so we could speak between each other at the posts. They would cost like $50 per one. I think 24 to 50, depending on how fast it's going to be delivered from China. And it was no encryption or anything, and only probably in 2015, something around February, that's when we got our first Motorola's DP 440s, DP 4400 that supported encryption like 40-bit or something like that, I think. And they were that's the first thing that we got some kind of good communication. But I was not in any elite battalion or anything like that. We were just doing our stuff as infantry and then artillery. But right now, there are a lot of problems with comms as well. It's not, it seems when you watch it from from Twitter, it seems like everything is super coordinated. Everyone knows what they're doing. But if you go on the ground, it's a bit much different. Each radio, each communication device is a big problem, and that's why it's absolutely crucial to donate to charities that can actually close that gaps that government simply does not have resources to do right now, because they're focused on other stuff, and you can actually close gaps like this. I hope I answered the question. I talked too much, and I hope that I addressed it at least a bit. Thank you.
No, that was more thorough than I could have ever hoped for. I was just, I've been reading books and I can only get so deep of an understanding. So I was assuming y'all had like WhatsApp and it was very, like I said, coordinated, or not in the propaganda way, but you know what I mean? Like you guys were organizing, but yeah, I guess you really didn't have to. It was genuinely word of mouth, and this is still 2014. So yeah, that all makes perfect sense. Thanks, Constantine.
All right, folks. Hey, I just want to let everybody know we do have language learning coming up in about 20 minutes or so, 19 minutes. So get your maps ready, all that kind of stuff, so that when it happens, you guys are ready to go. With that, I'm going to continue on with the hands here. Let's see, Dr. Brain. And then Peter, you're going to raise your hand. That way I can put you in line. If not, then I'm just going to keep going by you. Go ahead,
Hello.
Frank.
Hello. So can you hear me?
Yep. We read your language
Okay.
early.
So earlier there was discussion about Excalibur and who is making how many of them are being sent and all these things. So I had a question that is related to something similar. So it was a week ago or maybe a bit earlier. I was reading news that Northrop Grumman of precision guiding kits that can transform any 155 millimeter shell to basically Excalibur round. Does anybody know if is any of those things being sent to Ukraine, and does anybody else have any ideas about these kits? Thank you.
Well, I'll just say one thing. We're not going to either confirm or deny, because if they are, we don't know it, and I wouldn't expect them to tell us either. Would you?
Of course not, but I mean,
Operational security. If they were, then they have them. If they don't, then they don't. That's one way we keep things from being out in the space that don't need to be in the space. We don't know, and nobody has given us the information. Fair enough.
I don't think that's an OPSEC issue, Daryl, necessarily, since the United States has publicly announced that they've sent Excalibur rounds already.
Well, as far as the number though.
Well, they've sent 2,500 Excalibur. I haven't seen. You're referring to the M1156. I haven't seen it reported that has been sent. Doesn't mean it hasn't. But I don't think I've seen that in any of the drawdown announcements that specific system has been provided to Ukraine. But as I said, we know that Excalibur has been provided by the United States and Canada, and the Germans provided some of their own precision guided shells as well.
That answer your question, Brady?
thank you.
All right. Hey, Kobe's here to keep me honest. Make sure I'll stay within the lines here. All right. Let's see, Peter, then Phil.
Hey, yeah. I wanted to comment on the Trump Biden matter. I think, largely speaking, this is a question that should be somewhat put to bed, because the response by the Biden administration and the West as a whole has largely shown the resolve that they're willing to go to support Ukraine and push back against Russia. So sort of whether or not it would have happened under Trump is sort of moot now, because we've got the response, which likely I don't think Trump would have gone to the extent anyway.
Well, here's the thing. It's not a Biden or Trump. It's an American policy. And Biden is just going with how the American policy works. But how they manage that policy can be different. But it's how our presidents exert the American power. I just
Yeah,
wanted to
so
clarify
as
that.
I was expanding on, Trump isn't really someone who was. Putin welcomed Trump because he was essentially doing his job for him. He was destabilizing and undermining the NATO. And to be fair, he had a legitimate point about countries needing to burden share, that is for sure. But it was the rhetoric that Trump carried more towards his respect for authoritarian leaders than democratic allies, which was part of the problem. And I think at this point it's pretty clear that the Russians weren't looking to probably do it at that point. And now we're in this circumstance. I would disagree that it's not just about American foreign policy. Biden is much more of an internationalist than Trump is. Trump put American exceptionalism and America first versus Biden, which wants to emphasize American interests, but not at the loss of allies and partners. So whilst it's broadly speaking, yes, American foreign policy, there are nuances that make it slightly different. That's what I wanted to add. Thanks.
All right. I disagree with that, but that's okay. We'll just keep moving. We're gonna keep
What
moving.
precisely do you disagree with?
Well,
A little bit.
the America first statement, because it was not necessarily about America. It was more of how can he put it in his pocket? How could it benefit him? In a lot of cases,
yeah, for sure.
It really was not about America first. Because had it been about America first, he would have sent the arms and the aid that was approved while he was in office in 2019, I believe it was, when that package was approved. He would have sent it then rather than just before he left office. And so that let's just be honest, that's not America first. When you try to exert influence over a ally who is needing aid to get brownie points on your political rival. So it's not America first in that case. So we're gonna put that to bed. We're gonna put it to bed. Dr. Nick, you wanted to say
Well, I
something?
think it's good to have a debate. Okay.
Sure. I mean, I guess I just agree with what you just said, Daryl. I mean, I think that while sure there are differences in how each would approach it, I would say that those differences are more stark, perhaps, than some people might want to say. I mean, I think that it was pretty obvious, that perfect phone call wasn't so perfect, and that there was an intent there to blackmail Zelensky for aid in exchange for aid and all of that. And these are things that, are quite frankly unconstitutional. This isn't a matter of debate. It just is. These are things that are inappropriate. I mean, it's a violation of the supremacy clause. I mean, we can go on and on and on. And I agree that that isn't America first policy. And I also agree that, it's just bad news to have anybody in a position of power, whether we're talking about, it's providing aid for Ukraine, whether it's, other international treaties, whatever, and you put America in a position where they can no longer be trusted. But that's what I have
That's
to
a
say
different
about that.
point to the type of policy that America is enacting as a whole grand strategy. I think we're talking about two different things here, to be honest. I don't really understand what your point has to do with the one I'm raising.
No, I just added on to it because I get these questions a lot as a professor. And so I just added additional points to that. I'm not even so sure that depending upon who does get in power, that the policy will be enacted towards Ukraine that would be in not only Ukraine's interest but in America's interest. I don't think so. I think there are certain people, both in the left and the right, who don't want to see us there, don't want us involved. And so I think that we need to be careful, regardless of whether or not it's a policy. Other things were policies too, and America got removed from those policies and interests. So I don't think that just because it's supposed to be an American policy, that is an automatic guarantee that, regardless of who is in office, that it's going to be, pretty much the same outcome for Ukraine. I just don't believe that. And I'm done.
All right, let's just move away from the whole Trump Biden issue altogether, because it only is going to divide where we're not here to divide. We're here about Ukraine, and as long as Ukraine is getting that aid from us, that's what the important point is here. We can debate all day on that other stuff, and I'm just not going to do it.
Agreed.
Just not going to do it. Just not going to do it. All right, I'm gonna bring up some folks here, and let's see if this we close it out before language learner gets here. All right, Phil.
Hey, usually I just drop when I have to wait that long, but it Constantine, I remember a few months ago, he was saying that, no, it's great that we're getting these high precision shells, but he said a major problem is still the lack of dumb shells, like 155s. I know that the last few packages have had a lot of the dumb 105 millimeter shells, but I was just wondering, with the the storage of the Russians being taken over in the Kharkiv Oblast area, and the continued support of the West, have the dumb shells, the 155s, have you heard from your boys that there's still a problem with receiving enough dumb shells? And thank you very much.
Are you talking about 155 or 152s?
Both, but mostly 155s.
Yeah, so there is a limit. There are limits on how many shells you can fire, but it's all right. It's much better than it was at the beginning. The numbers right now are quite all right. There are other problems with that. There are different manufacturers of those rounds that come in. Some coming from Czechia, some coming from United States, some coming in from I think I don't remember which ones were the last one that and people were complaining that they have different each of those shells has different ballistic coefficients, and and some of them are lower quality, and some of them don't explode. Have chances of not exploding upon impact pretty high. But the quantities appear to be all right at this moment. So regarding 152s, it's still a big problem. We had to scale down the number of howitzers that we have and we use because we don't have enough. And even with the ammunition depots captured, the numbers are still not, some units have enough, some units have zero. Specifically, well, I will not. There are some directions where we have real big problems with ammunitions, but as you can imagine, that if you plan for an assault operation, you would not send artillery without shells.
Sounds great. I'm glad to hear that the problems are less, and a little bit different, but I guess it's better to have the problems of, different shells than no shells. So thank you very much.